15 seconds. One flash goes wrong and you look so stupid.
It's why if I play CS, believe it or not, I don't know why, I would, because I don't have good aim, I don't play the game much. I'm always amazed anyone watches. But actually people are always like, I like your playing stance, because what I try to do is the opposite. Since I'm not good at the game and I can't perfectly execute, I try to leverage as many chances as I can in a round. So I like to like peek early for information, like take a mid-round fight. Like at the, I only go for like the desperation play at the end when you're like a million miles away on the rotate. I actually hate it when, if one thing, like the obvious angle is, if you play like Shiro and Dontix do, if a T ever saves like a Molotov on a post plant, they've just counted you completely there. You actually can't win the round.
By the way, I do have an interesting question for you guys, because they've closed it.
What?
Yeah.
What
Yeah.
was
So what do you think? What do you think Spirit Cologne Major, if they had a coach? What do you think about that? Because I don't think it's been discussed too much, because they were still in a very good position. They barely lost to Falcons. I don't know why people say that. Like, to me, it was the most obvious factor as to why they didn't win. Remember, they were about to lose to G2 very late in the series, late in the rounds, until Magic did the bullshit 1v4, and then basically G2 fell apart because G2 also not a very consistent team at closing games. Like, to me, you wouldn't even have been in the semis, bro. So I actually think, if anything, sure, Donk didn't play that well necessarily, but they played totally fine for not having a coach, in my opinion. It's why actually the other thing is, I'll give you an obvious example. I don't think it's a coincidence Mongols just fell apart completely in that game yesterday without their coach either. That's where the coach is really useful. They're not talking all the time. They're not always doing things, but late in games, that is where it's really useful to have that second set of eyes, or someone to come in with like a simple style change up, a player position. If you don't have that at all, yeah, it's going to be hard, because obviously the gag here with Carrigan is he's probably the only person who could do it without a coach, isn't he? Yeah, and he has Zonic with him as well. So I think that was a massive factor. That's why I don't understand this whole thing of Spirit had to make a roster move, or they're not. Look, to me, they're absolutely a true contender to be the #1 team this season too. They've got the players for it. Yeah, that I think is the interesting framing. It's like, I still believe they're in a good position to be the #1 team in the world, simply because, you know, Falcons did win the major, but winning the major doesn't necessarily mean that they've instantly become Vitality, right?
Bro,
so now Spirit, they're in a very good spot.
He was the 4th lowest fragger on this map.
And they won 13-6.
And remember,
don't even need him.
At one point they had a 13-3 run, 13 rounds out of 16. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like, YouTube's back apparently if you want to go and watch it there too, because I know we had more people watching that.
Yeah, on your point, Ted, as well, like, they almost lost to 9Z as well. Like, they were really struggling late round in some of those like matches, even like the less pressured ones. So yeah, I don't know. Even ignoring the people,
all those upsets. That one they just pulled out because they did have some, like, I think that was another donk fucking masterclass performance who just pulled their ass out of the fight. They probably should have lost that game. Yeah.
On Dust 2 as well, yeah. And ignoring the people that pretend like having a frog in the background is comparable to a coach in any way. Like, the main thing you miss is just the ability to take a timeout to like alleviate some of the pressure.
Yeah, I think for me it's just the fact that this is a team that dealt with 9Z, which was a very informed. That was a 9Z that just beat Vitality in a best of 3 before that. They made it into the semifinals. It was very tight games, but they still made it after dealing with a couple of teams that were overperforming for their own standards. They were 3-0 still in the group stage, and they 2-0'd Navi and beat both Aurora and 9Z. And then against the Falcons, they could have won that game. It was still, you know, they lost 2 maps in overtime, and the one map they won was 13-8, and they did that without a coach. So I'm more referring to it as in, I think it's very impressive, actually. I'm not saying they didn't have issues, but it's the most normal thing to have issues when you don't have the coach. But just the fact that they made it up there makes me believe so much.
Literally just lied, because they said, probably for public pressure, oh, now what we'll do is Sotfik will be in the team and he'll be behind them and he'll implement all those things, but then Halley will be there, and then Halley's just stood behind him. It's like, well, which is it? Because that's not true so far. And if they've reverted a bunch of things, that sounds like he went back to the Halley system or whatever, because he was AWOL for all those days. So that is a concern for me. By the way, shout out I6. Also, I'll just say this to Donk Supremacy. It's the name of the guy in the chat who says, I don't know, Magna Yes to Spirit for Zontix would be sick. Bro, watch other players.
Another star player.
Because that doesn't even make sense in terms of the roles, you idiot. Like, first of all, what fucking CT spots do you think he's played? Like, I don't know what universe. Like, you've actually basically done the thing there where you wouldn't exertion see the recruitment the same way, bro. Like, you're just getting all the good players, but they're all going to not play their role. So, since your name is Donk Supremacy, please watch the other players in the game. Don't only watch him in this one. I mean, this is a perfect example where he barely even did anything in this game. The rest, he wasn't bad, but the rest of the team did all the work. Right, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to nip down quickly and get some food for 5 minutes because it's still like 10 minutes to go. Just pick a bunch of topics to talk about if you could. Worst case scenario, take some questions from chat. Do not please just sit and look at the screen and have no one talking. You don't have to talk all the time, but let's generally just keep it going, okay? I'll be back in 5 minutes.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Oh, good, yeah. Yeah, I mean, where do you want to start? There are so many things we could talk about.
Yeah, now is the time where we just turn the stream into the most boring. Let's talk about in-game type of things. Topics. Let's talk about statistics, everyone. This is going to be an interesting conversation. Okay, I have an interesting angle.
Go on.
So Cash, I think at this point it's easy to say it could be a 2-0, right? Donk has played one Cash, and that was against OG, which was literally a week ago or something like this. So do we feel like FaZe can level things up? I think my angle here is instead of going on FaZe are one of the best Cash teams in the world and Spirit are gonna be shit or whatever, I actually think Spirit are gonna be sick on Cash, and I'm going to give you my reasoning. So I feel like Cash is a very T-sided map in general, has the layout to be a very T-sided map. It was T-sided back in CS:GO, and I think it's going to be the same. Don't pay attention to some of the CT side supremacy games from the start from tier 2 and tier 3. That's because people have not really perfected the T side yet. The moment that they do is going to be very T-sided, I think, layout wise. It's very similar to Anubis. Spirit is going to be such a sick team on this map when you think about how cleaner the executions have become for these guys, and the fact that individually it doesn't seem to bother them. I think they're going to be one of the best Cash teams in the world. These are my early that's my early opinion on it, because it's a map that doesn't give you too many opportunities to be aggressive with the AWP, so it kind of suits someone like Shiro who's going to get posted and just punish people. And then on the CT side, we're speaking. And then on the T side, it's a map that complements teams that can just group up, go for good execs, and have good entry pathings and good refrags, which is literally the thing that Spirit are doing most of the time with Donk going in either first or then second on an instant refrag. So I think FaZe are walking into a bit of a trap here. I don't think they had another choice. It was obviously just the only obvious decision. But I feel like Spirit in a couple of weeks, a couple of months are going to be regarded as one of the best Cash teams.
Yeah, I think I would agree. And on your Shiro point, yeah, didn't Shiro literally drop like a 2 KD or something the first time he played Cash? So I don't know. I think it does definitely suit a player like Shiro. But the angle I'm more interested in with Cash is like, I made a prediction not that long ago that the players that are like super headshot aimers will love Cash a lot, right? Because you think about who the best Cash players in history have been, and it is players like Nico, like Twists. Like these are players who, because Cash is such a flat map, right? And you've got so many headshot angles. Like think about back car on A, think about like the B site and like that little metal bar that you look over. Even like crane, forklift or whatever on A, right? There are so many headshot angles that CT sit in, where if you just have that like perfect strafe in and like first bullet headshot the guy that stood there, you will just be a fantastic player on Cash. And I think when you look at FaZe, it kind of makes sense why they've been such a strong Cash team, like coming out the gate, right? Because think about all these players, like even Jacob's got pretty good aim. Twist obviously is one of the best aimers in history. Like there's not really a weak player in that regard on this team in terms of just who can refrag style, like pre-fire mode, like bang your head off, you know.
To be fair, I would say the most underrated element for me on that team is Naitu on A, because I think the A bomb side is almost impossible to anchor as a CT, and I think he's been doing a very good job at it. It's just the capability of getting multi kills out of nowhere. But I do agree with the main point you're making. You know, it's like it's a map that complements aim. It always has been, even in CS:GO. That's why Turkish teams, for example, are so good on it, right?
Yeah, just because it's so flat, right? And I'm actually glad you mentioned Naitu because yeah, he's had fantastic statistics as well. He actually really reminds me of when NBK used to play this map. Like if you look at the way he positions himself and like the types of gunfights he takes, he will just sit in that little corner that's obviously called NBK, and he's just good for 2 there seemingly every time. And obviously we've only seen him against like some lower tier opposition so far, but like if he can somehow manage to keep doing that against a team like Spirit, then I do actually think that FaZe have a better chance than maybe people are giving them on this map.
Man, I just saw that. I just saw that announcement. Did you see that announcement for the TDK team that goes over to 1-win? Is the one with Axel, Nafany, Belchadog, Fame, and Arthros. That actually looks like such a legit team. It's so
Yeah,
weird to me. They just filled it up with all the rejects, but it actually looks alright.
I've just seen too many variations of like that, almost exactly that type of project before, where it's like Nafany, Axel +3 or whatever. And
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think Nafany's that good in IGL. I think, unfortunately, they're always going to be kind of limited in terms of how far they can sort of climb up. If they just want to be like a tier 2 gangbuster, they absolutely can, you know. But if they want like to get 20 lands or anything, I don't think rotating these players is the answer.
They did get bodied by Deco in some type of a Russian LAN happening, like the Winline MB, MPK, BK, Sys LAN, whatever. Deco just topped that with a streamer team.
Oh, that's the one that like VP came second in or
Yeah,
something, if I
yeah,
remember.
yeah. Where he dropped like a 130 something. No, it wasn't a 130. It was a 2.59 on the final map.
Yeah. Man, yeah, there are so many cracked CIS talents. It's actually crazy how like you think about like Bet Boom right now and how many players they've produced. And
Yeah.
I remember I did one of those episodes of Roster Mechanic with Thorin because we were looking at like Paravision and we were thinking, okay, what kind of players could they pick up? And the list is literally endless for seemingly every role as well, except Orpa, I guess. But we were thinking like, okay, you could probably fit like Flammus into this team for Belchinok. You could probably have like Fame. You could probably have Flip for Nota. There's like such a long list, and they ended up pulling up Slaxages or whatever instead. And when I saw that, I was like, he didn't even make my short list of top 10, but he's still like brilliant for this role. So it just shows you how deep that scene is.
I mean, you can just, it's basically the Dastan and Jame approach, isn't it? You just get a young guy that plays rifle. It's actually funny because we had that conversation about Mouse. Paravision is a team that did the exact same thing last year, but it worked out better for them when you think about it. Because they got Nota, who was a star player on that team. Belchinok before was always, I mean, he was an anchor guy, but he used to be an entry. Cielo is an aggressive rifler. They had so many aggressive pieces on that team, and they just made all of them kind of work and rotated them around. So they just got all the best aimers basically and just fit them into a system and reshaped some of them so the system could work to some extent. So it's basically what Paravision have been doing, right? Which I respect it to some extent. It's like Dustin and James say, there's no player beyond our control to potentially reshape them. So we're just going to get whoever we think shoots the best and has the most amount of potential, and then we're going to find out a way to implement them and use them on the team.
Yeah, they have a system that they like, and they've been running it for a while, and there's no point changing it. Because I do remember, like, obviously I have these stats on like map control attempts and this kind of thing, right? And you can really see like the style of a team using those stats because you can see sort of how early on do they like to take map control, how much map control do they like to take, and whatever. And Paravision are one of these teams where even though they have so many aggressive riflers, you can tell that like Jame and Dustin have told them you have an over peaking problem, so you're just not going to take fights basically. Like you're just gonna, if someone peaks you, fair enough, you can have the fight, but you're just going to do like your default map control taking, and then we're just going to group up and do an execute, and you're not going to over peak because I do think with a lot of those players, if you leave them to their own devices, if you watch how they play in like pugs and stuff, they will literally greed for every fight they can take, if you know what I mean. And it's interesting that like their solution to that in Paravision is just to kind of completely neuter them, which I don't know. For some players, it worked really well. Like for players like Jello, he actually seems to thrive in that system. But for players like Nota, like some people think that I'm a bit of a Nota hater because I kept saying he looks terrible in this team.
Sure.
But it's not like him as a player. It's if you look at how he was playing before joining Paravision, he was actually really good. It's just that he clearly doesn't seem to suit that style that Jame wants to play, right?
Yeah, also there's some players that never, I guess, learn and go excel to the next level. I feel like we can go through, cash expectations maybe. Duncan's probably going to be back soon, but so FaZe, that's actually so funny because if you open, is going back to the conversation with the percentages. If you open their results and the teams that they've beaten on cash, I agree they are one of the better cash teams right now out there, but it's literally eyeballers, Bedboom, Paravision, Dendele. And
Yep.
Bedboom and Paravision are decent, but Spirit, man, come on. And that was literally the one map on which they destroyed OG in that online game where they had such issues. By the way, that's another proof to why these early, like first online event of the season is always such, I guess it is bullshit. I like it. It's very entertaining, but it's so bullshit when you know this OG lineup nearly beats Spirit in the best of 3. That's so mental. That's more mental than Falcons, than Furia. It's more mental than Furia losing to Sharks, by the way. I'm just gonna say it out there. This OG lineup was in such shambles. They've got bloody it's Katie and Adam B Spook body prime taps. It's such a weird team, and they've been struggling to get wins at bloody Draculan or whatever, and they nearly beat Spirit in the best of 3. It's a bit mental.
I will say Adam B is actually goated. I do think he's going to get picked up by a better team.
I'm not saying there isn't good pieces on the team.
Yeah.
I think Spook, Adam B, and Body are all good pieces. But it's just the concept of this team almost beating Spirit is mental.
Yeah, no, what I mean is like I think they have some good players, but I think Adam B is legitimately one of these contenders that could get picked up by like a tier 1 team potentially. Like I wouldn't hate seeing him in FaZe, for example, instead of Nature if that sort of doesn't come to be a permanent thing. I think he is that kind of good a player. But no, to your point, I think the format is definitely very conducive for these kind of upsets as well, right? It's kind of the whole gimmick of Blast Bounty is that because you get to pick the favorite that you want to take on, you kind of get to do a lot of specific anti-stratting like way ahead of time. I know we're going live, so
yeah, we are. We got a question in chat, by the way. What you guys thinking about the first LAN games of the new BC core? Of course, we're getting a question about BC game beating teams that are outside of the top 100 on LAN.
Yeah. I watched every single one of those games.
Absolutely the best. They're so sick. They'll win the next major. Yeah.
I watched every single one of those games, and they were playing them exactly like they were in Pugs. Like there was almost no
They're
difference.
just much better than the guys. They can just skill check them, and it's not a diss at the other team. It's just a difference in the level. Like I don't think there's a single team that should be able to do anything against BC game on that LAN. All right, the pistol started. Oh my god, he's already farming them. Oh no.
God. That's not the start you want if you're FaZe.
Oh no.
God. Like the good news is there is a bit more depth in FaZe's playbook on this map, so you don't have to worry as much that like if they don't win the pistol, it's completely over. Like that was kind of the situation on Dust 2, and spoiler, it was over anyway, even though they won the pistol.
I mean,
here, like
I think it's concerning just because individually Spirit are going to be on point. If they're on point, I don't think it makes that big of a difference what you call. But yeah, their playbook on Cash is very decent actually, as you said. They are one of the teams that invented a lot of the early things that people are using nowadays.
Yeah, they invented like that smoke that lands on the rafters that covers like cat, so you can do an A exec and stuff like that. It's always cool when the wall smokes. Yeah, it's always cool when you see teams that are willing to be a bit more inventive early on these maps and be like the progenitors of some of these new strats and ideas, because all the other teams you sort of see it trickle down, right? And even the bigger teams will like steal ideas from teams like FaZe that just go in on it.
That's what I think it's interesting about having a new map like Cash implemented as well, because some of the old school players still remember what was the style of play and how things should used to be done, right? But then as much as it's the same map, it's different because of the skybox and the fact that you can actually use utility a lot freely. It was so difficult to make a proper A exec on CSGO, right? But now in CS2 you can just do whatever. You can do a wall of smokes, 3 mollies. You can have it look so decent. But they are getting their asses handed to them. Clean round. They don't even get a kill.
Have they had a kill in either round? I don't think so.
Nope.
I mean, I know this is Glocks, but yeah, still, man.
Nope. It's 5 alive. 5 alive.
Yeah, it's pretty foreboding, isn't it? It doesn't bode well for FaZe. I do think, though, like you said, Cash does sort of lend itself to... If you're... It's not necessarily strictly T-sided, I wouldn't say. At least not yet. But if you're one of these teams that has more ideas on the T-side, then it kind of can be. It's T-sided for specific teams, if you know what I mean. And I would say FaZe have the potential to be one of them.
Also, these T-sides will develop when you give them a little bit of time. Like, you give it a couple of months, people will figure out the T-side a bit more. Sure, they'll figure out the CT side, but it's one of these maps that inevitably, I think, are going to be more difficult to play on CT. With that being said, Spirit are in a position where they could just annihilate FaZe. You know?
Run away with this, yeah, I think they might. And like I said earlier, because it's such a flat map, it really lends itself to these sort of headshotty players. And so we obviously mentioned, like, Twist and Jacob should be good on this map. Donk should be phenomenal on this map if you're using that logic, right?
That's such a big dick position out of Donk, by the way. He's just playing on top of the... just playing on top in the middle of nowhere. He's like, even if you flash, I don't care. Okay, he's dropped. He's gone back.
Seeing Donk on T-side come out of mid, bro. I want to see that.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can just imagine him flying out the boost like a lunatic.
Yeah.
Magix has been the recipient. We'll see how that one develops though, because that will be important.
Oh.
What's the next step?
That's not quite how that works. It's meant to land a bit lower, so it covers the
Oh,
shore.
here we go. Oh, they got him straight away.
All right.
Yeah, they should have this now.
Does Magic mix a play? What? Oh, just donkey only.
He heard him.
That's really well done, actually. He tracked that really well.
Yeah.
This is a bonus round for Spirit as well, so if they do win this, then it's looking really bad for FaZe, but it looks like FaZe should have this in the bag.
Doing the look, so in theory, it's all about this guy who's going to meet first. It's Jacob. Just two good aimers. Let's see.
Tanier has to get through the vent, which is kind of rough. Unless he finds a really nice timing, I think Jacob just kills him.
At the same time, though. Like, surely you have to push now. Ah, she was playing a bit passive, unfortunately. Yeah. He didn't go until late. There you go. That's the kill. That's doable now. But you got to go faster. You've only got one kill. You got to go faster than this, Shiro.
I think that.
I don't know. You got to go faster, Shiro. You got to go the whole. Yes, you've done it.
Oh wow!
You've actually got it.
Oh god.
That's big. Now the one downside of that is that's why he plays like that, unfortunately. Because in his spray, it's like, right, it all worked out, didn't it? It's like, yeah, by like fucking half a second, mate. Like,
You're essentially gambling that the enemies are going to misplay, right? Because FaZe did kind of misplay that.
The round would end, wouldn't it?
Also, you're gambling
didn't
on the
need to
fact that Tanier will kill everyone through the smokes, and you're gonna be left in a 1v1 in the end. It's like Tanier does so much of the work, and even finds the last guy. Shiro just needs to get that refrag.
Gotta hurt for FaZe mentally as well, because that was your round. Like, you basically had that in the bag. It was like 80-20 at the time it was 3v3.
Because actually, Shiro is one of those players where I always say, like, I would steal his skill set mix. The difference is I'd play Mad Aggro if I had his skill set. I wouldn't play the way he is it. So, yeah, I think that'll be fun, mate.
Yeah, we said earlier, he should be really good on this map in particular, because it does kind of suit his style of play, where you just hold the long angles and just basically abuse patience, right?
Also, it is a map on which retaking is difficult, so he's gonna get to just save and be like, oh, well, we didn't have a chance a lot of the time.
I mean, it looks like they're just going to end up late going back over to the B site at this point, doesn't it? Let's see.
Yeah, I think they're hoping for some kind of aggression that they can catch, but...
Okay, we're actually heading away with the bomb, though. Okay.
What's the plan?
Oh, this could be a vent to B, right?
Yeah, but it's so risky to just cross through middle like that.
They have no smokes, yeah.
It just wasted so much time.
After only one player standing for Spirits.
40 seconds.
Here is you haven't got any map control yet. Oh, now Donk just cleans up surely. And another one.
Yeah.
And another one. Okay, that's big.
What's the plan?
Zontix does get both. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, but what's the plan there? The bomb is running speedway.
He kills them all now. That's a big kill. That's a really big kill. Oh, they were thinking about doing the boost there. They're going back. No, you have to. You have to. Come on.
I mean, they've lost the round. They don't have time. It's they're saving.
You wasted so much time because all you were doing there, as far as I can tell, was like seeing if someone would push out of here or something.
Yes.
What was that delayed start?
I think it's because obviously Spirit just won on a bonus round. They were expecting that maybe one of the CTs might have still had like an SMG or not like the best guns. So I think they were expecting some kind of double push A or something, or double push B, or they were basically hoping that Spirit would do something. But because it's Spirit, they don't. You know, that's not the kind of team they are.
It's just I don't know. I think it's a bit of a misplay. That's why they go for a tactical timeout, because it's so weird to have the bomb swing. That they wanted to fake basically that they're going up highway towards A, right? But the bomb swings second and the third guy is so far behind. It's such a weird round. What, they want to show the bomb speedway and then run back the vent? It's just such a crazy, risky round.
The worst strat you can run against Spirit is try and take 1v1s against Donk. And that's essentially exactly what they did.
Did you see Frozen laughing? It tells you enough.
He knows, yeah.
Very effectively. And if you're Spirit preparing for this matchup, this is the one map that you're going to be preparing for, and it's the one map that you're going to have the most.
Yeah, like the spacing is bad, but because they don't have a smoke in that window, it means they can't safely like double swing Donk together. So they just, you know, Twist just dies, and what are you meant to do?
J-Board is doing nothing.
Yeah.
I'm still waiting for him to arrive at the semi-finals.
To be fair,
he hasn't had an AWP yet.
Frozen hasn't arrived either. Not a lot of them have. I think just Nightune does too, had some good moments. Yeah.
In this round.
At least we're
And the first 2 rounds of this, by the way, they got 0 kills.
Very tough ask. Shiro 5-0 to near 6-1.
Because my assumption of this map would go as follows.
But you've gotta
For all normal
those
teams,
people as
it'll be
well.
slightly CT-sided. For amazing cash teams, it'll be slightly T-sided. That's the obvious
On the other
it'll
end
go.
again, just hungry for the multi-kill
Because as we
here.
say, it's
Yeah.
a hard...
As the AK as
We
well.
just had that conversation when you were away as well. It's like T-side wise, if you have very good protocols and you're just a good T-side team and you've been able to dive a little bit deeper, I think if you have very clean execs and whatnot, it's very easy to make it T-sided because the bomb sides are so difficult to hold, right? So I agree. I think there's going to be a percentage that just make it look so good.
This looks like it's going to be a massive...
Oh
like
my
a
God.
Awesome, bro. This is going to be massive.
Oh my God.
From CT. And yeah, leaving much to be desired there for FaZe.
Yeah, I mean, this next round is the one that you're really looking at because they should finally have some money now. They should be able to put together something. So I don't know what ideas FaZe have, but they've actually shown incredible tactical depth against the lesser teams. It's just now that you're against a team that isn't just going to capitulate and do exactly what you expect, because Donk is like a wild card, right? Like, how are you going to deal with this?
I actually think that Spirit, in some sense, are the new mouse, which is that people underrate them because they only remember the last matches where you get eliminated from the tournament. So when in that game, people look bad, the style breaks down, a map doesn't go your way, people just see all the negatives. But what you forget is, yeah, but they do this to everyone else. They just bash everyone else. Obviously, the old mouse last year, not the fucking one now, it's in the other semi. So I feel like, because people are always so harsh about Spirit, bro. And I always say this, look, if you're only thinking about Donk, he can be super harsh. He should win every tournament. But every other context, they're doing a pretty good job. Ali's a pretty good coach. Most of the players are pretty good players.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
think it's just...
You have to really cope to find a world where FaZe could even be in this game. Well, then how are FaZe a relevant team, guys? If Spirit aren't some dominators who are going to win every tournament. So it just shows there's a gap. There's a big gap between these two teams.
Yeah. No, it's a different level of game. And also I think people are so critical just because Donk is on the team. They're like, oh, imagine how shit the team is around them if they have Donk and they can't win an event. But that just makes you oblivious to the good things that they're actually doing as a team.
By the way, do people not stop and think? Think of the following, since you guys have followed the big stars in Counter-Strike. So we're supposed to believe, right, Zero fans are beyond help. They think the 2024 lineup with Spinks was shit and had no help. Those people can't even, you can't even have a discussion with those people. They think Flames, Mezzy and Spinks suck, right? Even though, by the way, they're all noticed really good players now. But put them aside. The logic in CS goes, until you got that roster 2024 on, Zero never had a good team about him. Simple, until he got the 2021 team, never had a good team about him. No, it's both. It's that those teams were really good. Generally, the players were good. The problem was the player who was the superstar was so insane because he didn't win every tournament, which he could have. It made them look bad. But you also have to ask yourself, if these two guys, only by that logic, ever had two rosters ever that were really good, maybe they just aren't insane teams like you imagine out there in Counter-Strike. That's why when people tell me Vitality didn't beat anyone good, I always want to go, can you just run me through the Astralis era who you think was amazing there? Because you all tell me Team Liquid was clearly the second best. Bro, Team Liquid had fucking Nitro AWPing against Device in all those games. Like, you do realize if I'm Device, I should be the fucking GOAT. I was playing against Nitro as an IGL AWPer. Like, that's a... Or playing people by committee even was. Remember, Naf would do a map. Fucking... I mean, Stuart UK on T-side even tried to AWP. Like, bloody hell. So I do think people have some really rose-tinted glasses on that one. Remember that they were playing against FaZe, Thorin. The busted down FaZe where Olaf just left them in the lurch and they were playing against stand-ins. And by the way, they lost to a fucking stand-in. People forget that I am Sydney. So those conversations, sadly, you can always tell. That usually tells me when people are really harsh that Vitality's had way easier opponents. That sounds like you were at 11 when Astralis was playing, bro. You just vaguely remember it. Like, I remember those games. Like that. I think overall it might have been a slightly more competitive era, but it's debatable. So anyway, yeah, I think basically the problem is uber super carries. It's the same as in sports. They just make any teammate that isn't insane look crap, unfortunately. And it always looks like the whole is just, oh, it's unbearable. Like, if you notice, by the way, Donk doesn't actually seem that tilted in Spirit. I feel more like if he doesn't have a good game himself, maybe he gets bothered. I don't believe this thing that he really rages at the other teammates. He actually seems like, by the way, fairly level-headed for like young Russian superstar aimer. He actually seems like he's a kind of chill guy to some degree.
Yeah, I think it's one of the good things actually about Spirit is that mentally it doesn't really look like there's a lot of frustration, right? As you said, people just get frustrated at themselves when they're having a bad game. But have you ever seen them argue on the cameras or even outside of cameras or whatever? It feels like they're pretty on board.
Budapest one when Donk one time stormed off and didn't talk to someone.
Yeah.
It's once ever.
Yeah.
And that was when, by the way, he was having a Giga carry and then people let him down. Like, that was the one time I've ever seen him do it. And, by the way, I think that's because he was playing Vitality. He was like, fuck, we could have had that map. We should be in the series.
It's one of the underrated things about Spirit, I think, that a lot of people don't pay attention to is how good the team culture actually is on this lineup. And that helps them when you have such a young team. Because, again, Shiro's the oldest guy on this team, and he was born in 2001, right? And he's the oldest player. It's such a good team culture that people are not getting frustrated. Like, you remember how Simple was. It felt like he wanted to just off himself every second game in 2018, 2019, right?
Questions is just argue, bro. That's what you do.
Yeah.
Like, that implies actually Halley probably has like a good culture fit in their team and has it sort of with the right framing of what happened and not having expectations ridiculous.
Yeah, exactly.
It sort of exudes out in other things as well, right? Because, like, seemingly the reason that Magix and Zontics were brought back in is they tried the idea of upgrading 2 players just to put some more firepower around Donk, and it looked worse overall, so they brought these 2 guys in seemingly to improve the vibe again.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great round from phase 2, you know, building off of that.
All right.
Conditioning that they had so far.
Do we believe that FaZe can do anything with this map? Because I'm not as hopeful.
It's the funny thing, it's their map pick. It's not like Spirit even plays it as far as we know, so they've made their own bet on this one, boys.
To be fair, I did do a little bit of research, by the way. I asked around to see how much Spirit have been practicing Cash. Apparently, they've been practicing Cash a lot, and they've been playing it very well in practice. Now that's
is different though.
yeah, no, it's very different, but it's not like a we didn't know we were gonna play it, we don't want to play it type of thing. That's more why I'm saying it. Of course, it's very different.
Because it's a very flat map with a lot of headshot angles, it's very conducive to players like Donk. Like, you do just expect him to be fabulous on this map because you get so many isolatable aim duels.
Oh, they're going slow B. Bloody hell, this is going to be hard. Because look at the skew already. They're already leaning that way. Oh, if you send it mid here, this is like a 2K for Donk. Okay.
Okay.
That is nice.
He's back.
Game on. Let's see if they actually go highway. I think they can win this round.
You ready for the Tenier
He's
highlight?
going to isolate today on his own. This is going to be good.
He's not turning around.
He's not considering
What?
it, yeah.
Oh, he did get the kill in that, right? This is a real chance to win around, boys.
This should just be a save, honestly, if you're Spirit.
It's on the 2 players that, unless they instantly get the first kill, they're going to save this, surely. Oh, Chiro's not even moving, mate. He's not even moving. I told you. He's always had that jam in him, homie. But the second that bomb gets planted, he's like, and Chiro is saving. But then he has to pretend like, oh, if you get the kill early, let's go. Oh, you didn't? Oh, well, I'm out. It's like, see ya.
It's like, yeah, I would have moved if you would have gotten the kill, but I knew you wouldn't, so I didn't move.
You have to understand, Shiro's the guy who actually has the knowledge base and the sort of logical thinking that he could win Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. But he just leaves on like 250k because he's like, nah, don't want to gamble it though. And it's like, you could have won the million. Nah, but I got 250k though, didn't I? He's that guy, you know what I mean?
Right.
I always
He looks
think
like the type.
that show is rigged. Because here's one thing I've never understood. Anyone else with me, if you've ever watched Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, you know when you're thinking through, you don't know the answer, and before you've used the lifelines, the host baits you, and you go, I think I know which 2 it could be though, and you stupidly say, you know where I'm going here, lads, and then you think, I'll go 50-50, and magically the computer gives you the 2 that you thought was. Why would you ever tell the truth there, you idiot, you absolute cretin? Do you not even understand basic game theory? You should lie there and say the other 2. Then when it pops up the one that you want, like, yeah, I'm pretty sure they rig that, bro, and behind the scenes, because isn't it like every time what I just said, the amount of times they do, it's like, they're doing that to make you use the lifelines. They're not.
Wasn't there was a comedian that was on it once. I think it might have even been Norm Macdonald, and he was like, he literally said like, I think there's a guy back there that's pressing the buttons. So you know, I'm between these 2. I'm going to do a 50-50.
Someone else had to be thinking that when they're watching it too.
But he actually gamed it because like he said 2 where he thought it actually wasn't one of them, and so the 2 it actually gave him.
Oh, I love it. I love it.
Yeah,
because if you
genius.
do that correctly, if you think about it, if it is rigged, you can actually rig it in your favor by game theory in the guy. Yeah, exactly. Because, by the way, also, you should see the woman who won the first time in the UK. It was fucking absurd, bro. Like, the last question she got it on was something mental. Like, you know, this king in the 60s, like, shot the... And she was, by the way, she was just like, I know it. And it just said, like, the exact answer, like, get out my face. There's no way. Remember, you get people on the fastest finger first, they were like, hello? Like, they just don't know anything, bro. Like, it'd be
Have
like,
you-
star does our planet orbit around? They're like, oh, is it Jupiter? Like, they've done some shit like that. And we're supposed
Have you
to
seen?
come on.
Have you seen the clip of the guy that calls his dad as like a call
Yeah,
friend to ask for help, and he's like, "Yeah, Dad, I know the answer. I've won the show."
Yeah.
That's the most gangster move ever.
Boss.
Entertained for longer, but Dong seems to have a grip.
This is doable, by the way. There you go.
Yep, that's what they needed.
Nexu's been doing some decent Nexu work. By the way, this guy, you just can't get a break clause. They also, when they hit the A site, he has to just like solo take a fight from door to like ladder and it's like that's supposed to be like a fucking like a star entry does that role ultimate bro. What do you? He has to do that as well.
It's exactly what I said, right? About how in CS2 especially, you don't get to be like an anchor lurker and then not be an entry when they go to your site. Like that's just the meta now. If you're ever the lurker in some extremity, you just go in first when they go to your site. I mean, Nexu's actually been fantastic at that. He kind of really...
Cutoff should probably be. I think it is more like around COVID when that changed for the entry thing. Because people forget that's one of the reasons I've always thought it was actually really unfair that Dupree just got fuck all MVPs when he was in. Because, bro, he would have... Like, if people don't know, they kind of say 2019 was the maddest whatever. Magus gets the MVP, but Magus, Device, and Dupree all have like a 1.2 rating or something. And if you ever saw back in the day, they literally would on Inferno all day long just be like, go into the A site now, Dupree, and he would have to just run down that lane himself and just do like, you know, 2 headshots on people immediately. So it's like, they definitely did use that old school like Apex thing of like, come over Apex, it's time to entry the site, bro.
Yeah, it's cool to see. I think it's much more efficient. It's cool to see how the game has changed in that way. In some sense, I miss it because I think obviously it makes a lot more sense to have it distributed like this and have different people do different things around the map. And now nameplate Counter-Strike is developed, but there was something cool about knowing this guy is going first. Like he is the entry.
Even though, to be fair, the Flames does do it quite a lot. It's also why, like I'm saying, that era of Apex, config, obviously Dupree, those were like those were the GOAT entries, bro. Those were fucking gods, those guys. Because that was back in the NFL shit where it's like, you just better be a god, mate. You just have to do this all yourself.
Yeah. Their job was so well defined as well. It's like you just pluck these players that just want to take gunfight after gunfight and you just let them off the leash. And like it doesn't matter where you go in, they go in first.
Here's what I'm going to do. Not to Ted, but the people like Ted who watch Tier 2 CS, they often do overrate the teams they watch because they're watching them play well at that level, right? I've found out the secret. Here's how you stop people being annoying about the teams that are like 23rd in the world. Just have this new BC game lineup play against them. Because the second set plays against them, they're all shit teams, I've heard. None of them are good. They're all trash at CS and only the top 10 exists. So I've actually turned all of you into elitists. There you go. I'm going to make you all up on my train and only the top 10 team count. There you go.
To be fair, you know, it's a weird transition. I remember me and you had that conversation. I think it was last year. I was doing a watch party with you for some event, and then the grand final, you were like, "Oh, Ted, you can't criticize Tier 1 teams because it just looks so clean for your comparison to Tier 2." Now I think I've been changed to the extent where over the course of the last couple of days, when I did that South America Tier 2, Tier 3 Counter-Strike, I find myself being so bloody critical of these teams because I can just see all the messed up shit they're doing. The conversion is a funny one, but it's so weird because I'm watching the same level of Counter-Strike, but it just looks so much worse.
It also just depends on the stakes, obviously. Like if this whole land didn't have Spirit in, then I'd big up FaZe as a potential winner. Mouse would be one of the best. So context, that's fine. Once you know the level you're at, like you don't want to be only negative. But I do think people do. There's a level to which you should explain what's possible from the underdog, but you never want to make it sound like you can put a piece of paper between the two teams and they're totally equal. Like, even on this map, okay, FaZe is doing a comeback, bro, it's your map pick and you're on the T side. Like, if you aren't going to have a good half here, where are you? Like, by the way, I'm scared that we're going to have a repeat of the other map, that they're going to go and get destroyed by the Spirit T side on a map we've never seen them officially play.
I am a little bit less scared about FaZe here, just because they are actually stringing together rounds.
God.
Maybe it ends here, but... But they have actually at least been able to string together rounds on the T side, which they weren't able to do on Dust 2 at all. And they are kind of stronger on the CT side, I think.
And they swapped Cyril's position over here, so they already were understanding it could be an A attack. Oh, timing? Oh, that's too good. That's too good.
Man, what happened with sandbags? Like, did they molly and fail, or they just didn't think they had the timing to be there? Did someone bait for them? Because no one looked. Like they were completely oblivious.
Oh man.
Yeah, it looked like a miscomm.
Was the? I want to see the replay. Oh, it's because they got the kill onto the first guy, so they thought that was the only guy coming out of Z, so they just ignored the possibility of a second person being there.
Nothing.
It's mental.
Oh man, it's painful to see for FaZe.
Jesus.
And then Tine just catch them through the smoke, yeah. I don't know, this is if they can win this is actually still a decent half for FaZe. Like, I think 5-7, you would take that against a team like Spirit. You really still have a chance.
But yeah, I think going back to the conversation we were having, I think it's not that all the teams in tier 2 and like outside of top 10 teams are bad per se, but all of them have a pretty easy to define flaw to some extent, right? Some of them might not be the best tactically. Some of them might have a gap in the map pool. Some of them might not have the best personnel, even though they're playing good fundamental Counter-Strike. And then suddenly you just go into a select few of teams where they don't have these flaws, or they're very, very minor flaws in comparison to the others. And it just feels like you've put on prime Tyson Fury to fight against some dodgy boxer from the US who's like number 2000 in the world. That's nice though.
I actually knew late last year, even when there were all those finals, that people were overrating Furia. Because if you listen to how they talked about Furia, you would think that was like Vitality, like one of the most genius roster constructions in the history.
Sure.
And it is good, but you notice like literally 3 of those players just flip a coin. Do they even turn up today? Flip the coin.
Yeah.
The difference is the Astralis and the Vitality and the old Fnatic, they always performed, bro. They always brought all those big guns. That's why they were so unbeatable. You know, you should, it's obviously logically in a team sport, you should rarely ever have teams that look perfect. There you go, you got 5. You got 5 at the end. It's not the end of the world.
Yeah, you'll take that if you're FaZe, especially after like the initial hemorrhaging of rounds. Like, you did manage to stem the bleeding at least.
All right, we're here with FaZe Clan, we're with Twist, J.
This is the same interview from yesterday, I believe, by the way.
How do you guys think
They're just reusing it. Yeah.
Because unfortunately, this will have been done before the whole event, I believe. So
Yeah.
this is more like they ask him about Carrigan winning the major. It's all that stuff, you know.
Relatively very simple. And
To go back to a point you made earlier, actually, Duncan, like when you were talking about who Astralis were having to play, like everyone forgets about that Ents lineup, the one with Alexi B. Because they were actually, for a time, like arguably like number 2 after Astralis. Some people were saying they might overtake them, right? And nowadays it's like, look at where those players are. Like, almost nobody seemingly rates Alexi B, right?
Roster, mate. Remember, one of their boosts was they had really good CT setups when the AUG meta existed. So they could, again, if people don't know, the AUG and the Creep to the CT side and T side respectively, just sort of like equalized aiming, basically. Like suddenly, if you can just spray off decently, I think the AUG sprays a piece of piss back then. You could, like, that's why Train was their best map, mate. You just do crossfire on that map, you tear it up even really good teams, yeah. And yeah, that was the team right in the mix. Also, remember this, the same people telling me, oh, Astralis was so good. Mate, in 2019, one of the teams that also was contending them was the one you all the Zebu fans tell me was the shit, Vitality.
Yeah.
They were in the mix. Like, so which is it? What you have to do is this. Look, we can't. The reason this is also unfair actually to Vitality, believe it or not, is because in theory now, you can look back at like FaZe and you see all these all-star Hall of Fame names. Right now, you're not going to see Hall of Fame names on Mouse and G2 because they haven't had time. The Hall of Fame career would have to be now onwards, wouldn't it? Like it'd be in the next few years you'd realize that.
I mean, when you say that, I always remember that a Vanguard, the Adren Sanji Buster kicker Jame of Vanguard was top 4 in the world in 2019. And you had like EG and Ants and G2 with Kyoshima and Jackson, Amanek and Lucky, so yeah, that's taking me way back.
It does speak to Jame actually as a caller and an AWPer though, to be fair, that he's been able to be relevant for that long with such a weird style, right? Because yeah, I remember like that Berlin major, the 2019 one, where they managed to upset Renegades and make it to the final. Like they definitely shouldn't have been in that final, I don't think, compared to the other teams in the field, but like Isn't that just what James done his
teams
entire
also
career?
at
It's
one
like take
time.
some players that probably shouldn't be there, but they are somehow.
I mean, it's all the problem with his style is it is so unorthodox that I actually think I always say it, the other teams train you how not to play against Jim, unfortunately. So all the things that normally make sense, that your instincts and your intuitions and your calls, you have to actually I always think he's like the guy that you have to play first. And if you play him, then next time you play him, you'll have a sense of what you should have done. But the first time you play him, you can see a lot of teams get shocked.
I would say finals,
Yeah.
and then we can think about
Yeah, it's what happens usually when you play against someone with a very defined style as an IGL. It's kind of like the same thing that Art was upsetting a lot of people when he was coming in with Fury at the beginning, right? Even though it's the polar opposite of a style, but it's again a very strong structure. It's like with Snappy with the set calls even nowadays. The first couple of times is very difficult to get used to it just because it's a bit unorthodox, but then the more you play against him, the more you're like, okay, I know how to play against this guy, and now it's a lot more difficult for me to actually lose.
Have been so successful with this roster of late, but
Right, here we go. Could be the last half of the series. Let's see if FaZe can keep the series alive.
Really do with winning this pistol would be a
I'm quite optimistic still.
package for them.
I think especially with the way that Nachu plays there, he does really remind me of like NBK back in the day.
Does it start?
Means to proceed 6 for 8 at present. Good average of frags on the FaZe side with that late comeback they made in the first half, but there's more work to do.
And they too, such a good anchor here with the USP. Overwhelming numbers.
No utility for Spirit.
Can he hold on here with
Ooh,
something?
he got a kill.
He got his one.
Donk as
Nice.
well. A high value target has been dropped. 4 versus 3 on the retake. Twist.
Right, let's
not
watch
just
today
the
here.
but he's got the smoke for the retake here.
Yeah, Frozen's on the long flank. He's going to be here in a while.
PK, okay. Oh no, you see, I was going to say he's just hiding.
On a late rotation coming through from
Because you'd
main.
expect today's the one who's going to have to peek at the boxes. Like the rest of them, surely you're going to play contact. Because by the way, you've already used half the clock already. There's one.
Yeah.
All you can do, you can just dance. If you're Shiri, you can just dance all day now.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Frozen's taking way too long.
Oh, wait.
Wait, he's giving them the fight though. You've got to hide now. You've got to hide. You've got to hide. There's only one kit. That's big. That's all
Oh
I'm
god.
supposed to do.
It paid off. It did pay off.
I'm actually
Jeez.
look, I get it. So to be fair, you have to remember in the moment, Kinnear's also just thinking, I'm going to get the trade kill, aren't I? And then I'm going to put team back. So it is pissed around. You have to take duels eventually.
That's so sick out of Frozen, by the way, because he didn't start running even when his teammates started dying. He was like, I'm going to trust that Twist will stay alive, and I'm going to be able to shift all the way and get a double kill from behind.
It's successful baiting, isn't it? That's the kind of baiting where if you get both the kills, you're like, right, okay, I'll hold my tongue, fair enough, fair play, won the round. But if he doesn't, it's like, what were you doing, man? It's why Blame F gets so much flack. He does that kind of stuff all the time.
Well, I'd say it's... Yeah. I think it's just justified. It's like the entire purpose of you going on that play is that you're going to get kills from behind, right?
Yeah,
Your
but
teammates
kind
need
of
to
gotta-
do something.
You've got to make the decision in the moment of whether you need to speed up a bit more to just be engaged or...
Spirit closing the distance.
It is also the fundamental mechanic of T-side Counter-Strike to trade. That's
Yep.
just literally... Because remember, the logic always goes, if you read the site correctly, you have the man advantage, therefore trading actually benefits you.
They
Have everyone go 1-for-1, you get the site.
they are losing to a force buy right now. Magix has a
Oh,
gun.
the thing is, you
Oh
get
my
full-
god.
Gun those, they've only got one rifle, that's the big problem right now.
Yeah, but they have another smoke for CT. FaZe might save, actually. Twist and J Bowen might call it off.
Smoke is up as well.
I mean, their money isn't great.
Yeah,
They've
there's
got nothing
David.
if they lose this.
That's it.
And Twist, you know, he's going to be able to catch anyone who.
Luckily,
That's a
every
painful
no
one.
one should hunt them here because there's no money on the side of
You can see him shaking
either.
his head. Absolutely disastrous.
In fact, Spirit might even just let themselves. Surely they have to get out and can't die here.
That it's worse to win the pistol and then lose.
Yeah, the bomb plant money will be nice. They should be able to buy them at a one
They
next round.
actually should probably like boost the guy event because there was still one gone mid, I believe, but they just didn't pick it up
Let's not forget that retake
because it was the kill on the guy at the
Yeah.
cube or whatever you call it nowadays.
They should have like one guy and a Galil and another SMG maybe.
This was
But
nice.
aside from that,
That was nice.
This
at this-
kid was mental.
Just got sick aim.
Oh, he had a rifle.
Look at him firing it though.
It's a hard round.
The problem is he
That-
was trying to rep his set there. That was the farmers. He is French.
French gun, yeah.
Yeah, we used it here. He is a terrorist. Terrorist! Terrorist!
Looking good.
Obviously, if this was real life, a bunch of feminists would just protest that he was shooting them. They'd be like, economic factors that forced them to attack you on cash. Have you tried giving him a visa? And
Fucking
Yeah,
hell.
look, be feminists would where actually you just transfer some of the CT funds to the Ds. And then let one would actually audition to become a counter-terrorist next round.
Oh my god.
There you go, there's the gag. I think I've completed that whole premise there. Like, Nettie, it's on you.
That's one.
Oh, sacré bleu.
That's two. That's the
Clip right here. It's the 5 right here. This is the clip.
Yeah.
Come on! You've almost got the 4th. Oh!
He did enough. He did enough. That was
job.
beautiful.
Sad thing is, though, when he picked up from the 4th, it actually looked like he might get the ace there. That was looking
Yeah.
Oh my God, guys.
That was actually looking sick. By the way, he's had a great series.
That's such a sick highlight. Yeah,
think
now
about
he
it.
deserves the visa.
Most of his actual kills in this series is him literally winning duels. He's not like shooting people on the side of the head or something.
No. It's like straight up headshots, right?
That one was filth, by the way. That second one, where by the time the animation came, he'd already faded back. That was filth. By the way, again, if that was like actually near or something, we'd all be going mental about that.
Yeah. No, that is sick. That's crazy.
Except that round just makes me think again. Why aren't there a million Deagle rounds on the T side when you got the low buy? What are you doing? Surely
Yeah, you've got so many good Deagle players.
Because I always say, the Deagle on its own is a perfectly balanced gun. It's really hard to get the air kills, it's bad long range. The point is, the Deagle, like the Tech 9, is OP when you have 3 people fighting one guy. It doesn't matter that the other guy's the rifle. The 2 people who are not being shot are just aiming at him, taking pot shots. So it's almost inevitable you get the kill with good aimers. And suddenly this game's alive now, by the way.
Yeah, I'm still looking at Jay Bowen with like squinted eyes because he's gone down first again with nothing.
Oh.
And that's a gun, but you can't get to it. Frozen should just protect his gun if he can, by the way.
Yeah, Zontix is dead with an 8.
Oh, he's going to give it up. Right, that's another gun, by the way, for the T's. That's 2 AKs to go. Donk has 2 health, though, is the problem. Let's see how they play this.
I think that's the problem with being one of these like young, really aggressive AWPers though, because we saw the same thing with Ultimate, right? He looks sick against the lower tier teams, but as soon as you go against the big ones, you get punished so hard.
Yeah, but that's about showing that you're complex and you're not going to be a one-dimensional player. It's like one of the things that I think Ultimate failed in is showing that he was complex and he knew when not to do it, right? That's the thing. Sometimes it's going to be fine and you're going to be able to get away with it even against the best. Oh, Frozen's burned. They've lost the round and they're saving.
Is at the end of the round then.
Oh my god. So what, they had 4 pistols and 1 AK and they just won it with 4 players surviving.
That was the chance to get back in the game.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, you have had not only these 2 dirty-ass low-buy Tech 9 round wins for Spirit, but remember, the only reason you're back in the game is because that you that insane fucking clip. Like, it should basically be almost game over now.
In a moment.
Yeah, and this round all started with just Jay Bowen not being aware of the fact that they could be on the boost and they could get the angle on him. Like, it was just angle awareness or lack of.
To be fair, it's one of these games where I think it's better for the viewer to have a bit of a scrappy game, because if it's not scrappy, then Spirit, they're just going to destroy them the way that they destroyed them on the first map, right? So it's actually good because it becomes a bit more competitive, but Phaser not really.
Scrappy is fine, but like
inside the bomb. Are you kidding me? You're on the wall. Yeah. What's the wall made out of, mate? Nuclear reactor facility. What are you talking about? It's a wall.
It's one of the things that I can't get used to on Ruins on Inferno, right? Where people just go there. If you're in CT spawn, deeper into CT spawn, you die, but you go right next to the explosive and you don't take a single point of damage. It's so silly.
I predict the score for this map will be 13-9 to Spirit. I think Fizz will still get 1 or 2 more, but they haven't shown to me right now that they're going to tear off like 3 CT rounds in a row. And Spirit's been really good on the low buy. Like the hero donkey is working.
13-9.
By the way, that will always be. No one ever points it out. I'll say it every time. That scar Donk has is fucking gangster. It looks like the Prussian dueling scars they used to have in the late 19th century, where what they used to do to like when gentlemen wanted to settle like a score, you would have a duel, fencing style. You know, you're not trying to kill the person, and the idea is the duel ends when you nick the guy. And so all of them had scars like that along that area. It's not what's from. I shot some shit when he was young or something, but it looks dope. It actually does add like that mad character. He looks like a villain. I think it's sick. He could be James Bond villain or something, couldn't he?
Yeah, he looks like he's been marked, so he's just bringing like a special power with him.
Tavarish, I expect you to die.
that was actually quite good of a Russian.
It was, yeah.
And he is literally using the AK. That gun was made for him, the Kalashnikov.
Yeah.
Got the Molotov too. They got all the Russians. Got them all. Although Molotov might have actually been like Ukraine. I'm not sure on that one.
Molotov is Russian, yeah.
I just meant if the person who invented it was. I can't remember.
Oh, I think it's named by him. I think his surname was literally Molotov.
Yeah, I'm saying, is he Russian or Ukrainian? That's what I don't know.
I think he was Russian.
Specific mollies for that position that always cover the
See,
sandbags.
this is just painful for FaZe because that's what that's the 4th round where J Bowen's just been caught out of position. Like,
super hard right now. There you go. By the way, that was better to see it as the reverse POV. It looked sicker. It was probably a very big shot otherwise. Because unfortunately, Netty was watching 3 angles at once, didn't he? And by the way, oh, that's big. That's big.
Hold on.
I mean, we're not just going to rush the air site now, so you got to get the first kill. Oh,
hold on.
Okay.
That's big.
5, another.
Winnable 2v2 though.
It's doable. No kid.
Let's watch Frozen's angle, please. Go on Frozen's POV. Oh, and he did 11. That nade went right next to him. The grenade, the animation even touched his body, bro. Like, what are we doing? That does 11 damage. Why are nades so shit in this game? Right, they've still got a lot of time here, by the way, and they've got 1 kit. But the problem is the first kill's easy.
Oh my god.
You just hide all day if you magic. You got the molly, by the way. He's got the molly to get the guy when he defuses.
Yeah.
What?
He peeked it so early, though.
Oh, he just walked out. Did he think he was running to the side already?
Something like
Or
that.
he didn't realize he's out?
The problem is he had a nade and a molly, bro, in that scenario. Like, I am just not even ever... I'm playing for the... You have to defuse the bomb here. You have to tap it at least. Probably tap it and nade first, then second time molly. Then if you can wait that out, you win.
It was actually pretty good discipline from Jacob because from Magic's perspective, he thinks that Jacob has to be pushing him, but he's not.
By the way,
he's just holding.
Also, if Magic's peaks to his left, he dies there immediately. Like, that's actually kind of ballsy. He actually did correctly sort of mind game what Magic's was going to do. Fair play. J Bowen sadly still not having a good game. He's having a mare, this one, boys. He's having a mare.
Yeah.
He's had like 4 opening deaths.
By the way, if you think about it, if he'd actually turned up in this series, it'd be a pretty close series, but he just hasn't. I mean, true, Donk would probably also have gone way more on map 1 in a normal universe too. This should be around. This should be around, boys.
Money reset for Spirit as well. This is doable.
Opening death again, by the way.
The timing on this. Oh. And you saved 3 guns. This is good. This is good stuff.
Yeah, really great to see, and it's also...
I mean, this is really where we'll see what I said earlier tested, because I said that he's good at coming back into these games, like, when he hasn't had the best of starts, but I'm not seeing it yet.
About the openings, I will in his defense say that he's 4 and 4, so he does have 4 opening kills as well. It's not like he's just dying. He's done some good, but he's in general having a bit of an off map.
Were they what rounds were they in though is the thing, because on all these buy rounds I've seen him die.
Oh no, most of them were first half. Yeah, most of them were first half.
Yeah.
CT side of stuff.
Yep.
An extended tech timeout, not tech timeout.
See, this is the only area he is like Joe Biden, because we were promised that he was the future and that he could perform at the highest level, but you put him on the big stage, he could barely talk in this analogy.
What different looks have we shown? How have they responded?
Where's Kamala Harris, aka Brokey? Get him back in here. Get him back in here, bro.
God.
By the way, here's why everyone who's a Brokey fan, you are a fucking fraud. Here's why. Why aren't you all doing campaigns for Brokey to join another team? Guys, why aren't you asking for another top team to kick their Orpa and sign Brokey? You all said he's really good still and he's a good player. Which team do you want him on? You can take your pick. Would you like him on Aurora? Would you like him on Vital? Would you like him on... You wouldn't like him on any team. You didn't even want him on this team. You're just a fan of his. At least I can admit it. Like, I told the people, when FaZe got bad and people would go, what if they replaced Carrigan and Thorin? I would go, well, true, they could do that, but I'm a Carrigan fan, so I don't want them to, because I selfish.
Yeah.
But they didn't say that. They told me Brokey was good. If you just said I'm a Brokey fan, that's fine. That's fine, bro. That's totally fine. You can be a fan of anyone you want. Just be clear about it. Stop pretending you're analysing the game.
Except for Imma and Jacob and whoever else that we say they're not allowed to be fans of. If you remember.
Yeah, and Ultimate. Ultimate. You can't be an Ultimate.
And Ultimate. Yep. That was an eco bash, but I am
If
actually glad
anyone
to see
didn't
that.
see it though, 'cause we have to explain it here. One of the greatest YouTube comments ever on Lost the Mechanic was a guy who Loz correctly sniffed out was an Imma fan, and then Loz, as a joke, was like, "Oh, you must also be a fan of." It was like Ultimate and who else? I think it was Brokey, wasn't it? It was.
He said it himself, which was the maddest thing. Because I just said Imma fan.
He's basically a fan of every overrated player, and then Loz correctly just said like, "Pick a struggle, bro." It's like,
It was like Shuey, Ultimate, Brokey, like all the worst hits that you
Right.
Yo, Shuey in 2020.
Yeah.
You're picking them up. Give up, mate. I know. Give up. You know what? Sometimes you just gotta let Grandma peacefully go into the night. You can't just keep her artificially alive with the breathing tubes and that. Like, she's not coming back home. You just let her go. Remember how it was and how beautiful it was, and encourage the next generation to take on her qualities. But we really don't have to prop her up like some Weekend at Bernie's shit. I've even realised if I was Maui, that could be the angle because of Brokey Friday. Weekend at Brokies, because every Friday he would carry. Then on the weekend he's doing fuck all. He's just a dead man. Like, here he is. Oh, he's open. Oh, is that? It's just a muscle spasm. Oh, he's opened him. That's a flick shot. He hit him with a flick. With his 8% opening kills attempt. And then even worse, we're all remembering his prime. Like, oh, he's so dynamic. He sort of makes shit happen and plays like JW. Like, he plays like JW now, bro. What are you talking about? Like,
even now,
Not the good
JW might be the better Hopper.
Getting stronger as we get deeper into this map of cash.
Oh. God.
I also
Spirit
do
of actually.
appreciate that people didn't listen. That it never ever did Crim say that he was retiring, by the way. But just because he left Fnatic, everyone was like, "Love you, legend, miss you," and he was like, "What are you talking about? I'm in eyeballs now." Like, no, we don't give a fuck. We're never gonna watch that, man. Like, see ya. You may as well be dead. See ya. FaZe's actually gonna win the map. FaZe's actually gonna win the map, boys.
Yeah, that's mental. That's mental.
See, I'm in a position now where I win no matter what because I said they can win on cash, but I don't know.
And they've got 2 timeouts left. This isn't even ball. If they get to OT, they can use those.
It's not the way I expected, let's put it that way. I mean, Neishu's been doing fabulously on this. I think all flowers to him, right? Like, we've just not seen him put a foot wrong, and it's really made up for the mistakes that we're seeing from Jay Bowen.
Yeah, you know what's the mental part as well? That's when you know that he's a bit screwed when it comes down to the rolls. He's 13 and 15, so he's even negative KD, but he's on like 85 ADR. He's on the highest ADR on the entire team. It's just, you know, some of the stats might not be the best, but he's having so much
all impact kills.
Yeah.
Cobb having a game.
Not done yet.
He is.
Still a dangerous
Tanir
Are
just
we even allowed to get excited?
literally just like an AI rendering of a Roman legionnaire. Like, that's what his. Just put the Roman helmet on him. That's just the same nose, the face, everything. Everything. Mate.
Nasty surprise waiting for Spirit.
I actually see that so much now that you say it. I can imagine it with the helmet on top of the horse.
I said this yesterday. When you see NKJ from FaZe, he looks like the ticket inspector on a steam engine train in 1930 Switzerland who asks if you got your ticket. And if you have, he's like, this way to your booth, sir. You know, like the fucking the private cabin. That he has the same glasses, everything. The little hat on.
Ooh.
Yeah, I made it Swiss since he's German. I wanted to protect him. I didn't want to go 1930s. I went, you know what? Neutral. There are a few Germans there. That'll work. That works. You know, if you bring it together. If you haven't noticed, I've leveled my game up. My old game of he looks like used to be a pig or something, and then it'd be like one of the greatest players of all time. Now I just make like, you know, a cute
persona. Yeah.
It's overtly offensive.
You're just like he looks like he's got an entirely alternative lifestyle, and that's the specific lifestyle.
Disruption it took for them to get here as well.
Good.
12-9. And the
Right, if you don't win the round, the map now, it's on you, FaZe. You are in prime position.
bomb site entirely in the opening right now.
Feels like a very long time since Shiro had an AWP, but yes, in
I wonder what the idea is from Spirit in this round. This just looks like a straight default, right? Like, I guess they're just probing and seeing what happens.
Natu just having a passive spot towards A main from the carpet position. Waiting for
Magic still has fuck tons of utility though. Oh, that's just free. That's free and that's the site cracked.
Why didn't they have a molly lined up for the vent and they just didn't throw it before the player walks into checkers?
This is a
Don't
phase
worry.
round easily.
Yeah, this is the
Wow.
game. This is the game.
Now things get more difficult here for Spirit.
And he's going in for it too. Oh, this is dope. By the way, this is 100% a kill right now. And big
Yeah.
Ooh,
Perfect round from Frozen.
You can't. This is gonna be a really hard flick to land. Oh, Anthony died as well. Like, I'm sorry, I don't think you win a 1v4 right now. You got the bomb, but the problem is you got 45 seconds in Yashiro, bro. Yashiro.
Such a strong start.
Yashiro.
FaZe enjoyers
Mate,
worried at the
they're not
beginning
just
of
going to
this
peek
one.
into your crosshair in 39 seconds and give you time to plant the bomb. You have to do something here, bro.
As they're so close to forcing that third map now.
This is where I wish it was the third map, because then he might actually make a play. Instead, he's just going to fucking lose the map by going really slow. Are you ready?
Yeah. He just at least doesn't want to lose his KD in the
It's
process.
back here, by the way. Oh, the guy's coming behind him. This is over. This is over.
Yeah.
Nice.
There you
yeah.
go. There's the map. Right, here's what I want to see now. Pull up the poly market. Let's see what the odds are by the traders going into the third map. Because the third map was Anubis, remember? It was, wasn't it? I believe it was, wasn't it? Yes.
Yeah, it's Anubis.
Yep.
Which, as I told you, listen, Twist obviously used to like it. So let's see what the poly market is. It's closer. It's now 71% Spirit, 30% FaZe heading into the third one. Here's the question. Is there now an upset on the cards? Is it plausible? What do you think?
I think Cash was good, but I think not. I feel like they beat 3D Max 13-1 the last time they played it, but it's a bit of a different ball game. Now, Spirit have changed some roles, as Les pointed out, towards the start on Anubis. So that's going to be interesting, right? To see how things are going to be with Tenier and with Magix. But their Anubis is generally so good. Like, the only team that's beaten them the last couple of months was Falcons, that was a 14-16. So I still think it's Spirit. I still think it's Spirit.
I'm not going to say who, because even though they haven't really helped me, I'll do a favor to Blast. But supposedly after this game, win or lose, we have a player from Spirit. So I won't say who it is, because if it actually is him, it'll be hilarious. So let's just wait and see if they do. I'll just say, I know who it is, but it's a Spirit player. Because in theory, unfortunately, this tournament, you have to ask before the game's over. So I'm assuming they still will win. By the way, let's just say in a completely separate dimension of predicting games, I did actually pick this to be a 2-1 for Spirit. Because I also, the other thing about Spirit as well is, unless they ultra shit on you with pure aim, they're also a team that definitely gives up maps. Like, I do think they're a team that struggles consistently winning. I mean, you saw the CT side. The end of this map was really unconvincing.
And they've lost the most like predictable pocket pick of all time as well, right? Like I even said from the very beginning, if Cash is in this series, like FaZe actually have a chance to win it and like take it all the way. But
I would say the person who wins from this map actually is the future people who might pick this into them now. Like, I actually wonder, have the Vitalities of the world gone hard on that map? Let's see. This is one of those ones where you might want to be playing it a bit. Because if people don't know, actually, Vitality was a team that would sometimes punish pick the overpass too. So I'd be interested to see if they bring the cash back in. You'd think it fit their style also.
Yeah, I think overall, to pull it back, I would definitely still take Spirit for this, just because like everything we said before is still true, right? Like they can win the cash, but I think the problem is because that first map was Dust 2 and it was just such a dominant blowout. Like imagine if that was a Mirage or something instead. I do feel like unironically it could have been a 2-0 for FaZe. Like there was way more of a chance of that happening. But I think if you let the game breathe and you give it enough chances, like Spirit should just run away with it.
All right.
Donk's not going to stay that quiet for this long, right? He's going to have a map where he just goes nuts.
I'll go to the toilet real quick and make another coffee, and I'll be back. Use the break between the maps. That all right?
Yes.
Okay.
In this whole tournament, by the way, Frozen's just been a bit meh. It's been whatever, hasn't he?
Yeah, he hasn't really been that impressive. I mean, like I said earlier, Jay Bowen was actually like the third highest dual swing player in this tournament, so he's actually been doing incredibly well. Obviously, it's against like who was it, Eyeballers and Dendele or whatever they were called, so it's not exactly the most stellar opponents. But
what's hilarious, by the way, is if you actually want. The second game, I think, is going to be an absolute travesty of CS, complete shit show. It's bad CS. But I'll tell you what, if somehow Spirit loses here, it becomes about 10 times more hype. Like, at that point, by the way, if I'm Mouse, I'm winning the tournament. Fuck it. Yeah, let's go absolutely. And even if I'm Astralis, mate, we can match him against FaZe. Why not? Why not? Put him in, coach.
It's absolutely on, isn't it? Because I do think Mouse are like kind of scared if they do go into Spirit in a grand final, especially a best of 5, right? I don't think Mouse are ever winning that personally, but yeah, especially if it's FaZe, Mouse are probably the favorites in that. I mean, they are the favorites.
Yeah, for sure.
get the timing. He doesn't get the one, which means Dog rotates in. He gets one, but it's not.
I think interestingly as well, so generally Anubis is a really hard map for AWPers. It's not one that you see many AWPers be good on. And Jay Bowen, it's actually like his second best map statistically. Again, small sample size, whatever. But like, it's interesting when you see parallels between him and Ultimate early on, because that was exactly the same with Ultimate as well, right? He used to just be like a map specialist.
Definitely.
Yeah, and that was because, but interestingly, that was because Liquid were really good on Anubis, whereas in FaZe, it's like the team aren't necessarily incredible on Anubis. It's just he individually is pretty good.
I can also,
which I think is a bit more promising.
this is actually a thing. It's 2 years later, so I think I can say this now. When they were having that run in Liquid, and Ultimate was doing like better than expected, and then Anubis, bizarrely, they could win it or like be really close against like Vitality, some of the best teams in the world. I actually did talk to Twists, and he not only was completely aware of all that, he himself was actually really shocked that it kept working. Because if you ever saw it, Ultimate used to just do like super early, like push up on CT side and take a shot, and he was actually shocked genuinely. I think it's because Liquid just wasn't elite level team at the time. People just weren't studying him, bro. They were just expecting him to be like, you know, where the CT AWPer never leaves the site, and then when he would like push out on like the fucking B site, for example, it would blow people's minds, and they kept catching people off over and over again.
I think that's always how it works when you have these, like, not necessarily tier 2 teams, but like the tier 1.5 teams, whenever they are trying to win these upsets against the biggest teams, it's never really like about going pound for pound with your players. It's always about who has the better ideas. Because you're never going to win if you play a default. You're never going to win if you play a normal game. But if you've got some, you know, creative openings, you've got some set strats, you've got some ideas that you want to run, like, that's generally when you see these upsets happen. And yeah, no, you're exactly right. Like, I remember watching those Anubis games, like, very intently, because they did some weird things on Liquid. Like, obviously they had JKS and NAF at the same time, and both of those very passive lurk players, but you would literally see, like, NAF buy a Mac 10 and run up middle on Anubis T side, which is like, how are you ever going to see that coming if you, based on what you know about those players and what you know about the timings? Like, yeah, it is going to catch you off guard.
Okay, so it's way more like he's actually had high highs and next to no mistakes.
Also hilarious, because if you think about it, we all hoped we'd be like the J Boy master. It's actually Nettie who's had the good game so far. He's actually kind of shown himself fair play. Because the other sad thing for him is, first of all, if people don't know, he's still quite young. And also, except for that one Elise Masters event, which let's be honest was a small event, he barely ever got to play at tier 1, mate. He was stuck in that CCT online hell. And by the way, a lot of that roster, you'll notice, it's basically just Kaspersky. The rest of them, they're nowhere to be seen, mate. That roster's sunk into the waves, and you'll never see some of those players.
Yeah, you see that happen quite a lot, don't you? I think it's because the coach came as well, right? Like, wasn't that NKJ guy also on Ents or something? So yeah, so they've kind of pulled out like the beating heart of that team a little bit, if you know what I mean. I think
also that win was a fluke, by the way. The one where they beat Mongols and then Heroic. Like, I can tell you, in the final, Glaive actually did the roll back the years meme and fragged out with like an AK, mate. As all that was ever going to happen. Spoiler, he's a coach now. Like, less than 2 years later, he is already coaching. Not even a top team at that, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah, I do miss old Glaive.
You didn't see the angle yesterday. This is just the angle that's making Maui look like he's half the size, by the way. He is like, you know, a foot smaller, but Vu is really tall. If you ever see the front on that one, they just look that bad. The problem is that angle just makes him look like mini-me, doesn't it? It's outrageous.
Yeah, there are a couple of massive people in esports, actually. Like, you don't realize it when you're just seeing people on camera.
Pretty tall. Because I'm 6 foot, so anyone taller than me, you are actually tall. I'm like slightly above average height, so... Launders is massive. Bardolph is massive. Henry G, fairly tall.
I remember the first time I actually met Launders, it was a bit of a jump scare because it was 2022. I was in Antwerp and I was just there with some friends to watch the tournament or whatever. And we were just walking on the road to go to the actual arena. And I remember I just saw Launders and he was just walking down the street on his own. And he's genuinely like maybe 1.5 times my height. I had no idea what to say to him in the moment. So I just kind of fumbled and was like, oh, it's the second best Canadian at the major. I think in hindsight now, he probably took a bit of offense to that, but like, I had genuinely no idea what to say because the first time you meet these people in person, it's like, yeah.
Nothing offensive about that. Twist is better than him.
True, yeah. But it's one of those where it's fully intended as a compliment, but the way you kind of fumble it out, yeah.
And the problem is, I have a warped perspective on people like Launders, because not only was I in the industry before him. So people like that are really lovely to me. So I'll never even know if they have a diva side, to be fair. But also, he literally, people don't know this, when he first began was like about 12, 13 years ago or something. And he used to just be like Doss, like a fill person that you got on any events. Like he would cast some, he would analyze some. So people like that have always been actually very reverential to people like me and Richard. So actually, I only know that I like them because of how they are to me. I can't actually know how they are to the general, but for all I know, maybe the divas, but they hide it well for me at least. The real people that are morons, by the way, are the ones that just come to people like me and Richard Lewis, and they're just aggressive and divas and arrogant from day one. It's like, again, Monty nailed this years ago. He just said, why would you ever antagonize investigative journalists? They might just investigate you. One of the greatest lines of all time in esports, because the amount of people, but I actually think I know psychologically why they do it. It's because I think on some subconscious level, people like that, not in this case, Lornas, I mean like malevolent people, they can sort of actually sense that people like me and Richard are a threat. And so their paranoid mindset tells them we're going to get them anyway. And so they sort of try to like be standoffish at the beginning, but they don't realize that also actually just, I'm not usually looking at these people. It gives me a clue that there's something to look at. They're like, oh, that's a bit sinister. Who's this guy going like that? By the way, we've only got 2 minutes to go, so we're into this one in a second. By the way, if I am, I also just think, we were in the game. Till late, we were still in the game. We had a decent game, all in all.
Good.
I think Spirit should still have the mentality of a favorite going into this last map. Like, there's no real reason aside from, okay, FaZe just played a map that they're a specialist on that we haven't had the hours in, right? It's like when it goes to a map like Anubis.
This is a map where I need people like NetU. I mean, I have to see who plays what side. Maybe even Frozen. We're going to need some mega like clutches in this one, bro. Because I also think this is why I wasn't surprised, by the way, that they tried to make this work in Falcons. If no one saw, Carrigan had already tried it in FaZe, bro. They just couldn't win it. He'd already tried it, and the reason why it makes sense is this is one of the best maps ever for those literal Carrigan late round, late game calls where you just do the like you're attacking A, you get them in the middle setup, so they shift one guy over to the A site on the CT side. And then you just go B with like 15 seconds left and you get in the site. Like, this is one of the best maps for the switch up like that. So if you are Twists, you're going to have to literally do a Carrigan on this one. I need to see some god tier calling.
Yeah.
It's also an incredible map for those aggressive star opener types, which I do think, unfortunately for FaZe in this, like they are kind of lacking. And Spirit have Donk, so like, how are you gonna get around that?
I mean, let's just see. Is someone going to fuck with that window into the water? There's so many angles you can do on this map.
Also, it's one of the maps that's actually quite complimenting for FaZe's chances, because Nightu loves on Anubis. He's a 124 rated A anchor on Anubis, but they'll need Jay Bowen to have a better performance because he generally has had a bit of a tough series, right? And he's usually their highest rated player on this map. The sample size there is small because they've played 2 maps with him, but he still is the best playing guy, right?
Forget Jay Biden. He should be more like Jay Bieber, because he's just a baby, whatever. I don't care.
To be fair, he's rocking a haircut that could be the one of a teenage idol or whatever.
With that said, I'm not in any way implying that Jay Bowen has been MK Ultra. I believe he just came up in the big academy. That's all.
Okay.
You know, it takes me so much mental fortitude sometimes not to follow up on what you're saying, because I'm like, I'm gonna get myself in so much trouble.
Realize my trick always is go right line, almost cross it. So then if you're like, hey, yeah, and this, it's like you fucked up. So now I purposely left it like that. That's like I threw the dynamite when the diffuse got, you just caught it like, hey, I've got it. I'm gonna have a go. Your arm blows off. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's one of the things.
Poker face, Maui. Don't follow up on this. Just listen to what I'm saying. Don't follow up. Just let it go. Let it explode on its own.
It's one of the things I'm trying to teach myself to do most of the time, because it's like non-native English, and even though I get like 90-something% of every single joke in all of these things, but it's like sometimes maybe I'm going to respond in a way that I don't want to in retrospect, and that could be very bad. So I'm like, yeah, just try and shut up.
Only got
just
a minute
listen.
now. Luckily, they are actually doing the series fairly quickly. We'll do some Q&A between the series, probably. We'll do some Q&A between the series.
Be interesting to see how everything I was talking about earlier plays out in this, because this is one of those maps again where Tanir's kind of been stripped of his rotator positions. Like, he was the mid player on CT side, which is statistically at least the best rifling position, and now he's just a B anchor. So obviously Magix is going to be in that position now. So I'll be curious to see how Magix frags there, if he's just going to play himself like Blitz and these guys do.
Now, Lars, surely this series already is bringing Donk's rating down this whole, like he's going to break, like surely that series, they must already be bringing him down for those 2 maps. What's his number now for the event?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Only played 4 matches.
It's a 139. No, wait, is that updated? Yeah, it is. It's a 139. He's still the highest rated player.
1.5 or something, or 1.7 or something before, wasn't he? So
Yeah. It's brought it down. It's brought it down.
Because unfortunately, when people compare like that, you have to realize the kind of heat save ended 2.5 years ago. That can't go down anymore, boys. We're all making like, he hasn't played the semi or the final, but he's already the same number. It's like, then logically, it's probably going to go down, isn't it, mate? Like, it's not that usual you actually do frag the fuck out in the semis and the final to the same degree.
Or people treating it like it's basketball points. It's like, oh, he's already scored the same amount, but he's got 2 more games to play. It goes the opposite way around.
For Spirit. 80%, boys. And by the way, I can tell you at the major, I thought they actually, considering Falcons looked unbeaten, they played really well in that game. Like, Shiro had a mega performance.
I think a lot of people forget that Tess has overperformed so much in that game, and he was so damn clutch. On Anubis in particular, that was one of the reasons that they ended up losing. There were so many clutches that were going in favor of Falcons. All in all, in terms of the pure quality of the Counter-Strike Spirit, were as good as the team on Anubis, if not better than Falcons in that matchup. And also, they lost both pistol rounds, and it was still an overtime game. So they had slow starts. And Shiro was, as you said, something crazy, like a 27 or 30 bomb or something like this.
I'm curious to see, especially on the T side. And if we mentioned this earlier while you were away, Duncan, but what kind of ideas FaZe have for this map? Because obviously, Twist used to call Anubis when he was on Liquid. He definitely had some ideas then. Obviously, he's been under Karrigan for quite a while, and like some of those ideas have got to culminate together. But it'd be interesting to see how he tries to use an AWPer on the T side, for example, because Brokey, it looked like he was very stubborn in the way he wanted to play T side of most maps. Like it looked like he didn't want to change from how he was under Karrigan.
Maps in the whole game as well. The short range makes it really tricky. Like, don't get fooled by Monacy hitting. He's just unbelievable at close range shots. Like, it's a really hard map. Like, Jay Bourne, you've got your work cut out for you, mate, on this one.
Yeah.
But I just want to see what Twist's idea is.
Think about how many positions, like anywhere in the mid, you can get attacked from 50 angles, mate. Like, the water's a nightmare. They can be everywhere. It's really, really hard.
I think it's generally always been a difficult map to op on. Even when it comes down to just taking initiative, it's like one of the maps on which I think Jay Bowen has less than 10% entry attempts on both the T and the CT side, and that's not because he's a passive oper. It's quite the opposite. It's just rifles are so important on this map. It's very difficult to go for opening picks, as you said. Might not help him. Are they starting? They're starting T side.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's also the other problem. I need them to have a big half if I want to believe they're going to win the game.
Yeah.
Got to get this pistol.
It's still a T-sided map despite the window change. Oh. It's been like slightly pulled down, but still T-sided.
Also, I just realized the mid change, the row change, means that you got a bomb side with Tanir and Donk that you need to take most of the time when you go B. It's crazy.
See, that sounds good fragging-wise, but like, how is their coordination going to look like? That's what I'm curious about.
Oh, they're walking through it. They're walking... Oh, I thought Donk... Right, instantly killed. Instantly. Kill the plant. They killed the plant.
Are they planting in front? What?
Oh, he didn't get him. He didn't get him.
What?
That would have been really big, but he fucked it. Shiro 1v3, but he's got the duels. He's got 2 guns to their 3. This flash can work. You got to take the guy to your left. The guy to your left. Guy to your left. Come on, Shiro, bro. You don't have a kit. This is where I hate you, Shiro. I fucking despise you, bro. You make me sick. Because it's like he genuinely doesn't realize they'd have to like aggressively peek into your crosshair for it to be possible to win. One of my biggest pet peeves, by the way, if you notice, the only things I ever say about coaching, I never pretend to know the game overall better than players. But there are areas that players make mistakes that coaches, this is what you talk about in the VOD review. If you're Shiro there, it's like, bro, calculate, let's pause the VOD. Calculate a normal killing time for this kill here. Okay, let's say he picks you get it in 2 seconds. Right, now the other guy here, let's say you get it in 3 seconds. The third guy, if he waits at all, you can never win the round. Like, one of the number one things I hate is when people don't have a kit, but they let the bomb timer below half. It's like, mate, how are you ever going to win this round? Like, even if you got the kills, because remember, it's the pistol. Getting the kills and then running away is nothing on the pistol, mate. That doesn't help you. In that scenario, when you commit, you got to just go all out. That's one of those rounds where you're not an idiot for just sending it. Just hit W. And it's what you have like a USP, bro. Just hit W. Just try and shoot him in the head. You can even move while you shoot that gun. It's one of the best, aka if you're a CS 1.6 worst features of CS:GO and CS2. I used to like when you had to stand still and aim the gun.
Yeah.
Oh, haha, I get 70% accuracy and I am juking you. This is amazing.
I actually played some 1.6 like 2 weeks ago, and it's so weird because I tried to play it like CS2. It just didn't work.
The USP in that game is unbelievable, bro. You can hit every single shot, literally. But you have to pause for a second to do it. You basically have to do like the counter strafe almost.
It was
Okay.
very satisfying.
Speaking of good USBs.
You can't get the guns is the issue. Oh,
imagine.
Oh, yeah. Because he's got them both in theory.
Oh.
No guns, no guns. This has to be an instant kill. No, it isn't. It isn't.
Man, there's a world where Magix turns around and Night2 walks and sees the back of Zontix and starts walking and Magix gets the kill. It's like that's what I was envisioning there.
Right now, this is where actually these phase players, this is what you need to coach them on NKJ. If you do a sick round like Netu, you tell them, look at the camera and do the like phase up. If you do that, it'll become iconic, bro. I would have every one of our players doing that on some. I'd even be shouting, you know, like when they shout to the team like Huxia, I'd be shouting, phase up, bro, phase up. Put your F's in the chat or some shit. I've just invented that right now. I'd have all the fucking lines. See, my problem is,
did you see?
I was prepping all the fucking shit I'd say in the game, not the actual strats, and I'd never get to do any of it. Like, should have figured out the VOD review there.
Did you see when Liquid were playing and Jorko had that that thing you blow into the party thing? Yeah, that's memorable immediately, isn't it? Like, what a great way to introduce yourself.
Bro, this was a gun round. This was a gun round.
Yeah. Oh, it's looking good. They're getting the good start on the T side that they needed.
This is why you want to be hitting B loads of times, because good old Chiro's going to be looking for that save, mate. He's going to be looking for that save all day long.
Yeah, and also it's as we said, it's a new duo on B, Tenier and Donk playing together. So you're exploiting that maybe.
Twice now they've been caught out, by the way, because on that first round when Tenier was looking the wrong way and the flash came in, it's like little micro decisions like that where you're not quite on the same page will cost you against any team at this level. By
the way, about the party thing that you say about Jorko, I was actually, it's one of the things that he's actively thinking about. He's like, I want to be funny. He told me that I met him at the Comic-Con in Bulgaria like 2 or 3 weeks ago when we spoke, and he was thinking of some memes that he can introduce when he's doing interviews and stuff.
In polite conversation, like, yeah, us two guys who spent our whole lives in esports. So anyhow, I was at the Comic-Con. He was dressed as Spock.
I know, but he was talking about Jorko doing the party thing. Come on, don't try and make it look like that was out of the blue. Come on, there was something. There was a small bridge.
I told him, let's go next time. I'll be Batman, you be Robin.
And afterwards, we went to an anime bar.
Oh, no, please.
Girls. At least anyway.
God.
To be fair, if you're going to pick a name like Jorko, you've got to lean into being funny. You can't be, like, serious. You know, there's no way.
Ugh. All right.
The fly is so sketchy from Spirit, though. Man alive.
Yeah. Imagine the backlash if Spirit lose this series. If they actually lose this series.
Everyone's done that narrative the whole time before they even played a match at something. They cannot lose. They must win. John, the greatest rating ever in CS history. I actually think people underestimate that. In some way, you don't actually want an easy tournament, by the way. You want at least a medium-sized tournament. Look, a hard tournament's obviously not what you want. You want the medium one, because the problem with the easy tournament is then it's more likely you fuck up the game. Because you just think it's one, you're not engaged in the same way. Even when you lose a map, you're thinking, we'll get them on the next map, won't we? When you play against, like, even like an Aurora, you're still going to be thinking, like, we have to close this out. We've got to get them now. Like, you can't go to the third map. So, actually, in some ways, I think how many times Carrigan himself ran through the uber hard side of the bracket, then lost to the whoever in the final, fucking Navi, Joker maps. Well, see,
this is a blistering start.
Yeah.
I notice how they have gone B basically every round, so maybe they know something about a weakness on that site.
Also, Zontix just looks like Giga Chad. Got that like buccal fat shit taken out of his cheeks or something. So they just Giga Chad got too big in Hollywood. Yeah, by the way, there's no sound on the stream. Is there a reason why? Is the producer here? There's no sound apparently on the stream, as in like for the in-game sound.
4-0 for FaZe. It's 0-4.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Spirit. Magix is also 0-4.
A little bit.
Take a guess at how much
Jeez,
damage.
they're struggling though. But yeah, I do agree with you. I feel like this is the most terrifying thing if you are a favorite and you go into that type of a bracket. Because when you look at the bracket on paper, it's FaZe Clan with a stand-in Oper that's been on this level for 1 month. Well, not a stand-in, but a loaned out Oper that's been here for 1 month. A stand-in Naichu who's not even on the roster on HLTV. And then you've got Astralis and Mouse that are both in disarray. And then you've got Spirit. If they don't win out of these 4 teams, they don't win. This looks so bad in hindsight.
I have a theory that basically big favorites, one of the problems is you don't get the sense of urgency until you've almost lost the series. Then you're like, oh, wait a minute, shit, we actually lose this. What the? And then it's just too late then, mate. Now you've got like 2 chances to win the game. Like in a normal game, you understand you have to scrap for every round. You have to get back in the way. The economy's down. We're going to play that correctly.
Yeah.
This, by the way, this round right now is massive. This is the full buy.
It's one of the things that...
Yeah, that Magix has done 0 damage this game or something mental. Like.
Yep.
Oh.
Literally 0.
Nervous stuff here, I think, for Spirit right now, as they don't know.
Yeah, and this is where it really starts to bite you if you are Magix, because look, you're in fragging positions now. So look, Twist is showing you what a real fragging IGL looks like. You don't have the excuse that you're jumping B on Mirage anymore. You know, you do actually have to contribute more if you're going to play these spots.
All right, get ready for the fucking donk 3K.
Very defensive spots for Spirits as far as B is concerned. So really it's Zontix who's the early warning system over.
This is an insta-kill. There you go.
Yeah.
They are going A though.
Now Donk can push water though.
Yeah, Spirit looking to push the main position. This would.
Oh god.
Wait,
Doesn't
oh,
have his gun out.
great timing. That timing was amazing. This is going to shut the FaZe down attack down entirely. Because look how you get the bomb down. 23 seconds. 23 seconds.
With an AWP surrounded by Spirit players, out comes the clock.
There you go. And you saved 3 guns and 1 was the AWP. That was big.
That was a very good reaction with the double push A main, by the way. Because Naichu needed to throw the util to set everybody else up coming out of middle, so they just punish him, and it's so easy to just surround the bomb side after that.
Them on the radar around the A bomb site, Spirit earlier on.
Yeah, it was clever timing as well, because usually when you go for those kind of double pushes, it's because you're lacking space somewhere on the map. But they actually did this proactively after Donk got a kill in con.
I mean, they are lacking space in towards middle, and the 2 players on B are alone, so they needed to make that type of a move.
But it's risky is what I'm saying, because there could easily be 3 players out there, so there was some information that they had that made them think that was a safe
goes
play.
there again, you basically have to instantly headshot him, because he's never going to miss his spray at that range, bro. That is crazy.
Yeah.
It's like Yuki also plays that spot sometimes, if you notice, because like, so hard to ever get in. Like, people don't realize if you can't get in through the connector, suddenly all those B entrance attacks are dog shit, mate. Like, there's 2 people looking at you. The whole point is you have to keep that guy with his head on a swivel, looking like that the whole time.
Yeah, that's why you have the best player on the team on CT side a lot of the time playing connector as well, right? Because you need someone that's going to be able to turn around and just make people feel like they can't go into a fight against them.
Not looking to drop a player early versus
Really hard spot as well, actually. Statistically, it's one of the lower fragging ones, but in terms of the impact that the good players have there, it's like you can't really come up with any stats for that.
This gamble towards A is allowing him
And
to
by
have
the
the
way,
first man over
this
towards B,
you
so
can't go through this. Like, remember, you'll not be able to see as you're coming out the smoke. He'll instantly kill you
see
all.
this round, then respond to that happening. Again, FaZe
They're going to
very
send 2
interested
people here
in
at
having
least,
their
by the way.
personal
So
chats
get
with
ready.
Donk.
Yeah, and he's maybe feeling this one.
Oh, they're pushing. He's pushing B main.
He's going to see someone as well. Oh, that's
Wow.
Like, that was the one where you could just see a little fraction before you got blinded. That's a mega attack, by the way.
Oh.
Worked really well.
Frozen winning that duel was the swing point of that entire
Because
round.
imagine if he dies, then Donk turns around
Yeah.
and now 3 people are
Minding
shooting
his
you coming in that
own business on the
entrance.
other side of the map.
Yep.
Not going to focus on it too much because it is CT side.
It might be happening, by the way.
Position based to some degree.
They're already
But again,
5-1 up on the T
Zontix
side.
and
Spirit
Magix playing turtle style over
have
towards A,
money issues.
completely retracted to B, allowing Spirit to still have 3 to have 3 over towards B. And
It might
still
be
to know
happening.
I mean,
where
more than
they
money
can't
issues.
hold
They've only had one
against
round
the
really where they
surge
looked even
trains.
convincingly in
I
it.
think it's really interesting.
Yeah, the
because
thing
it's
is,
another
if you
round
have
where
money on the
Donk
CT side, like
changed
if
up
you can
position
start slow, you
in
get
that
4
more
or
forward
5
spot
rounds
B,
towards the
you need
latter
to
stages is
investigate,
fine, but they
get
can't
info,
even
is
get
there something
proper.
going on
It's
Alpha?
going to be difficult to get
That
proper
was
buys after this one that they're going to have now, and they need to drop guns.
3,000 and one has 5,000. You can buy, but it's going to be
Yeah.
so. Like the counter util is going to be nothing.
Yeah.
He was fully blind as well. He actually saw nothing.
Yeah, he didn't see anything. It was just preemptive spray and pray.
Massive round victories here for FaZe.
Exactly.
And for Spirit, they've got to start feeling like this is getting to be a really big problem.
Shiro's still gone for his op, bro. They still got him the op.
Great to have an atmosphere.
He saved
Oh,
it.
that's
didn't he?
yes,
Did
you're
he?
right. Okay. Oh yeah, you're right. He was one of the
So
ones
much
that
on the
survived.
line
True.
here.
True.
A place in the
Oh, they're
grand
just
final.
abusing
Oh,
B straight.
look
They
at
heard
it.
the
They're
util in
walking.
canals.
I think they're just going to walk in and contact this.
Yeah.
Oh, you need like a 2K at least there, mate.
Jigs trying to take
Yeah.
the lead.
He didn't even get one.
But here comes a faster pace.
Oh,
Huge.
that's rough.
In they
This
go.
is huge.
Trace
Just
frag
nade.
is not
No
necessary.
nade.
Donk
No
is
nade.
gone
Because they haven't
once
planted
more.
yet.
Daenerys smoked off. How to respond, Spirit? How do you get back into this fight?
I think you have to go through this today.
Locked down time and again now. Once
Now that he's planting, you have to attack this. Oh, that's a big kill where you got the backstab. They've wasted a bit boost timing on that, but so they have to probably just save now. Yeah, they're saving. Look, by the way, if Netu gets one here, it's massive. Oh.
But at this point,
Because if you can get out with 3, it's still okay. It's still okay.
They're abusing B so much, by the way. It's good calling out of twists.
There still is T-side, so
Yeah.
still wants to get back in the game.
One step ahead.
They get
What's interesting about that
Oh,
one
they've
though
got
is like
Donk
it's
in
not
the
like there
duel.
was
That's
Maybe a
the big thing
storyline
for
coming
me.
into this
Yeah,
Sunday is like
it's not like there was even like an
no.
excuse there. Donk just
Left behind
lost
them
a
on
one-on-one
cash.
with an AK.
Like, fair play. Actually, on that one, it
Again,
looked like
it's
maybe
really
Jacob was just
going
looking
into
at him,
this
so they had the
third deciding
protocols
map.
down, but
And it's a good start.
that's a rough one if you
Spirit
don't.
has
Normally,
been a
that's
good
the
start
free kill on the guy
to
inside the head when the guy looks into the site, you know.
And can I just say as well,
It's not like he was
I
even
think as you
blind. There wasn't
pointed
some
out,
like
Oh, no.
stellar
one of the
flash or
most
whatever.
important things
That
here.
In fact, I
broke
actually think it was Jacob who was blind. He was like did that thing where he's like
No
half blind. That's the one problem with that animation. 90% of the time, that doesn't mean they were actually blind. It just means they had like it popped a little bit, but you just a second before it popped, you saw the guy and aimed on him anyway. It's actually why that's another thing about CS 1.6. In CS 1.6, you get way more blind kills because it doesn't do the effect where it deafens you when the flash goes off. You just get blind. So if you still hit the sound cues and you already had it lined up, basically, you can just trace it while you're blind and you get a million kills.
Because seriously, I mean, it makes a big difference if you can.
Whereas this
carve out
big
the
Not
rounds
looking
and
happy in
see
this
the
Of
very
outcome of
movies
that.
where someone,
In just the
you know, when
overall
someone gets
dynamic
knocked out
of
in
the
movies,
movers,
it's like,
the team side is where you can
and they just
pick
wake up
pick
like,
the
eh,
pistol,
Yeah.
put them
And they're
in
tied to a
fighting
chair.
term, you can put the CT side in
Like, tell us
context.
what
Okay,
Hallie's
we're now
fucking
just
strats
constantly
are.
guessing.
What are
You
they?
got all these
Is it
messages,
go
we
kill?
know what exactly
Please,
is
just
coming
don't go
next.
kill. It has to be more than
You're
that. What
gonna
is
suck
it?
into
What
the
does
mind
Shivo
games.
do? Why does he wear the mask?
6-1. Back on the buy
Like,
Spirit.
Perhaps you was wondering, Hallie, why you changed to this position when you were winning, you
Magic's a little
fucking
more
idiot.
forward in that mid position.
I almost
Time.
died.
And again,
Just to change it would be
FaZe
very
changing
painful.
pace,
For
changing
you.
direction,
Like, whatever. Anyway.
keeping
Anyway.
the
Oh,
gap
did you see
constant.
the pop up on the right side?
And there's so much utility
Did I see
behind
what?
FaZe as well. With
The
this
pop
early
up on the
map
right
control
side.
they've taken.
Jacob's got 4 kills. All of them are against Donk.
They can
Okay.
sit on this now.
Jacob,
They
obviously the
can
secret
absolutely
dog
sit on
counter.
this, enforce
The trick
Man,
was,
the-
we could just never
The
play
amount
against
of
also.
Jacob propaganda this is going to start on social media if FaZe win this
and
game.
that's what they're going to be worried about. So they've
Oh,
got to
God.
be really, really cautious. Again, Donk has never peaked for info, this E-box position. Fully
I mean, Jacob's
respected
never going to be a
as
big
well as
numbers
we
player,
are
but at least if he
time
can
again.
do that, if you can just have him essentially man mark Donk, then yeah, fair enough.
Oh,
Proving his
going
worth.
for this, bro. He's flashed himself in. Oh, and again.
Donk so desperate to find a way into this one.
Nah, you
avoiding
didn't
the
win that one,
flashes
bro.
and this
You
time
didn't win
holding
that
his
one.
ground.
You didn't win that one,
No one
bro.
behind it on this occasion.
Jay Bowen, wait for this
What
peak.
other
It's never going to
options
come, by the
are
way.
FaZe waiting
It's
on
never
us,
going to
Spirit?
come. Never in a million years going to come. You got to know who those
Crisis
two
to
players
come
are,
in
bro.
this
They're not
position.
peaking shit. What are you talking about?
Bowen has his angle now.
Oh, this is
why
winnable
do you have
still.
the attack? They're just going to split here. And if they do, these two players with 30 seconds left, all they have to do is sit down and spray people down. Like, it's doable.
Accepted that it was probably going to be a B off the E-box aggression, but now they know what's going on, and there's 20 seconds.
And
to
surely
play.
Tanea has the
Zero
fastest
posted onto
rotation
the
ever
A1
right now.
position. You feel like Spirit have everything.
Second you come in, he's going to be in your
Tanea
guts,
could
bro.
have a part to play if he can get
You just have to go straight for it.
Oh! What? He collapsed.
bonus for him, and that's really going to shut down the round now.
and you just train outwards on. There you go. You won't be attacking that site again soon. I'll tell you that much, pal. Get the fuck out, man.
Back to trying to abuse B. See what they did there? They've been abusing B the entire time, and they're like, yeah, we're gonna try and kill Donkey Connector, and then we're gonna walk middle to A. Jesus Christ.
It's weird though, because I don't know if the
Can't win
idea.
that duel because, bro, Donk also has amazing spray. So yes, he has to move to take the flash, but he's just instantly back on you.
I don't know if the idea was even to go A there. It looked like if Twist won that duel, that they were thinking of pivoting into B.
Yeah.
I mean, it's always a possibility if the con guy gets the kill, but they were already walking up middle, so they're leaving themselves open options.
Of having Twist be the IGL. That is an example of like exertion calling. It's like, right, when I get this kill, guys, then come in, because remember, that's what the stupid entry guy thinks, the aggressive rifle. Like, if they just went faster when I got the first kill, we'd have won. It's like, you know, the CTs do respond to what you do, bro. Like, teammates can't teleport there. So no, I'm with you. If he'd got that first kill, I'm pretty sure they all just barrel through here, and then they probably do the fucking boost as well. Like, yeah, everything. It's not working now. Well, is it, Jacob? It's over. Over. You're not countering now. Now you're just counting because all you are is statistic to him. I'm going to do that thing where I pretend I'm Doc, not just I'm also just watching him going, shit, I can't do that. Now I'm going to do a thing like, yeah, but I said he's good, so that means like I'm him. That's the weirdest thing ever. By the way, the weirdest critique ever from Zebu fans is when they go, huh, yeah, well, he's won all championships and gets loads of money. It's like, you're not him. That trash talk doesn't work unless you have done more than me in your respective area and got loads of money. So, like, you're right. He's way better than me and you. But actually, here's the bad one, Zebu fans. In terms of in their field and money, I'm closer to him than you are to either of us. So don't worry about that, pal. You're, no matter what me or Zebu do, you're in the cheap seats, just eating the cheapest peanuts ever going. Wish I had some real snacks and I was in the game, but you know what? Thorin's not as good as Zebu. Because it's like the best one is when they do it on Twitter. So when they go, ha! 200k followers and you only got 100 likes. It's like, you have no followers and no likes. Like, by that logic, you are a bot. What are you doing? You're basically a guy. I'm all buying an Audi. And then you go, you're homeless, literally like drinking fucking methylated spirits. Then you go, Audi? Zero has a Lamborghini. It's like, you're in a cardboard box. What are you talking about? I'm drinking a Merlot and an Audi. Yeah. I'm not on champers in a fucking Lambo.
And then try to figure out how to pivot onto one of those two.
And the joke is, I would have said, you know, Zero's getting his dick sucked by some fucking 10 out of 10, but he's actually just some homeless guys doing it for him. That's even worse. That's why I reject all homeless. I say you have to have a house to be my fan. There you go, new position, new elitist position discovered.
Yeah, you gotta own a home to be a Thorin supporter.
I'm a fan of that Twitter saying, you know, everyone can hit the rich. Do you have the courage to hit the poor? That's.
Oh my god.
Yeah. I'm with it. I'm with it. Yeah, exactly.
But it's looking a lot better now.
Yeah, it does.
Also, here's also, guys, logically, here's the banger I've been working on for a while. I was going to use it on a show. You know, I always joke that every time Vitality loses or Zero has a bad series, his fans rush to shows like, look at this Faceit game where he dropped 37 kills. Yeah, here's the thing, boys. I think we all know why he's tryharding on Faceit nowadays, though, innit? In it, though, bruh. In it, that is.
All right, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, bro, exactly. He is trying to get awesome Faceit.
He's in that era, is he?
Yeah, because it's like that shit where you're trying to show off for beer, you know.
Yeah. Most players go through that era. It's a normal thing.
Some early util dumping from Spirit and Mid.
What's mad is there's a literal music festival next door to this that you guys can't hear it, but there's like a mad bass lines rippling through the wall.
Really?
Logically, I can see why they have the music festival. It's a middle industrial area in the middle of nowhere. You'll have no sound complaints. By the way, next door to this arena is also like a local football ground or something. So this area, because it's in the centre of the island, must just be where all the shit goes, where it has to be noisy, you know. Promise you guys can't hear it, but I can literally hear it inside my head, like just some mad, ridiculous bass line like that.
Are you hearing the bass from inside the arena?
Hang on a minute. And what did I tell you when it was like 5-1 or something? Boys, they're right back in it.
Not really sure. I think.
God forbid you lose that pistol round phase. Also, I can tell you right now, I know what people like Twists are like. It's done already, boys. Because he got 5 T rounds and was up like 5-1 or whatever, in his brain, it's like, we could have won it, but we tried to execute the... whatever. I can't fully do it, but you know what I'm going for. Like, the
Yeah.
But that'll be
We're
hard
very
with
good,
a few
and
pistols and a few pieces of utility, full
the
phase and
faces,
round 11.
we
They'll
are
keep money
good
in the hole
team.
for a-
He's also, I like the way,
try and
I like
have
the
a
way he's
lead
got
at
all the
half-time at
Nordic region in there.
least.
He's got like a bit of
See what
like
they can do
the
with this.
staccato
Waiting
Swedish
with
style, the
the
sing-song. Then he's got
incendiary,
the
but he's
finish
gonna
like,
get utterly decapitated.
but they just have to
What
breathe
position is
after
left
every
for
fucking
Spirit
word. To be
on
fair,
team?
some of their words have like
Looking
17
awkward now,
consonants
but
in them
there
in a
is
row,
help.
like,
Two players there
and
at least.
vowels that don't
They've got some
exist.
good
So
angles.
that is one
There's no
thing.
smoke here.
That is
This
one
is a
thing.
problem right now for
Any
FaZe.
Bit of German
like my
influence.
opinions, well,
To get
whatever.
close, open ranges. There has to be Trace Natu. They want to take down Shiro, but they haven't found a bomb point.
I should
yet.
do my own stream where I do
Now they've
geo
got space
guessing,
on
but
the
then just
side.
roast the shit out of
Malaka's
whatever
going
country
through
it
problematic
is.
Natu through the smoke. Or inside the
That's the
smoke.
unique
Able to-
content.
Able to dodge that one. He's
I like the way
going
that's
for
the
a
other
run.
esport
Straight
that
to the other
Launders
side.
does. He does
It doesn't
CS
look like
in
they know.
geo
Yeah,
Spirit
yeah,
realizes
I
that
saw that. I
Natu's
saw
going
that.
to
This
win.
is
Is
it's
that-
so.
Never know if he's
How do you
annoyed
cast
or
the
he's
game that just spawns
I
you
don't
somewhere
know.
random around the world, and you're like, oh, what is he looking at? He's looking at the sign. Oh no, he's looking at the ground.
One time on the Four Horsemen, I even made this point. By the way, don't worry, if they actually do something like it here, we'll watch. Because Netsu is a good player for this. Problem is the 18 health, obviously, in it. That's the big problem right now.
They've got a smoke. If they
I feel like if you're Tanir, you go in first, and then Zontix baits you and you in the round, surely. You're going to check all the corners, check if he's on the cylinder.
They have a smoke for the bomb as well.
Smoke onto the bomb.
And you gotta go fast now, though. You got the kits, but you got to go fast to draw it out.
Yeah.
Gotta be
They
careful.
should know he's aiming.
Oh, surely.
One on
Oh,
the
he's
bomb.
just going to stick it. Oh, he's got it. Bro, he's going to get it.
Oh,
What?
He doesn't have.
He's got it, I'm
It's gonna be
afraid.
close.
He's got it. He's got
I
it.
think he's got it.
He's got it. Yeah.
0-19.
Got it.
He waited.
By the way,
as long as he
that's why
possibly
I'm
could
also not a
to
proponent
drop
of
that
having those
diffuser.
visuals on the
Great
screen.
work
Because I don't
from
know about
Nate,
you, but
but
I have
still not
I
enough.
have a really good eye for seeing like when that's going down. I can always sort it out.
Yeah.
I actually think it's better for the viewer if none of us have that. We all just have to go, holy shit, because that would be mad hype there, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
As he falls back, that he could potentially, get a few bullets in there for the fight, but it's just
Oh,
not
he's
quite
tilted.
enough milliseconds the difference.
Jesus.
Milliseconds the difference as we
All
step
right.
into the final round of the first half here.
No, I even said on the Four Horsemen, as someone who is
Zero
autistic,
with
I've
an
never
orc
understood the hype of watching that famous guy play GeoGuessr. It's
Yeah.
just weaponized autism. He's just mad,
Yep.
or
An
he's
unwelcome
just
guest.
doing some like the numbers, Mason. The number. It's your mum's house you were born in, but
Again,
was
matches
changed in the
played
1970s
closer
due
to
to the
eight.
economic
Tonight.
situation in Pennsylvania. Yes, it is, but what am I watching now?
right
I'm
towards
just
mid.
watching you like fucking Stryker's son in X-Men 2, like control them, Danny or Webster, Billy or whatever. I don't fucking know. It's outrageous. There's not even a game. I can't guess because he just saw it in one. He saw 2 pixels and guessed where it was. What's the game for me? I need clues.
Yeah.
Remember, it's like go down at you. That guy actually sees like a leaf and he's like, well, that is the type that's eaten by the fucking ladybird from Poland, only in the winter.
Yeah.
You're outrageous, mate. Get out of this fucking game. You've ruined this game. You've ruined it.
It's literally.
I have some
My
friends.
analogy would be, it's why the game Among Us was so short-lived. Because at the beginning of COVID, when nobody knew how to play it, it was really fun, wasn't it? Then you have that mate who plays it 700 hours, and he knows that you're faking like tasks and shit, and keeping like a mental note of all the things you've done. It's like, I can't even play the game now, mate. You've ruined it. You've actually ruined it with your autism. You've got to keep. Here's the thing: if there's one message I want you to take home from the stream, guys, keep the tism friendly. Keep it friendly. Don't weaponize it against your friends and family. Weaponize it against the government or something. That's not an official statement of the stream, but if you're gonna do something good with it, fight the power. That's all I'm saying.
We asked if they could do it, and I think they've answered that question already.
Anyway, mental health awareness coming up in November, everyone. November.
Yeah. No, that's one of these moments when I just shut up.
Don't worry, it's all good.
Last chance
Yeah.
hits that shot.
Shiro's actually going for it though, bro, because it is the last round.
You have no choice, do you?
And that's a 7-5.
That he must like wake up in cold sweats thinking about those situations. Last alive when you've got to go for it.
We'll see what happens.
It is a 7-5, which I guess very fine for Spirit. It's very good recovery. I still think they've got it the second half.
5-6-1. They were down something outrageous. I think it was 5-1. Wasn't it 5-1 or something?
Yeah, it was 5-1.
Yeah.
It's a one-shot gun. So it's
It was,
Yeah, it could have been way more of a
It was
blowout.
6-1,
get the credit they do.
and they get 5 rounds.
Not anyone can do it.
You just can't rely on Jacob getting those entries that often, unfortunately. Like, it was kind of a miracle he got the first, like, 3 or 4.
Okay, legendary AWPers. Let's see what it is.
A top AWP is the player you're going to remember because they're going to get the best highlights. They're going to be really, really fast.
The Monacy, okay. Shiro. Shimu.
Molodoy.
Oh, boy, okay, I couldn't see him. Torj already. Already, come on,
Yeah.
bro. Why have you done that meme with all the fucking the US troops going and then Torji's the clown guy? Like, I'm going in too. Black Hawk.
All right. Now they're showing real.
Torji in the category with Kenny S. Where's Guardian?
No, they showed Guardian and JW. I think.
Yeah.
Fair. Even so, bit Pasha's better than fucking Torji. There's a million people better than Torji, bro. What are you even talking about? Skadoodle's better than Torji. Yeah, I said it. I said it. I said it.
I'd agree.
I think all by yelling is not easy.
Yeah, give him space.
This is already quite idiot. No.
Yo.
What are we doing? This isn't legendary personalities. Legendary AWPers.
Hey man, if I'll just say, they've shown Cadian and Torji. If they don't show Cirque, I'm leaving. Show Cirque, come on.
At least, by the way, I'll give them this. At least Fallen had the SK jersey on. Okay, I'll accept that. That's acceptable. That counts. He was mega back then. I don't want to see Fallen now in the Furia jersey. It's the reason he just didn't use the gun anymore, man.
He's someone who is so passive on the AWP that
I love the way no one's even put 2 and 2 together. Wait a minute. So Furia's like a world beater when Fallen isn't AWPing. It's almost like he shouldn't have been. No, I can't finish the thought. Never mind. Thorin's wrong. Thorin's just wrong. It's not me. It's Thorin, of course.
Yeah.
See, Thorin? Aha! You said Fallen wasn't good enough, and he gave up all the resources and became the least important player on the team, and now they win. You were wrong. It's like, well, you got me again, guys. You win again. You win again, bro.
It is funny because I feel like when you make a point like that about any player, people are like, good, bad, extremity. It's like, if you say he wasn't the best AWPer, that automatically means that you don't think he was ever a good player or he was ever impactful or whatever. It's like, you need to be able to identify the qualities in a player, right? They're complex.
3 years where he wasn't as good a partner to case out as he needed to be. But now, because he's just got way less of an important role and he can frag out, suddenly it was fine the whole time. It's like,
exactly.
Anyone who said cut him, we meant cut him as a star, obviously. We didn't know he could play this role. In fact, if anything's the concept, why wasn't he playing this earlier? What were we doing all those years?
Yeah, exactly. It's like he was always a good in-game leader, and now it's part of being a player as well. It's like when you're not doing that well objectively in what you're doing, you can try something different. You can try proving people wrong. It doesn't mean that you were phenomenal. Also, another thing that I love was the fact that when he picked up the rifle and they started winning these trophies, it's kind of like a lot of people just came back and they were like, oh, see, he was always one of the greatest ones ever. It's like, what are we doing here? What do you mean? There was a reason he picked up the rifle and he became an anchor.
Put it this way, a lot of people haven't noticed this. That's Maui's hottest take. The second Furia got good, Maui boosted Fallen, no joke, to like something like top 4 in his all-time rating of IGLs or something like that. So he just skipped like every fan, like the 8 years in between or something like that. Like that just didn't exist apparently. It's only now in the SK Illuminati EP. That's the only one that counts.
A lot of people are doing that though.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
But it feels like Spirit have moved through the
It's a massive pistol for FaZe, though. If you win this, so big. There's a kill. It's a fade away. He didn't get pushed off the site, which is tough. This is tough.
Yeah, they're playing retake A.
Like, watch Twists now, because if Twists dies early, this round is going to be really hard. Oh, this is such an aggressive push, though. On your own.
Alone.
Why is everyone going one by one? This round's cooked, by the way. This round's actually cooked right now.
They don't have a kit either, so Spirit just had to play the time.
That's mental, bro.
Charging his way, holding the lines, and he's got
0 falls. That's listen. You have now. You can have a real discussion. Is FaZe going to upset this game, bro? They are 5 rounds away from a win. And in theory, sure, they're going to get a minimum one of the next 2. By the way, if you are Spirit, I think you have to be forced by now. You can't let the game get out of control, surely.
The only issue is that you didn't get a single kill, right? So even if you force like
Tech 9 rush or something, you know,
yeah,
maybe.
They got the bomb down, so I think they will force no matter what.
There you go. You got the Galil for Donk. You got the Tech 9. By the way, Tenia is an unbelievable Tech 9 player too. So watch this.
Yeah,
watch this. You got a lot of utility, by the way. You got fucking mollies. You got 4 mollies. We're going big this time, boys. Oh, even better, they're going to peek out. They're going to double peek out on a flash. They didn't spot him.
He's heard him.
By the way, the angle's going to be decent to go behind them here.
Yeah.
Oh, this is actually not bad, believe it or not. This setup's decent, because if you can draw them to fight these guys over here. Yeah, by the way, they think it isn't just B now. So you can actually go water to connector. You're going A at the moment, slow A.
You need to do something towards B. I think that's why Magix is going towards Tenier.
Because Twist is ready for that fast A rotate already.
They could go into an execute.
Yeah, Twist is generally really
So
good.
perhaps in this position, we assume it's a hard A.
They are reading B.
Got more tools for it, more mollies.
But I think Twist kind of knows. He's suspicious of middle, but
Yeah,
that's sort
but, oh no, he wasn't leaving. I thought he was actually going to do the fucking long
in
rotate.
this map of Anubis.
Yeah, I think they're kind of indicating that they are looking
That's
to
some
take
early
control, but
counter
they're going
util,
to A.
though.
Oh,
timing on that.
that's
Right,
actually a great timing on this one because they
It's a
decided
good
to go
block.
back.
I'm low-key surprised Twist hasn't like tried to peek water or something like that just to see what's going on, you know?
Doesn't see anything.
I think he knows they're on a bad buy,
Oh,
so he
no,
doesn't want to be the one to give away a
miss.
gun.
Be more or less. But he's really put himself in a committed position.
Because here's the
If he
thing,
drops
do
it
they
to
check
Bones
this
alone,
or not?
he's clicking
Feels
his
like
time
they
out,
do because they're
surely
going to send
be
2
heard.
people.
Is this some kind of bait setup?
That's massive!
Oh god!
Wow.
Enormous! That's actually enormous! And they didn't lose anyone. Whew!
They called him
Magic's
the
been a bit
spirit killer
baity.
on the desk, and honestly,
Yeah.
There's a kill though. There's a kill.
Magic's will take down J Bowen,
Problem
but
is you need to
players
get
in
the bomb down,
position
you're probably
now
not going to be
to
able
defend
to.
the
If you could
site.
plant here, it'd be
Molotov
massive.
there to eliminate some of those positions, but Magic's with everything to do.
Use the gun, mate. You got a fab ass.
No time on the
Yeah.
clock either.
Tech 9's better, I guess he thinks.
And it-
Oh,
Man.
that's an enormous round.
It's been such an impressive series from Nitro as well. He's so solid all in all. Impact is through the rooftop. And it's so weird because the numbers don't really show it. I mean, on Anubis maybe they do, but look at a triple, man.
Doesn't matter what it is. Natu is going to deliver.
Listen, man, the French gun on Natu is a bust, as far as I'm concerned. Look at the graveyard there. Very shallow.
He has been really impressive with
indeed.
these
That
anchor
is a
multi-kills
big
specifically.
test.
Like,
And
even
he
if his
had the
impact
French
isn't that
gun
much
again.
on the T side,
By
like,
phase, 9 to
French
5
gun
in the
again, yeah.
driving seat.
This time he didn't whiff with it, though.
Are in so
The
much
opposite.
trouble. They've got the hero rifle onto Donk. They need a miracle. Donk is a miracle. Day to day on the server.
This feels like a frustration round for Donk. He's just hero AK and just run it down. Try and find something.
He's eaten so many HEs in this entire series, Donk.
I mean, it's what they do usually on these types of rounds.
He hasn't turned up
And you might
today.
wanna- I mean,
Hasn't turned
does
up.
he give the AK up?
Nope.
I don't think anyone else has armor except Zontix. Very difficult position here, looking for that just singular pick. Oh,
It's
look at
also,
that.
it feels like a lot of them are slowed down because Tenier had a very good performance on map 1 as well. They are a little bit more checked out, I feel like. And you can tell by some of these moments where in the post plan, for example, they would go and peek 1 by 1. Not really on the same page.
This is one area. Listen, I don't care that Zontix has 100 health, Donk. You have to have the AK there, bro. Or at least give it to today, for fuck's sake. What are we doing? You have a Glock. You know they have armor and head armor and everything. Like, what are you going to do with that? Like, triple tap him in the head or something?
Oh, no time for the util now. And again, he's
This
got to hold
flash
his position.
keeps
The
you out in
rotation
theory.
is on the way,
Get ready for the flank.
so nothing too concerning there. They don't have.
Ah, he haven't
Did he
even
get a plant?
Yeah, get the bomb.
That's great work.
Oh, wait.
But in so do Spirit. Still trying to get that bomb planted.
J Bowen's
They
on
didn't
everything.
plant.
That's an ace. That's an
Criminal
ace.
that they didn't plant the bomb there. That is actually criminal.
And it's an ace
Yep.
for J Bowen. The guy's just casual up there by himself.
Like, I think one person has 3,900 because of that.
Did they tapped it because they thought they would just FaZe would just try and run them down, so they wanted to go for the fight.
But you have to realize, again, this is another game theory concept. Because you have that many people, you just don't think, yes, you know what? It's like entering a site, you can't check every corner. You have to gamble that one corner you don't check. And that if he isn't there, you save 2 seconds and then you win the round. So in that scenario, this is why I hate when people come off the bomb every time someone peeks it. Yeah, every now and then you have to stick it, bro. That's the only thing that'll also make them check as well.
No, they had to, because they even had Magic spend money to put Donk on a hero AK. That was priority number 1. Just get the bomb plant. That was a good sequence though. That's sick.
Yeah, he got an ace from that. The first 2 were really impressive as well. He had really slim margins to get
As
those
of
kills.
right now, why wouldn't they win the fucking game? Why wouldn't they?
No reason.
Yeah, this should be a win game.
Look
right
at
now.
the first buy of Spirit. It's so dreadful. They have 2 flashes.
Also, for the whole game, Magix must have an absurdly low damage for this game, mate. Like, yes,
Yep.
I mean, those 2 kills were about all I've ever seen him do in this game, it felt like.
Margin for error is small.
And we're making a play. We're making a fucking play.
To feel that the victory is very close now.
Magix is on 30
They must
ADR.
not be afraid to.
Also, what a
if they
bizarre
want to.
game. On this side, there's been nothing
to
about
win,
fighting
hopefully not
connector.
to
That's normally
lose.
like a main part of the
That's how
game.
catastrophe happens.
They're so horny to get in this A site, though.
Presence on the team becomes extremely important in these types of
Like,
spots.
finally, they're going to go back and go B. And finally, Donk's actually going to go and fight the
Spirit
connector. Okay.
against the ropes.
Yeah, this is sort of Donk's bread and butter. Like he always has these default routes he likes to take on the T side of each
Can
map.
attack, so get ready on the timer.
Stralis and Miles will be watching this.
Maybe a boost as well.
Oh, they're doubling con. This is great.
45-second push.
They're about to
Oh,
get flashed
wait.
through.
He body blocked him.
I can't believe that worked. I can't believe he didn't die, but neither did the guy in front of him. That's crazy. Oh, it's worked because they pulled him out of position into the molly. This should be a Spirit win.
It's the 3 versus 3, and you got Twist.
Bomb goes down. Oh, they're scared though. They're scared there's someone still hanging around. This is actually the other round all over again, but with guns this time. That didn't do as much as you think. That didn't do as much as you think.
No.
Donk is still in a really powerful position, by the way. There you go. Yeah,
God.
now don't worry. Spirit wins this one.
They're so low.
And believe it or not, finally, FaZe is actually economically formed.
God.
Yeah.
So let's.
No, that was a really good idea for
Spirit.
Spirit.
Going and up now. There's actually a window for Spirit to get back in the game. Let's see if they buy him the AWP.
Oh, they should. I think
That was
they-
actually-
They had someone on 6400.
That was actually a strat that Carrigan popularized, where you basically group up like outside in that actual connector smoke, and you have a guy throw the flash through, and you just try and isolate the fight on the con guy. It worked well.
Yeah, perfect, really. You know, getting that timing where the T's are just coming in. Maybe someone has a nade in their hand.
And remember,
Oh, wow.
10 is the new fucking 12 from MR15. 10 is not a fucking win, boys. That's still a decent enough. As long as you get them under economic control like this, that is decent enough for you to still play if you're the T's.
It's interesting that they didn't get a hero rifle on anyone because they know the T's don't have a lot of money. They're just keeping Frozen on 5.8k.
Thing is, though,
So it's basically a free round for Spirit.
Every time, which is just lean towards it. This time it should work. You'll be able to walk in with the AKs, get the bomb plant. It's really hard to retake that with pistols. This is just fake shit. It's just to make sure no one can be here, so in theory you push them back. You never come into these doors ever in a million years, by the way. But it does look like you rotate to go B.
See how long they can keep FaZe on 10 rounds for.
There's no pressure on them to finish anywhere now. They can just probe.
Oh no, Shiro's going back to A. Hero's going back to B.
They're not committed.
For Twist and Co to absorb.
Today I should really do some fake shit. Now throw the nade or something, mate. Throw the nade at the window or something like that.
And this round.
Oh, this is good actually. This, if he gets this kill here, I think he actually delays the rotation 1 second. Everyone's in B. That's good. Like this should actually be a clean round right now, by the way.
Yeah.
Because you've even got your nade still and a molly. You got the Shiro molly. Here's an example of where even though the scoreboard, it was 10-5, said FaZe is way ahead, just the economy is what actually evens the game up. This is why CT side is so hard to play. If you ever lose that control, it's night and day, mate. It doesn't matter what the scoreboard says. You're going to be struggling for buys every time. And sure,
They're fully hunting this as well.
You know, you've got a clear favorite on paper, but the way the game is played.
because think about it, you're only going to get the lost bonus for 2 rounds in a row. So there's going to be a couple of people that are going to have limited utility, or maybe like 2 people off kits or something.
Yeah, they're still favored basically because they're team Spirit.
And you're not even getting kills here. This is wild. Oh, it's easy. This is easy clap. Easy clap.
Really crazy as we see here.
There's one gun. There's one gun.
AK.
You don't get it. You don't get
It's
it.
really crazy here for me,
Golf
James,
clap.
because again, you know, FaZe they have a couple, you know, players
Ridiculous.
that have way less experience in this kind
This
of
is that
position.
thing. What you should actually have done,
Spirit is
Blast,
one
is
of
if
the
you
most
go
rock-solid
downtown
teams in
anywhere in
professional
Malta,
Counter-Strike.
you'll hear loads of
And
fuckers
you're in a
speaking
position
Russian. There'll
to
be a load of
sort
Russians
of
here. Get them in the
and
studio.
scoop
Get them in
up
the
all
studio.
BRS points, but you go to a finals.
Yeah, they
There's
wouldn't be
three
doing the
players
golf
and,
clapping.
like, that
I even
is
arrived
so
and heard
much
that
on
the second I came. I just saw some white people. Like, oh, I wonder if they're British, because there's loads of British people in theory. They were all just bloody Russians. And then even worse, I was in the elevator, and then the person didn't know it was one of those ones you have to scan the card to go to your floor. And there was some Irish guy. Listen, this isn't a stereotype. He seemed drunk with his girlfriend, and I was telling him, you've got to scan the card, bro. And he was just like looking at me going, and he didn't scan his card. And his girlfriend was like getting really frustrated because he couldn't press the button. And I was like, you've got to take the card out and scan it, bro. And then when finally he did it, his girlfriend goes, why didn't you listen to the man? He told you to scan the card. And he goes, yeah, but you heard that accent. They're always joking when they got that accent. It's like, yeah, I'm a bore. Or actually, maybe you didn't think of the right historical stereotype. Maybe me, an Englishman, was telling you what to do. And if you'd have listened, we could have all gotten along. That's all I'm saying. Politics, baby. I'm here all week.
Heading towards the minute mark.
Okay.
Spirit
All right.
spread across,
All right.
the map.
You don't need to know about that, Ted. You don't need to know about any of that stuff, mate. That's
No,
some shit
no, I know.
That's 1,000 years on the west part of Europe, homie. You don't need to know.
No,
about
You just need to
I know.
know.
Why are you talking to me like I've not studied history? I know what you mean.
You don't need to know anything about
The
that, bro.
WP to see a mid-cross.
You don't need to know that
from
It's
the
funny
formation
because
of
to
Max
English
in that
people,
first
Oliver
half.
Cromwell's like a freedom fighter, you know, fighting against the power.
Maybe
To Irish
Yeah.
people, he's Darth Vader, bro. You have to understand that. Like, he's on some crazy shit if you know those guys. Like,
Right.
it's all good. Not really my guy. I'd be more of a cavalier. Much like my casting
Frozen
style.
falling back on 8 into a rotation
Ooh!
position. Jacob drops
Okay.
it. We've got problems.
Outer,
Frozen
homie.
has to deliver.
All
Hold
right,
on.
so Donk finally started winning fights against Jacob.
My donk. The answer's
And maybe the
Yeah.
break has worked well enough.
Here's the downside, guys. Remember when I said it like 9, 10, 5? This is a winnable game. I actually think now it's a 50-50. I think Spirit can win this one now. This looks like the comeback, doesn't it? Because again, the economy's just going to be in the toilet the whole time. By the way, you better not lose this fucking orb.
You
better not lose this orb. Because you have to go for it, but that's you got to save the orb now, bro. You can't go for it. I'm sorry, you just can't.
And he doesn't want to lose this AWP. Cannot afford to do so. There's no money left here for FaZe. Oh, the timing on that one.
And fair play to Shiro. You actually should try and scout this out if you can.
Yep.
Got away, so it's fine, but with your money now, there's another thing I hate in the game. Oh, I hate people who have bank and they just save and don't chase the CTs. Like, bro, attrition is the most underrated aspect in Counter-Strike.
You know, we've seen so many tests for FaZe, their new roster, their younger players in terms of how long
close
they've
to
been playing
50-50.
this
They just
top flight
technically
Counter-Strike.
soft
They've
launched
delivered
my
versus
straight
Spirit,
fire
and now
Irish
you
accent
have
there.
that
It's pretty
lead
good.
slipping away.
Pretty
It's a
good.
different kind
You
of
know,
pressure.
and you have to
Your hands are
understand,
big
like
coming
the
up,
French
and it's
one,
another way
I'm not
to-
even trying to
to
be
test the
polite.
measure
I'm
of
intentionally
how much you
doing
can
all the
deliver
ridiculous. Hey,
on a
top of the
stage,
band,
facing
do
your
that. I'm
opponent's
putting all
best.
of that shit on it there. Exactly.
Exactly.
Exactly. I'm not even trying to be polite with it. There he is, look. Can I see your tickets, please, sir?
They were presenting util to kind of
Yeah.
say we're trying to clear
I get-
position towards a lot.
I hate that description so much now because I can't unsee it. I can just imagine him with the hat and with the bag.
Just the troubled French youth that goes to the youth centre. He's playing air hockey. You're hoping it keeps him out of trolls, keeps him away from the drugs and the streets.
In the B-side proper,
Right.
so that's a strong round from Spirit.
It's the way he's trying to actually take it seriously. Right.
To ensure
Right.
there's a gap here, 'cause they-
I'm just trying not to.
I'm,
like you said earlier, I'm trying not to follow up.
yeah. Do not indulge in a lot of this.
Now the round's on. Look, Frozen's going to peek out, maybe.
Looking to boost off of his teammate, I thought. But Donk has
The hero orb.
managed to escape the
What can it
situation.
do?
It's a cool
How much
boost.
he hold
It's
here
a nice
for.
boost.
He
I
needs
like
to
it.
find some
Yeah.
impact somewhere.
The only
His
problem is
teammates
there haven't been that many
have got
boosts
Smoke and
by
5-7.
Spirit,
A
so
great
I
combo
don't know if it's going to
today
catch you,
and cause some
unfortunately.
problems. But again, it's the
Like,
big
I have to
gun
say, this
that
is
I
probably
think
the round
needs
where you
to
should have
adapt
just
more
gambled and
quality
put him in the B site and just hope he shoots people when they come in the entrance, but the problem is you feel like an idiot if they go away then. So they're playing for info, and Donk, by the way, as usual, just goes to his normal spot. He's got that controlled already, which means he can do anything he wants. They're already sending Shiro back to check out the flank.
As the partner, make sure that Jay
Still
Bowen
loads of
gets
time.
opportunity
Still
to
loads
do
of time.
something.
We don't have to do
Comes to
anything
that
yet.
position, but
Donk's throwing.
have the B hit coming
This is a
off
nightmare, by the way,
on
taking these
side.
mollies. Look how this pushes out.
Spirit trying to get in the
Oh,
slow game,
God.
trying to cause
Yeah.
damage.
Everything's on fire.
Jacob's just dead.
I don't know how
here.
you can possibly hold the site right now. by the way. Can't hold the site against this. This is too much to ask. That's a big op shot. Fortunately, didn't get anyone coming in though.
Can't take too many
Oh,
shots
he legged
through that
him.
smoke.
He's got him in the wall.
There's
That
a
was through
tag.
the wall. That was through the wall.
His teammates are still
Bomb is
alive,
down.
still skirmishing
Ah,
around, making the way
unfortunately now
through
it's going to be
that
really
flank.
hard to get
Jacob
in.
has these spaces
Yeah,
They've
to
all
they
got
don't
this
have a kid.
complex shit. You got us, we got
They have
that
a
shit.
flank.
Still posted up. There is a flank on the way from Twist.
Yeah, but he's
also.
not going fast enough is the problem at the moment.
Tanir gonna need a reload soon.
Remember, they don't have a
Wonder about
kit.
the timing. Twist
That's
is
the
in
problem.
position to punch
That's
out,
big.
but it's a
At
one-up
least
onto
we
Magic.
have to
do.
think.
They're really compromised.
Tanir's
Jim won't
uncomfortable
bring
now
it
as
to
well.
play.
Maybe
make
the
a
block
play.
is a little bit awkward, but I
No,
think
that's it.
that
That's the round.
Spirit
You got to
will be
save the op.
fine. Jabone doesn't want to
Yep.
go to the point of no return. He needs
And
to
again,
hold on
look
to
at the
that
money,
AWP.
boys. Look at
So I
the
think Spirit
money.
will be okay
Also,
for
the
this
reason that one was sick
but they
is
might lose
you
a
see
little
how
more.
insane it is if you can't
But
hold the
again, maybe
connector.
not.
Donk just got to throw a molly and a grenade over there, right on top of your guys' heads. You couldn't even hold the best spot that you can have on CT, basically.
Like you pointed out.
And by the way, that whole Jacob counters Donk thing, that was a cool story 20 minutes ago.
Scrambling a bit. Are the gaps to be taken advantage of?
It was also so funny at
Rushing
the
to the
end
mean.
where Zontics want to run away from the bomb side and then Shiro's just standing on the doorway of connector not letting him cross.
Now positioned to have a full buy.
It was terrifying.
Jay Bowen, who has kept that AWP alive round by
Yeah, because
round.
he knows he's open to B main, but
4 rounds in a row
Shiro
for
isn't
Spirit,
budging. He
which-
likes his angle.
Again, some of these rounds have been crap for FaZe. They haven't
Alright.
had the tools to do the job. So you've got
If
to take
FaZe
it
don't
with
win this round, they're in
with
big
a pinch of
trouble.
salt.
This map has already
Yep.
changed. It's shifted.
Anyway, let's see what FaZe have learned. and what they
Yeah,
decide
realistically,
to
if
do.
FaZe
Also,
lose
why
this,
is
they should
whenever
just lose the whole
Spirit's
map.
losing, I always look at
Set the pace
Magic
as we
stand
saw
like this
FaZe do in
fucking
that first
fraud.
half.
And when they start winning, I'm
Again.
like, oh, it's kind of cute though, isn't he?
FaZe coming into
That
this
kind of-
absolutely fearless. But a lot of
You've got a bit of a love and hate
Yeah,
relationship going on.
you just wanted to fucking squeeze those little cheeks, or shotchki, as they call them in Russia.
All right, all right.
You don't know
I'm impressed.
life I live home. You don't know shit, Ted.
I'm impressed.
You're establishing a
I'm impressed.
type.
No,
it was
it's
VSM
good.
yesterday.
And I keep,
It's good.
All I'm saying
The
is,
pronunciation's decent.
eyes, pretty eyes. That's his swag. That's his swag.
Okay.
the presence in mid has pulled J-Bo in
Average
out of
calling.
position where
But
he's
you listen,
kind of in
believe it or not,
a
calling not the
moment,
main thing I go for
wondering,
in
which
cute
has
guys.
taken, you know, almost
I
taken
say
them
leave the
out
calling
of
to me,
position.
sweetheart. Pat him on the head.
Yeah.
A big game
Yeah.
player for
At least you're
FaZe.
pretty.
So we'll see how that one
Exactly,
develops, but I don't
exactly.
expect
That is
us to
something.
stay
Dog makes it feel like it's going to be a B play, but it's actually A.
It's also why I don't mind
Challenging
context.
Eagle,
You know what, mate?
attracting
Keep playing
attention.
CT side. Shut the
And
fuck
it
up.
will
You've
fall
already
onto
done both
Natu.
those, by the
He's
way.
had the pass so
We'll
well.
handle it
Deep
inside.
fragging
Get out of our
Tess.
way.
His,
Just look
scorecard's
good.
pretty
You know what?
good.
Just look
The
good while we're
mechanics
doing it.
still
How about
remain.
that? You're the lookout, Zontics. Just look good while we're doing it, mate. We'll run in and rob.
I couldn't possibly believe
Oh,
Great
you
flash.
can't do shit
Great
against
flash.
are there.
You can't do
Zero
shit against them. Also,
didn't get
Donk
into
really woke
position.
up in this second half, by the way.
What else is there to
Like, he
do?
gets the
2
first
on
kill every
4.
time now.
Maybe the decisions
Yeah.
have been
Anyway,
taken.
He's still
what do you
negative
think?
as
But
well.
when they
He's
lose the
somewhat
start, isn't the
opening
game
with,
cooked for
again,
FaZe now?
a
You need some
tactical
hero
in that
now.
Yeah.
far back on B.
It
Weren't
is.
really in position to
Both
make
And if
sides,
you're-
plays on B
you run
or
over as
A.
well. You've got nothing you can do.
And again, J-Bo
If you're Spirit, you hunt here, I think. The moment that you realize they're not playing for the round, you have enough money, and every single gun you take away is so big. Straight flash.
Yeah, it's almost
Ban the
I
stupid
think
Adnan guy out
you
of the
think
YouTube
about
chat, by the
survival.
way.
No, this is going to be a tough one. So much time left here. You got to win the battles. Frozen.
I wanted some Indian guy just spamming the same thing over and over again. I'd tune into a Launders cast.
Those are really important kills.
There you go.
Not allowed FaZe
That was
to
both a compliment
save
and a
in
diss.
such
My
scenarios.
best work is usually
Yeah.
like that, you know.
And in case you thought he had them on a notebook, he's not even at home
That
now.
is
So
impressive.
it's,
Yeah, it's really impactful. There's a
Yeah,
lot
they're
of
also
money for
remote
the
as well,
teams
which is
as
mad, isn't
so
it?
yeah.
We'll see if that matters or if it's too late.
There he is.
How many rounds are left?
Decimus Meridius
The crazy
Tenerius.
thing, or very difficult thing right now
Hell yeah.
for FaZe is that one, all the rounds that they won in this half.
There he is.
have-
Look at
came
him.
after
It's like,
winning
yep,
the
that's all right.
pistol, winning
Yeah.
against the force buy, winning against the eco.
He's
and
a
then the rest of the
gladiator
actual
into
gun round,
poetry.
FaZe have not claimed a single one, so that's the first fact. The second
Just
fact
reminds
is
me of that
again,
Monty Python
they're very
skit
close
now.
to
The
winning
like
this
biggest,
series and
dickest
going
one if you've
to
seen it.
the finals. And
Ali's
they're in a
just the
situation
guy
where they
who,
need to
like, you
actually-
know, because imagine him in like a
need to
World
make
War
read
II
and get
Soviet
aggressive.
outfit. He's just the
You know,
guy
Yeah.
who's
it's
like
one of the things we're
communications
seeing
guy. Who's
here.
like, I cracked the
Yes,
code.
we saw
Comrade,
Phoenix,
I
for
cracked
example,
code. We
setting
get.
or
They are
showing us how
coming now.
strong
They are
the
attack
meta
our
right now,
flank. Like
playing
he just has all the
aggressively on
fucking
CT side of
the
it, as actually
ideas.
is.
He's
And
the
you can't
ideas
get
man.
scared if you're
The
FaZe. You
engineer.
have to take risks if you want to win. And
He's
I
telling
think
everyone
for them
else
that
that
they are going to
Zontics
not
go under,
find
Bob
the
Ryan.
right risks
Under,
to take.
under.
I think when they're out of position on their CT side and rotation is required, that's where Spirit are. Sometimes they're at their most punishing. When it's like, oh god, I've got to get over to the other bomb site, they're just
Girls.
standing there waiting.
Bro, this
Okay.
and it's just
10-5.
free. They
This was
close down the
10-5.
round in those
Yeah.
scenarios. So again,
Yep.
I
They
don't
missed
think
it.
they
But
can
you made
have
a
their
good
backs to the
point
wall
when it was
in these
10-5. It's
rounds.
like the moment that you
All
reset the
versus
CT
Spirit,
money, it's
all tied up.
Just
things
why I
things
think
start
that
moving
was
so much
All eyes
quicker.
on FaZe.
The issue was that was the best possible
bring the
point for
pendulum
FaZe,
back
but
in
that's
their
exactly
favour.
when they've lost the game. And by the way, anyone who's thinking, oh, they were so close, unfortunately, that's exactly when you expect the underdog to fuck the game up, unfortunately. Meanwhile, for
Yeah.
Spirit, this is how you bite down on your mouthpiece and fucking go to war, mate. This is real shit.
Dog making noise gets
Like, the people crying the most now aren't FaZe, mate. It's all the mouse players watching this game like, bloody hell. I thought we were
They
playing
do need to
FaZe
take
for all the
work he's
money.
doing for FaZe in this series.
I mean, this is looking good though. FaZe have a full buy here, and they have just taken out Donk
Notice
immediately.
now, because they're just overrunning the sites. Netu can't even get in the game, mate. He can't even get a fight, can't get a clutch, can't get nothing.
And you've got two players aggressively positioned for FaZe on a long right now. There's 3 force outside of the map in general, and so this is the kind of stuff we're talking about. Get information, and that's going to
There you go. There you go.
That's a
Something-
2K.
That's something. You have to make them think about it now. They aren't just going to hit 3 people on the B site, like, but...
They've delayed on the other
Right,
side
for
of
all
the
the
map as
util,
well,
and we're just going to
taking
send it.
control
Shiro
away
will be coming
from
last.
Spirit at
In
a
case you
crucial
don't know
time
who Shiro is. He'll be coming up the flank.
when it's not too late.
Where's Magic's going?
I don't know, mate. Because this is...
rotated
If he's
across
really
as
going to
well
go
from
connect
Mesa,
it, this is
FaZe
such a mad
might
timing.
have
He's gonna
position
go get
to
nades
have
from
a defense here,
stairs?
but it's going to be hard. It's always tough
Is
on
that
them.
what
But
he's
there's no
doing?
time for this.
Seconds, that's the
Limited numbers for
problem.
They've got 30
Problem is,
seconds.
Frozen shouldn't even pick this. He should just let Jacob play off Jacob's calls, and you just
He's
shoot
going
him
through con.
because this AWP is dead instantly if he just plays off the
Curious
call.
how things develop.
The main issue
That's
here, but
unwinnable.
Disappear.
do it now. There's still a molly on Frozen, by the way. You've got the incendiary.
North of 5. Do they run in and die here? They're threatening
Don't
the
let
push,
this
but surely they
work.
can't
Don't
get
let it
through.
happen. No!
Magic
Bro,
comes
you know,
through,
if
they're
you
trying
got
to
that
get
kill, I think they
something
would have
done.
actually got in and won the round.
Frozen has to decide where to stand. 2 seconds.
No time.
Just
You
about
can't
making it
plan.
expensive then.
But here's
Yep.
what's mad
As
though.
Magix and Shiro stand at the
It
end of
doesn't
the
actually
round,
matter right now,
there
but that
is
economic
money
damage
for
is not
Faces
nothing.
under the
You still got a
The
few
famous
guns at the end
tribute
there.
of
That means if
Spirit
you win this
for
next
now,
round hard,
but that could be a
on the
pain
last round,
point in these
It also
races.
wasn't really very convincing for FaZe. Like they got the 2 openers, but they made it. If there was more time, they probably lose that round.
To be fair, in
which isn't
FaZe,
great.
in FaZe's defense, when there's like 10 seconds on the clock, you don't expect Magix to run through connector last second and for them to go and fight
why
for these
it's
kills.
so insane that Carrigan pulls off those calls all the time because
Yeah.
it's calculating the time. That's the hard part. Because Magic had a good idea, but yeah, he was
Yeah.
playing with a 3-minute timer or something. Mate. Like his problem was because he didn't instantly get the kill on that guy, it couldn't work. Donk, has he ever lost the duel here for the last like 10 rounds? It's ridiculous. That's just a free
To be
open
fair.
every time, and the second you kill one B guy there, then they're spread out on the site. They've only got 2 people now to walk.
He has started bullying Jacob in towards connector. At the start, it was the opposite, but
Right, Nephew is gambling out on the rotate. But the problem is
Yeah, this is
right, they're
dumb.
already there. Oh, J-Boyne. Here's the problem, mate. You have to save the gun. You just have to. Look at the money. Like I told you, those 3 kills weren't nothing at the end of the round. J-Boyne got to save this. By the way, if I'm Spirit, I don't care what our money is. I would send 2 people
Yeah.
after the football guy now. It's just we've got so much time to hunt him down. That's Thorin. Rush him. We're going to get him, by the way. He's going to get got here. And it's going to be so sad if you're a FaZe fan. That's so sad if you're a FaZe fan.
yeah, they don't have money for an op.
Like either Spirit wins regulation or it's OT. Which are we going for? Place your bets now.
I think Spirit just winning regulation.
As well on for. I think they win 13-11, and even worse, if
Yeah.
you are like twists, you're going to be like, we were so close. It's like, yeah, get in line, mate. Just get in fucking line, mate. That story, the story's a million years old.
Waiting for that post-match interview, being like it was just some small mistakes, some small moments that were the difference. We could have easily won. This is the classic.
Calculated risk of a buy. 2 smokes, a few guns.
It's the hope that gets you twists. That's what really kills your soul, brother. It's the hope. Especially now, here's what's even worse. Are you ready for my prediction? When Spirit win in regulation, then Twist sits and watches Spirit destroy Mouse 3-0. And in his brain, it's like, we could have won the event. And it's like, well, you couldn't.
Yeah.
You know, I can see why it's... Listen, I don't even blame you. I'd tell myself that too. I'd hype myself up like that if I was you.
Yeah, it's like 9Z saying, oh, we beat Vitality in the group stage of the major.
Listen,
So it's kind of like we could have won the last 2 majors.
You almost did it, just like when you try and pronounce a word. You almost did it. It was just at the end there you fucked up a bit. Went a bit pear-shaped at the end, didn't it?
Not that there's that much in the first place.
What do you mean just when you try and pronounce a word?
Because he has that strange international accent, doesn't he?
Ah.
He sounds like
Does
an
it?
AI attempting to do received English.
Imagine if you had a kid, that would
Yeah.
be very interesting. But Jacob,
It's just because like he's played Face in Europe for so long.
That's the one thing. It's like, to me,
And even his liquid team were all Europeans as well. And national yeah, he's just in, bro. By the way, this is why I'm sure you guys know the guy Cadril from League of Legends, right?
Yeah.
He is a total Brit, but he has a really weird one like that because he actually, I think, also went to like an international school in Spain, and then he's just spent too much time talking to people of every European stripe in League.
Right.
So he's also got that weird like Swedish twang, even though he's a totally British guy. So I've always found his accent a bit weird too.
Yeah, I think there's just certain people that it's very... There's some people that is almost impossible to tell where they're from. Like, you can tell that they're native or non-native, but it's very difficult to tell where they're from.
Was this a call? When it was 10-7, I told you. Spirit's winning, and I told you it's either OT or it's a regulation win. So let's see. J-Boyne, I need something, homie. I need some players. Do you have the players?
Where is he?
Give us the players.
He's on B.
You got to get creative.
Yep.
Oh, they're playing double op with twists again.
No, they swapped them out because obviously J-Boyne was playing A before, so they're trying to switch it up in the hopes that now if you do the B attack, you can get the entrance guys. Unfortunately for them, Donk is probably just going to take the connector, and it looks like they're just going to tilt and go A. They'll end on A at this point.
Is up to some shenanigans. We had 4 ops in the
and
last
Twist
round
is,
of regulation.
I really don't.
as no one told him, almost no one ever comes through those doors, mate. Spirit just doesn't do that.
See the boost attempt there to get that line for Shiro. Very dangerous there, avoided by Twist. Just less than a minute now to make the move, and it's been very quiet for the last 20 seconds.
It's still a B play.
Util going into B, and it's going to be B.
I think this double AWP is just really going to come back to bite them.
Oh.
Because that's done. Now you can hold both sides.
How do they respond? The
Oh,
ball's moving away
Chiro
from B
actually
all
for
of a sudden.
once is going to come
It
through, and
is
Twist might get
Native.
this kill.
I'm not
The
gonna
off
say
angle is
just
really good.
on the
This is
A bomb
really
site.
good to fire against Chiro here.
Much more defensive position.
Because look, they're going to go
Again,
A as the
keeping
ender.
position open.
Tane's just going to
Again,
fuck around and
rotation is
distract while they
needed,
do
but
the
you can
A.
see that there are Spirit plays looking to creep through mid.
He's throwing everything.
Can that be expected?
fighting
Twist is
him.
walking back.
Shown towards B.
The thing is, if they do go A and they end up in a post plant, those double ops are going to
Look at
suck.
this. Look at
He
this.
should get a kill.
16 seconds, Magics. You have to go on the site, bro. That's massive. That's the bomb.
That'll do.
That's the bomb. 10 seconds. 10 seconds. Netty just has to get this one kill, by the way.
He has to stay alive. But
Oh,
Shiro
he's
will
missed
stand
him.
across with that
She
bomb
was
into the
planting.
chaser because there is
Do
a
not let the bomb planet die. No! Oh, no, they've blown it. FaZe has blown it.
Small window of opportunity.
Oh my God.
Made it to 64.
What?
That'll do.
Let's see. Frozen, do something, mate.
Man, there's no way Frozen gets that kill.
No. They're losing an OT. He's got a kit, but he can't get a fight here. How do you ever get a fight?
Man, this is mental.
They can't say they didn't have a chance.
How did they lose this round? That was a 5v3 they had, by the way.
By the way, that's also why when it was 6-1 first half, I did say it is T-side Anubis, to be fair. You got to remember that. You have to. I know it looked mad because we're all used to if that was like Inferno. So, oh my God, look at this lead. Like, nah, that's just T-side, bro. That is just T-side. And let's be real. This is where, if I'm not Twisted and I'm in FaZe, I have to say the following. Bro, it's actually a lot less impressive to have the big lead, then blow it at the end. It's a lot more impressive to win late and then win the game. The latter is what championship teams do. The former is what upsets almost happen, but then don't, and then you have every story in a bar, you know. But same time, props to Netu for some players, some big one. Jacob had some decent players last half, basically. It was only really the last half let them down in the game, wasn't it? Only really that last half.
No, those were some of the questions that I guess people had about FaZe. I thought with Nitro and with J-Bone it was good. J-Bone had a couple tough moments on the first two maps, but towards the end on Anubis it felt like he was picking it up. Nitro had a very good series all in all. That was a good side.
He was in a really rough spot on that last round as well. I know it looked a little silly from his perspective, but like he knows that there's an AWP coming through mid. He knows that that guy can be holding him, so he has to try and like basically gamble that he picks the timing to peek out on him where he's trying to cross, and fortunately just didn't. But I don't know, even though it was like a 4v2 or whatever, like the spacing was just not there because so many of those players were just stuck in mid or on B still.
Oh, by the way,
Right, I really need the toilet. Am I good to leave?
I mean, in theory, after this, they're going to bring me a Spirit player, so we might have a little interview.
Okay. All right.
Have a seat for him, so I might have to stand up. We might just stand up for it. Might just stand up. Wait for him to come. Let's see if they actually deliver the person. By the way, if it's who they promised, it's going to be fucking banter, bros. I'm just waiting to see if he actually confirms he's coming or not. We'll just see, because it'll be funny.
Right.
I'll ask him for some funny shit.
How are we doing this? You've got another headset for him?
Yeah, there's just one here. I don't know if it's on. I'll have to figure that part out.
Okay.
So when he comes, though, I'll try and figure out how the headset works. Hopefully, my producer can help. It's probably just going to be pressing something on this thing here. Like, look, test. Is that working? Test. That isn't on, is it? It's on. It's on. Because I was banging it on the table, so it is on. Okay, that's all good. He can come then. Right, we'll see who's going to come now.
Oh man, it's a bit. You remember the Frozen conversation we had before the start that it was a must for him to play well. He had a bit of an off series. It was tough. He was on 25 kills on Dust2 and Cash combined, and then on Anubis he didn't really break through as much either. I guess it was slightly better, but.
What's that sound? Like, just got sound. What's that?
Yeah, I
also want to get your thoughts on Cash because I know you would have expected FaZe to go from it. They've been very strong earlier into this match, even from when they first.
I hear Duncan a bit weirdly now.
Yeah, hear me touching the mic.
Started to struggle a bit there. Is this just lack of reps on the map?
I can hear it.
Understanding of how things.
Oh wait, do I have to press one of these buttons? Oh, I don't know about that. But... Wait there a second. Which one's mine though? What am I pressing here? There's like 4 sliders. There's 4 sliders, but they've also got a button on the top each, and then there's like an A and a sound mute one.
It is the.
Let me take turns. I'll press them all one by one, shall I? Did that turn anything on? Is that better? Can you hear me now? Is that doing anything?
Running out of money, and it's kind of
What a-
difficult. And we cannot like have utility or have an ideas, and we were like just choking.
I don't know what I'm doing right now.
You didn't choke. You
I don't
got
know
the
what I'm
win. You're
doing
through to the
Let's see
grand
when the
final.
guy does. Maybe
Spirit fans on this side of
Because
the
I can
river.
also-
Anything you want to say to them, Magics?
Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys.
The microphone of Duncan does sound different, by the way.
Yeah, yeah, like way quieter.
That's sad because I pressed the button.
Oh, now it's good.
Oh, it's back.
Yeah.
It's just changing the settings in Discord. We can see it right now.
Okay.
As far as I know, it's going to be me on this roadcaster thing, not you. I don't think you're going to impersonate anything, mate.
Okay.
Even I want to you, and then I'll have them change thing here. I mean, I can hear it. Right, when the guy, I'll bring the tech guy over if they bring the person.
What is that? Bounty bonus. Oh, I saw that yesterday.
The thing where you win like a £20 gift card or something.
It's like a casino roulette. Bonanza.
What actually is the bonanza?
I don't know.
Who knows?
I have no clue.
Because I know someone spun this the other day. I think it was Zontix actually.
Yeah,
And he was like, "Oh, I was hoping for the bonanza."
I mean,
Yeah, you saw
from the
that
way the
clip of
Bonanza
Don
one's
behind him.
written, it looks different to the others. So maybe that one's like you win some epic
Yeah.
shit, you know. See if this person's coming or not. We're just waiting to see if this interview's coming or not. Yes, I'll try and get the tech guy. Because actually, the one concern I have right now is what you're doing right now, which is how do I get 2 mics into one Discord? Is that even possible? The problem is, like, he hasn't brought the guy yet. So if he brings him back, currently the tech guy's here. So if they bring the interview, then I'll ask this guy how you do it. Because remember, we've got time. Also, when you do it, by the way, if we do the interview, immediately also take that video separately and upload it. You can even do it on my channel if you want. Who knows? Because we may as well just put that out immediately since it's after the semi anyway, innit? So we'll just put that out tonight on our channel. That can be today's video if the person comes. Because I was promised the person win or lose, and the theory they've won. So let's see if he's coming or not. All right, mate. Yeah, I'm supposed to have an interview now, but I don't know if he's coming. If he comes, I'll need you to help me figure out how to make this headset work. It works, but I have to get it to work through Discord for my call.
Okay, so
When the guy, if he hasn't come yet, if he comes, then I'll ask you and you help me. Yeah, I'm just waiting to see. At the moment, we haven't brought the guy yet, so we'll just wait and see.
they
We'll
hit
just
the
wait and
bonanza.
see. What was Bonanza worth?
Let's see. Oh my god.
A very excited James Banks.
Very excited.
Oh, he gets a Doppler knife.
All right.
Like
Oh,
800
okay.
euro or something.
And a VIP ticket.
Isn't that like a really expensive knife? That's
Yeah, it's a
200,
huntsman,
right?
so yeah, definitely.
Team dinner with who?
I don't know, just a DE
That's the
restaurant
problem
on
when
it.
it says, does he get a team
they
dinner?
are winning. Oh, it's not
Right.
the fans that are winning it, it's the players.
No, but everyone wins, bro. The whole point is the player wins the same thing as the fan.
Right.
So I think he gets the Doppler, and then I think the team dinner goes to Tanae's
right.
the idea. I think that's the premise. Because
So
by the
he
way,
gets
it's
a
pretty
huntsman.
mental if you go to get to the team dinner with Spirit. Also,
Yeah.
you're just some Western
Yeah.
guy there speaking Russian, but I'm gonna. You're like, what do you think about FaZe? Like, Bliad, speak to Amerikansky.
Yeah, but
Говорить американский.
okay.
Or wouldn't it be like, нам надо говорить американский?
That was close. That was close.
The problem is it's hard to conjugate verbs in another language, bro.
Yeah.
Hard to do it.
I think
But
it's
like
like
English, I learned a long time ago. As long as you get it close, they know what you mean. They know what
yeah,
you mean.
yeah. I mean that's what I've been doing for 6
You
years
just,
with
you
English.
just gamble
Yeah.
on the verb, don't you? Just gamble. You just gamble. This was the clip like that fucking netty one. It was fire, wasn't it?
Yeah. It's a shame that this was the last time that they were able to do something like this,
Oh,
and
it
then from
was.
that point on they
I mean,
got
that was the end
farmed.
of the game, yeah, basically. Yeah, they just got plowed after that.
Is this round, by the way? I think it was the 10-6. Yeah, it's the 10-5 round that they won, where they were also low on HP towards the back of the side, but then they just started farming them, even though they were like 20 HP on 3 players.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like FaZe actually had moments from each individual player. Like Jay Bowen actually did fine, especially towards the end.
I mean,
but-
I'm going to say it again. This whole story that was at the beginning of the year of like, it's just a frozen 1v9. Mate, has he ever done any 1v9 in these games? I've been watching both of them. I haven't seen anything in these series. In fact, I even wonder if he's trying to like accommodate the new guys or something and play a bit more passive or something, because he hasn't really farmed in these matches. It's been all right.
Yeah, he's been a bit quiet this series.
just been
Yeah,
all right.
not just the series, this tournament.
See what I mean? Just ended 40-40 in the series. By the way, Donk actually ended the series with 39 kills and 47 deaths. They're the most deaths in the server.
If anything, that's a good thing for Spirit, by the way, because Donk had Donk didn't have a good day and they still won the game.
Oh, there you go. You can also, you as fans can also join in and win shit based on that spinning the wheel thing as well.
I always wondered with those like drinks in the fridges behind them. Are they allowed to just go and take
In
them?
theory,
like that
not,
aluminium.
because like those will probably be from the green room. They are allowed to drink Red Bulls on stage, obviously, because it's a sponsor. But I would actually normally they say don't take it out the fridge because obviously the problem is eventually it'll be empty, won't it? So usually, by the way, they have 1 million Red Bulls backstage. I can tell you if you go to the canteen and stuff. So it's probably more like there for sure, Alu. That's also why he asked, though. To be fair, that is indeed why he asked.
Exactly.
That is why he asked the eternal question.
So they are actually just for the commercials.
Quite literally,
He was right all along.
Usually it's like the one in the front row, yeah.
They look pretty cool. Sadly, I feel like they're not bringing the interview they promised them. Then again, though, they haven't brought anyone else up, so it could just be that they're going to come in a few minutes. So we'll see.
Right. Yeah. How much time do we have until the next game? It's like 29 minutes, 30 minutes.
The thing is, I would assume it's going to be reasonably quick because it was a 2-1.
Yeah, it's 30 minutes on HLTV, it says, before Astralis and Mouse. That's not too long. That's good.
Oh, I think I'm getting someone here. Let's see.
Yeah?
No. It was someone else. It was someone else. There was a player came in, but it was someone French for the probably you-know-what stream. Let's see if I'm getting someone. Oh, here we go. We've got Magics. Right, perfect. Right. Can you ask the tech guy to come on? Because I need to figure out how to get this to go through Discord. Yeah, I think he was over there. Yeah, I just got to set up the sounds, mate. Good job. Right, I'm just gonna get the technical advisor guy to help us make this work. So just wait there a second. Yeah, no, put it on. You can put it on. He's gonna help us with this. I'm not a technical guy, you know. He'll figure it all out for us. Right, we've actually got Magics, by the way, guys. We're just waiting a second. Come over here a bit. Yeah, I can hear him. Talk now.
1, 2, 3.
No, I can't hear it.
Sounds good.
On the stream, it only hears my mic. One of these, maybe. Wait there a second. What are you saying to me? Oh, it's working. Wait, talk a second.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Can you hear him?
Yeah.
Oh, we can hear him.
Yeah.
Perfect. Right. Can you see him on camera? I can't see anything right now. Get this out this way so I can see what. No, not you. Sit down a second. Sit down there. You can sit down there. Can I borrow this chair a second? Yeah, thank you. I'll choose. There we go. Are we all on screen? It's all on camera?
Yeah, you're good.
Right.
Looks good.
It's me and my old pal Magic here. Okay. First question. Did you think you were going to lose on Anubis?
At some point, for sure.
Looked bad, didn't it?
Yeah, it was looking insanely bad. Yeah, and you know, we're kind of used. We have had like a lot of the times we have been being put in position like this, and you know, actually, you know, we had a one pause from Halle, and you know, there's not so many things you can say on this.
Sure.
Yeah, of course, because if you are on that scoreline, you tried everything. So he just asked us to bring some more energy, just give it all, everything you have, everything you just do your best, do whatever you want, do whatever you can. Yeah. And you know, at that point, I felt like, yeah, I mean, unless we lock in and step out our game, we're going to get fucked 35 by FaZe Clan.
True. Who wants that?
No
also,
one.
On the end of this game, people maybe don't think of Spirit as an Anubis team. That was quite good. Like that was a lot of late hits, a lot of aggressive B hits. It was good. It was good style, tempo change.
Yeah. Because like we had the role changes on City side. It's we have changed main near to make me more comfortable. playing city side, so I have like more information and I can do more decisions and like rotations wise and whatever. And yeah, on the T side, we actually have been prepping the map for the last couple of months because it's a kind of map that everyone is dodging.
Yeah.
And you definitely want to keep that being great at great level to play competitive because you have a vitality.
Sure.
Who is not an Anubis team.
Yeah.
So we might go for it.
Oh, true.
Yeah.
Yes.
So yeah, and like being down 10-5, I don't know. I don't think I have ever had a game where I've been speaking that many.
All right.
I mean, I locked the fuck in. I was not there like in terms of kills, like shooting on Anubis.
Yeah.
Like I was hitting the
You had no damage.
peak
Yeah.
on Dust 2.
Okay.
Yeah, but on Anubis it was kind of difficult because I missed a couple of rotations or
Right.
they died too early or whatever.
Is that why on the T side you were like playing back a bit to try and read the map a bit?
Yeah.
Right.
Playing back of everyone.
Yeah.
I was just bringing the ideas. I was trying to tell like multiple people like each step like
Right.
and yeah, there was a lot of words and I feel like my throat is kind of tired because sometimes
Okay, write your own jokes. guys.
Sometimes it's easier,
Sure.
sometimes you're losing and I mean sometimes we lost like with not me locking in that way, but today we have shown like great resilience.
good
I guess.
character.
Yeah, I feel so.
Also, in this series in general, before this tournament, because everyone assumes Spirit will win, all the talk is like, oh, and what will Donk's rating be? Will it be the best ever? He was quite quiet in this game, but actually on this last half on Anubis, he really was good. He was winning the opener every time, connector. Like, it seemed like he came alive.
Yeah, I had a small talk with him because, no one can play consistently like always. Even Donk has like 1 out of 20 matches, having bad luck or whatever. I had a small talk with him like right after the game, like what happened, and like I wanted to make sure, is it maybe because of him like not sleeping well or whatever happened, but like I tried to look kind of into details and it was like just an unlucky game, a lot of situations which are weird. I heard him like in terms of communication, like and situation, how like imagine we are playing around and he's dying and he's giving some info and you can hear like from how he's giving you that information, how he feels about what happened. And it sounded like something weird as fuck happening.
He was frustrated or something?
Yeah, he was kind of frustrated because of this, because he was doing everything well, but got kind of randomly killed.
Yeah, he lost a lot
or
of guilt,
mistaken a little bit. And I felt that. And I feel like that this is just 1 out of 20 games you will see from Donk.
Since, as you say, you guys are working on the map pool, obviously we haven't seen you officially play Cash until now. I heard you've maybe been practicing it though. You were getting prepared for Cash?
Yeah, of course, because everyone knows that this is kind of maps that is going to fit us. So not all of us have played Cash previously, but I did like back in 2019. It was not really competitive, just like local LAN tournaments and facets. And I really loved the map. And we have Shiro, who has been playing it professionally at some point in 2019 in Gambit. And overall, everyone is really, really excited about the map because, I mean, it's a new map. It doesn't really matter how the plumbers 10 years ago were playing it because we are playing a different game. There's a difference in mechanics, difference in smokes, whatever, difference in everything. And the biggest thing is the difference in how people are playing the game, because a lot of years ago, it was much different. Now we have more in-depth, more, much more smarter gameplay. And, I really look forward to play this map more because I'm just excited by this map being added.
When you guys lost to Falcons at the major, I always think people are usually in your team, they just judge the players. They look who had a bad stats. But I always thought at the major, it was also close against G2. This game could have been lost. So I wondered, do you think lacking a coach at the major, even though people made the joke like you've got the frog, not having a coach in a close game, in a 3-map game, this is a factor, right? It must help to have Halley here again, where he can talk to you guys and at the half and
yeah,
at the
it's
time.
definitely
It must be a big deal.
Yeah,
right?
it definitely is because, an example, I've noticed it even in the game against Liquid here at Blast Bounty, our opening match. I do remember how it was in Cologne, how we were playing every game, and we were just playing against Liquid. We lost something weird, and like economy was kind of broken. Something was off, and it was like the moment when I'm kind of caught off guard, and he took the pause so we have a timing to kind of relieve the stress, to communicate and to bring the idea what we want to do. And this is what we were missing in Cologne, because I personally didn't take like almost no pauses, almost no pauses from me in Cologne, like because I was just in the game, and I was like actively trying to bring something or do something. And if we have been taking pauses in Cologne, it was a different players. It was Zonzix who was taking pause. It was Shiro who were asking for pause, because to me, to summarize the idea that we are willing to do. So yeah, and currently it's much better with anyone behind. Like it doesn't matter like if we have Halley or we have Sotvik, anyone is better than a frog plushie.
Yeah, of course.
Because it's a person who is also on the server, I would say.
Another set of eyes, right?
Yeah, he's looking at the game. He's looking at what we are doing, what we were doing previously, and he's doing what the enemy has offered us. And it's a big help.
Yeah.
Helping hand.
One question I have, a lot of Western people did focus on Sotvik, and they thought some of the role changes is because of him. One thing that we've noticed is it feels like as the caller, you're putting yourself in rotate positions a bit more. You're kind of a bit more active on the map, whereas before maybe people thought Tanir was going to play there.
Yeah, we have started with this Tanir being more of an active player. But it was not really working out for some period of time, and at some point, I tried to change it slightly, and we had some period with Halley being hospitalized, and Sotvik coming in. He was not changing any things, but he was allowing me to do whatever I want, and this was the thing that. I made the changes on city side, and I made the changes on C side and city side. I changed them a lot to make it like more understandable for me, and to give some space in some areas for some specific players, and to make it like easier to play. So like, yeah, this is why currently we have a different like positions and roles compared to what we have had in the beginning of the year.
Okay. When the CEO talked about the coach change and Halley coming back, he made it sound really extreme. He said he could have died.
Yeah.
Was this serious?
Yeah, it was serious.
Oh, okay. Right. Well, Nazdarovia to Halley.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's hope he gets better. Right. You're going to win the tournament now, yeah?
Absolutely.
By the way, I noticed as an IGL, you're a lot more serious. You answer all, you're not trolling anymore. No one's washed.
I mean, if I'm going to an interview with James Banks,
okay,
I will troll because,
of course, yeah. Okay, right. We get the serious interview.
Yeah,
I like it.
if I join like at least I like Thorin. I find Thorin being a well-educated person who knows the game. Yeah,
this guy knows.
It's not an ass leaking.
No.
Yeah, for sure. It's just spitting facts.
Yeah.
So yeah,
listen, Yalu Blue, Gavariu.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, if I can find the questions or the topic,
something
great, and if we can talk something in depth,
yes,
it's really exciting.
I have one last question, right? Obviously, we can't know what happened in the final. You will be a favorite. My biggest last question is just this. Coming into this season, every fan thinks, right, is Vitality going to be the best again? Or maybe it's Falcons era because they just won the major. Why not Spirit era? Why not Spirit wins all the events in season 2?
You're asking me?
Yeah, why not?
Oh,
You can do it, right? You can win all the events.
let the game speak for itself.
There you go. Right. Thank you very much. Spasibo большое.
See what?
Right. Good stuff, guys. Yeah. I'll be back in a second. Yeah.
Right. Are we going back on camera now? I guess. Until he's back. Yeah. So goodbye. That was a very good interview, man. I really
Very good
it
interview.
wasn't
Yeah.
an ass licking. He just knows who the daddy is. It's
That
not
was
You know it all.
of
James
course.
backstage, son. This is
I
the real
I
answer.
just couldn't wait. He said so many interesting things about the game or
I know,
whatever,
I
and
know.
then the highlight is,
Oh, yeah.
you know what? If it's James,
I
I'll
know.
troll. But when it's Thorin, I talk.
Yeah.
What's sad is James Bank loves him too, but that's also it's because they're friends too that he trolls is the issue.
Yeah,
you know? That's
yeah,
what he
of
meant.
course.
Yeah, that's what he meant, boys. Can you move the thing over so I can see these? Oh, there they are. There they are. Whatever, that'll be up on my YouTube, the exclusive interviews. Also, by the way, I'm normally rude to hosts where I'm like, mate, I can also do the, and that's the end of map 3. We're going to be here, and the guys are going to talk. Anyone can do that, mate. Any caster. 1, 2, skibbity doo. Did you see him? Not today. Anyone can do free associate. Mate, I can also just do the interviews better than everyone too. Don't know if you know this. Don't want to make myself sound like, you know, fucking Renaissance man who sort of mastered it all, but I'm actually the most prolific esports interviewer in the history of the fucking industry. Just did interviews with everyone, basically. If you don't know, by the way, the real secret, if you want to do interviews and improve talking to people about the game is, notice how I wasn't sat thinking what I want to say. I was listening to everything he was saying. I was even trying to, that's why I was trying to help him out to see, like, what's he saying here? What we've got. So that's really the secret there. Don't get in your own head and think of the craziest question. The best question ever, by the way, is just based on something he just said there that allows him to speak more. Also, he actually went into quite a lot of depth there, I've got to say. Like,
Yeah.
it's quite interesting. Like, by the way, how cool was that part about the coach? Apparently, like
Yeah.
we were saying about the Mongols the other day, where
Yeah.
when they didn't have Mara, they never took any time out because you're just playing the game, aren't you? You're just playing FPL. The real thing is when you have a coach, this is like what we were saying about the G2, the Falcons at this major. When you have another person who isn't actually playing the game and thinking about shooting people, he knows when to call the timeout. He knows when to switch it up. It also sounds like, by the way, that was part of Holly's idea to do a pace change at the end of the game. What do you think, boys?
Yeah, I think there was so much. I think just out of this interview, you can probably have like a 40-minute, 50-minute conversation about Team Spirit. But when it comes down to, I really liked the fact that he took responsibility about talking about Donk not having great performances once every 20 games, and him recognizing we have Donk, but Donk is still a person, and I'm trying to go and talk to him and make sure that everything's all right. And you know, that might sound a little bit silly.
He said there as well, that was really fascinating. He didn't imply like I'm listening to like what Donk's telling me. It was more like how he's responding to the information.
Yes,
like,
exactly.
He's trying to read. Like, is he tilted? Is he on his game?
Yeah.
And actually, by the way, if you listen to what he's implying, it's what we saw. Donk just lost every duel at the beginning of the game. That's the reason why Donk was tilted, bro. Nothing was working.
I think it's it speaks of maturity and someone that is actually learning as an in-game leader. It's not just getting the substance of the information, but the delivery as well, right, out of your players. You can get very small things when he's been playing with Donk basically since Donk got promoted from the academy team, right? So we can put our money that he knows him really well as a person. And when you know someone for that long and you've played with him for that long, you kind of get these tendencies from their characters. So when he says, oh, there's a guy coming under or whatever, just by the way that he says it, you know if he's in a good space of mind. And if he isn't, then you can target that. Maybe you can call a play for him next round. You can drop him a gun. You can help him to get back. And that's honestly something that I'm very impressed to hear Magic's talking about, by the way, because that talks about someone that's got the potential to be a captain.
That's usually advanced eye yelling. This is what also people,
exactly.
you know, people think, oh, Carrigan does call a mid-round. No, what he does is like that. He hears from the call, is test us out of this game. Does he not in the game? Is like fucking, is Kiyosuke frustrated that we can't get, then he's making the calls of that too. Like, it's like the emotional trigger is what you're reading there. That's really difficult. You're reading people live while thinking about a fucking game. Oh, I thought it was pretty cool. Also, by the way, how banter was it? Because he always has to put some troll shit in there when he was like talking about how you'd lose to FaZe or some shit like that.
No one wants to lose to FaZe.
Brother, okay, you are right. You would have lost to him, so fair enough. All right, I'll tell you what, we've got 14 minutes on the timer here till the next game. Let's do a little like 2-minute break or something. Everyone can get a drink and a snack or something. We'll be back and then we'll go hard into this next game. Okay, boys? Still a little break?
Sounds good.
Let's do it.
Hello, test, 1, 2, 3. Does it all work? Does it all work? Are we live? We're on the wrong thing, but yeah. Test, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Eating crisps directly into the microphone. I'm eating inside your ears.
Phenomenal. That was the best thing ever.
At least I'm not. At least I am British, so at least I close my mouth.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's the one. Make it sound like you. Have you noticed that? Is the thing that Dutch people do when they speak Dutch? They have that sound.
Oh.
Yeah, it's literally that's bugging me so much when I try and pronounce a word like that. I feel like they're just getting ready to spit every single time.
By the way, are we actually properly live now? Okay. Is that the right setup? Are we only supposed to see me? Do we not see them? All right, okay. Because by the way, if you want to know how cultures work, a weird thing about Eastern Europeans is, you know, if you ever, I'll give you an example. You know, if you ever spoke like a Turkish guy, bro, if you even attempt to speak his language, he'll be super, oh my God, brother, you were.
Yep.
If you try speaking like that to a Russian, they're actually just like, why are you even bothering? That's why, you know, when I like really clumsy was trying to say, I love talking to you. He just went, yeah, right. And then kept talking to him. It's like, he didn't give a fuck, bro. Like, because his son was like, I'm not just going to sit while you speak like a 3-year-old to me in Russia. I'm busy talking to you, bro. Like, he didn't give a fuck me. He didn't even give me anything. He just dismissed it instantly.
Yeah. It's a funny thing because I think it's a bit of a 50-50. It's very similar with Bulgarians as well. Like if you see someone from Western Europe trying to speak Bulgarian, some people are going to be very ecstatic when they hear you say one word in Bulgarian. And you're going to go, oh, this is great. And there's some Russian people that are the same. But then some others, they're just going to see you struggling and they're going to be like, I appreciate the effort, but let's just carry on in English because we're going to understand each other more efficiently.
And I've been to a lot of international events. I've been there
in
the bar, you know, you make the eye contact, Dobry večer. You see, you know, it rolls off the tongue.
Dobry večer.
You know, listen, homie. You gotta have that fucking playbook. I remember them all, mate.
Yeah, you need to know how to say cheers, yeah.
That's why, despite what I was saying on stream, hopefully he doesn't watch that. That's why, actually, believe it or not, it's inappropriate to talk to Magics. All my shit I remember is picking up girls, bro. It's like, who are you? What do you do? Should we go here? Come back to my, you know, it's all that shit, innit? Yeah, exactly. Right, anyway, there's 4 minutes, so let's set up for this next game. Let's check out the poly market for it now. Has it changed?
I think that when it comes to
Because we're still a minute or two from the veto in theory, so let's check the poly market for this one. That was actually a fun interview, though. By the way, I could already tell from the first answer. It's going to give loads of info.
Yeah.
Also, if you haven't noticed, people think I'm long-winded. Bro, it's a literal technique. Have you not noticed how when I ask a question, people answer for 5 minutes afterwards because I'm giving them so many off-ramps. You can go where you want with it. So actually, he was giving mad amounts of info there. It was crazy.
Oh, I didn't see that spirit, by the way, in phase, and I thought it was 100 and 0 for Astralis and Mouse.
Astralis. Right. Can I see it now? It's 66% for Mouse, and it is 35% for Astralis. Again, I'm not a scientist. Don't ask me why it doesn't add up to 100. It'll be something about extra options and people doing no, etc. Remember, you can do yes or no. You don't have to just pick the one that wins or whatever. Right. That's basically in line with what we said earlier anyway. So I'll spin the question this way. Since we haven't seen the veto yet, gentlemen, what could happen? Hard question, I know. For Astralis to win this series, what do we need either in maps or players? What do we need for Astralis to be victorious and play against Spirit?
Luz, you want to start?
Yeah, it's a very good question. Okay. Yeah, I can take it. So, like, as we sort of alluded to earlier, both of these teams like to permaban Anubis, right? Neither of them want to play Anubis. And Astralis has sort of been without a home map for quite some time now. Like, they've sort of tried to go to different places. They had a streak where they were pretty good on Nuke, but then prior to that, I think, for me at least, the map they were always sort of competitive on, even against the best teams, was always Ancient, right? So I think that definitely getting to Ancient will benefit Astralis massively. Like, that's one of the maps where Stare is always able to deliver really well. Yabi actually tends to overperform a bit on that map. Like, because Yabi especially is very, like, map-dependent a player, right? So it definitely depends where it goes, how he'll perform. And I do kind of wonder, obviously, because it's the same with the phase one, where whoever bans, like, the permaban, whoever bans Anubis, gets to have the other ban their best map, right? So it's kind of like a game of chicken.
Quickly get back on the stream. Get back on the stream. Producer, watch that next time, please. Anytime they do veto, cut straight to the veto. Don't worry about that. Right, anyway, we'll talk about the pick back up. Well, we've got the veto here. We've got the Just 2 Decider. We've got the Ancient Mouse pick, Mirage. What do we think on this? I mean, the Mirage one's obviously an interesting one from Astralis. Like, that's going to be a hard map.
Oh.
Yeah, Ancient Astralis pick. That's expected, I think.
To be fair, I thought Mouse were gonna pick into Dust to have Astralis leave it in. It's funky because Astralis apparently wanted a Dust because they even left it as a third map. I think the Mirage pick out of Mouse is very interesting. The Ancient, as Luz was pointed out, was probably easy to anticipate, and the Astralis nuke removal is just very funny how we've gone from Astralis having a nuke that is very competitive against some of the best teams in the world to them now just perma-banning it against Mouse so they don't start on the CT side. Mirage is going to be funny, I think. Mirage is going to be very interesting because we already saw Astralis play against Mirage, against Pain on Mirage, and that was a scrappy game, but won it. Mouse Mirage is, I don't want to say convincing. I don't think it was. Even at the major, they lost it to both Vitality and Foot, and here they beat Focus on it. But I think it's one of these maps on which you're still having some issues with who's going to be the support guy, who the anchors are going to be, and are you going to be able to get a good individual performance out of everyone if Torji is not dominating? Because again, remember, against Focus, Torji was unstoppable, right? And if it's not him, then who's going to step up? Because Exertion had a bit of a tough time. PR had a bit of a tough time. So I think that's an interesting veto, actually. I see it as, obviously, Mouse is still the favorite, but I don't think Astralis have no chance to win a map in this game.
Yeah, I kind of do think that Astralis have very little chance in this game. Like, if it isn't Ancient, it's nothing. And obviously, we were speaking earlier about FaZe having that cash, like, pocket pick. Ancient isn't even that for Astralis, right? So if they can't win that, like, I genuinely don't know where they go. Because if they try and play, like, a Puggy style of CS, especially with the players that Mouse have brought in now, like, Mouse just win, if that's the case, right? They've got players that can just frag.
I also actually just think, I will actually counter it. I think Astralis is just checkmated in the veto. That's why they had to go into the Just 2. Because I have to say, I think there's an insurance that's mega for Mouse. I think they will heavily be favoured on Just 2, especially with the players they've got on T-side. Like, I think that's, when I was thinking earlier of my joke that, like, this is how Cyclone has allowed Exertion to be the IGL. He's just got, like, 4 aggressive, but that's got to be Just 2 T-side. Surely that's going to be people just pushing everywhere. Like, that could be actually one of their better maps. I could see it being.
I think it's Dust 2 T side and then it's Ancient CT side. That's what we're gonna be looking at in the first map as well, right? Because on Ancient it's one of the few maps where you can actually make it look like your anchor players have more opening fight attempts than some of the mid players sometimes, right? Because your A guy can go and fight middle if you post the Oper on A to be watching from tempo. Your B anchor can just push down the ramp and fight, or you can have your cave player take first point of contact. So I feel like this is actually going to be one of the maps on which Mouse are going to be very happy because every single one of the rifles is probably going to get an opportunity to be aggressive if they want to.
Just going to check something for a sec, because here's the thing actually that's mad about this game as well. Obviously, the average age of Mouse is going to be pretty young now. Bro, the average age of Astralis is probably way higher, right? Isn't that going to be like 25 or something like?
Astralis? It's pretty old. I think it's like 24 something, 24 and a half or whatever. Yeah.
So that's actually one element that people are missing on that. They don't even have young players. We're going into the game now, by the way. It's all good. That interview will be up later. We'll figure it out during this game, boys. We'll let you know when it's up.
Be very curious to see how Spinks performs as well, because we haven't touched on him at all, but he's had a stinker so far, so...
Also, the other reason why this is actually a fucking interesting map as well is, this is the original map that put Exertion on people's radar. This is the one where he used to be a fucking god at this position, by the way. Anything on mid, he was a monster in that area, because you can imagine up close with his AK, it's a spicy-ass player.
Ooh.
Oh, 17-year-old.
Hello.
Does illegal things in Ancient Battleground. New category. Maybe. I kept it like that because technically I know what country we're in. That might be illegal even to say that. So I kept it just fun. Kept it just
no, we all got it. I think we all got it.
I kind of like that he's just checking himself. He is opening up chances where he can turn around. Good flash. And with no one there to trade it.
It was a great flash from Fuzi. That's basically the only answer to that, because they were just stuck.
I'm amazed Toshi's actually staying mid, because they're just going to slow send it B, it looks like to me, because they've already got control of the cave now.
Yeah.
There we go. Right, this is just going to be a pure fight, just a straight up fight, boys. So let's see what PR's going to do.
Should be a free bomb plan. They just have to play retake.
PR's just waiting for the smoke to fit. Oh my goodness, they're all going to go on the same side. Let's see.
They do have a flash.
This isn't good for Malta.
Right, here's the problem though. Yabi is playing really far back because he can't know if there's a flanker. So if you actually can just rush on the site, you can get some clean duels. Oh, this is good. Why are you showing Huxley right now? That's such a weird POV to show.
Ooh.
That's why, I guess.
The problem now is Spinks probably can't get this time. Nah, it didn't matter in the end anyway. Because surely Forzy himself now must be like 25 or something, right? Remember, he was a baby like in like 2021 or whatever, so he has to be fairly old himself.
I think Fuzi's like 23, 24, something like this. So yeah, about like mid-20s right now.
Let's have a look.
Yeah.
Forzy is 23, actually. Wow, he must have been really young when he was in an IP then.
No, he was. Yeah, he was a teenager. It's the thing
Rio
with
is 22. Fucking hell, he's not that young, boys.
Yeah.
It's the thing with a lot of them. When you think about like LNZ and ZTR, you remember LNZ was actually the IGO of NIP when they made the Stockholm Major quarterfinals, right? But he was a teenager, so a lot of people after that were like, "Oh, this guy is washed or whatever." And he's early 20s. Now these people are like 22 years old.
Sadly, that's my most unappreciated work is that thing. You'd have to pull it up to see it. Pull up an image of LNZ. I've always said, if you've ever seen in Prometheus what that engineer looks like, who like made the humans, that's just LNZ that's bald. Look it up. Look at it. It looks literally like his face. He's got the exact same face.
I think I know what you're. I think I know what you're talking about.
Exactly like that, bro. Looks exactly like that. Irrelevant to this game, of course. He's not even playing in this match. Whatever. We're just talking about whatever. Don't worry about that.
No, you know what? It's actually it actually works well because I am casting the South American qualifier. I'm casting. He's playing there. Oh my god, that's actually so accurate.
I just have that visual imagery. I see something, I don't forget it. You know.
It is very accurate.
I also, here's what's sad, because he wasn't trolling. I was even going to ask him some mad like innuendo shit to Magic's because I was setting it up in that call. I thought, fuck it, we're just being serious talking CS here, like, and also he just dismissed the Russian part. So he just wants to talk CS, mate. It'd be inappropriate to make a joke. So whatever. We'll leave it at that. We'll leave it at that. Also, if you don't know, another myth that is bizarre is for some reason every Westerner really believes that all Russians say Nazdarovia when you drink a vodka. That's actually like not really a thing. That's a bit like thinking every French person says Sacre Bleu. That's like a really old-fashioned thing. Nazdarovia just means to your health, basically. That's why I said it to Ali there. That's why that was the message order. Also, another reason Magic's also didn't react to that is because you have to understand if you only speak English. When you are speaking in a second language, it fucks with you if someone quickly switches language instantly on you and your brain has to switch on. So his problem there was he would have had to reply to me in Russian or something. So he was just staying in English. It's all good. He was staying over here. He was busy. He was cooking. He was doing something. I actually think he gave away loads in that interview. It was mega interesting, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was
Even
very
he knew
insightful.
they were cooked at 10-5. Even he knew it, boys.
And my favorite part is when, like, literally the second thing he said to you is something like, "Yeah, we've been changing the roles around on Anubis," and I was like, "Yep, good. Let's go in on that. I want to know why."
And he even had the exact point that was brought up before about the Tanae change, etc.
Yeah.
Also,
he even said almost verbatim.
He said he claims, this is why I actually think the whole time I've always had the theory Halley was in control of it all. Listen, if he was in hospital, he couldn't talk to them. But I've never thought that really Sophic freelance. That's why I always told Maui, I don't care what they said in the vlog, mate. I think it's Halley's project, mate. As it is implied there, he basically implied whoever stood behind him, they're going to play this way. You know.
Yeah, I'm just happy that he said almost verbatim that, like, the reason why Tanae has sort of been shifted to these anchor roles is he said something like it didn't work.
Yes.
Which, if you read between the lines, is like, okay, maybe Tanae just isn't suited for those kind of positions.
Exactly.
He's not doing what you'd want.
Because remember,
so we kind of got our
answer. You can
answer.
also go the opposite way to how we did it. Maybe he was put in positions he doesn't actually like, but he had fragged out, so we all assumed he's awesome at that. We were like, that's the secret, do it like that. But it's actually, if anything, he's gone back closer to his raw CT positions now. I get
exactly.
it. I assume that's what he wants to do, actually.
I think one of the misconceptions about, because I've actually talked to LNZ about it in an interview like a month ago or whatever, and I asked him about Tanier, and one of the main things he told me about him was that he was surprised that Tanier actually likes not having a lot of resources, but having freedom. Just let him be, right? Isolated on the edge of the map, and he's going to make his own reads, and he's going to go for his own place and do whatever, and he's going to catch the timings and always get you a multi-kill. So I think it's kind of like the best of both worlds with Magic. So I'm glad he said that, because he also said, we did it to make me more comfortable, and also because it wasn't working with Tanier in the other role. So it's like you just get to target both problematic areas with the same move, which is honestly so sick for them to be able to do, because they don't need to move too many pieces around. It's just a 1-for-1 change and you target two issues.
By the way, Ryu just looks like the regional manager of a plant who's got like a really hard schedule and his guys are giving a hard time with the shifts. He's got that mortgage that he's got to pay off, the insurance, interest rate's gone up a bit. His kids have just started going to school. One of them's being bullied, and now he's got to bloody play this position. And, oh, fucking hell. Oh, all right, Oaksy, whatever you say, boss. Bloody hell.
You say, I was gonna say, you
like,
said,
look at this guy. By the
I
way,
say he looked like he works in an like a PC shop or something like that. Like he can give you the best advice on a computer.
Let me actually have a look here at something for, because I think I actually just saw something interesting there. Check this. Yeah, I can't Google it, so doesn't it? Believe it or not, if you didn't see there when Exertion was on camera, you saw he had one hand up. On his hand, he had like a little red thread. If you don't know, that red thread is usually actually a sign of Kabbalah, which is like the esoteric version of like Judaic religion, believe it or not. That's like normally if people are into that, I think it's supposed to ward off like evil influences or so. I actually didn't know that he was into that. It's kind of interesting because, by the way, he is one of the players I talked to him. It's kind of based. Okay. Makes me think he's into some shit. Okay. Interesting. Settle down in the chat, everyone. There's no phase isn't played anymore. They're out. You don't have to stop making that joke. You don't have to do that. No pull-ups. I'm like a fucking surgeon, mate. Get rid of those pull-ups. Get them out. They're gonna kill you if we keep them in the scene. Now we've got the healthy patient. Good. We've excised the negative, the excess material, people, the flesh that wasn't needed. But enough about that.
we can just turn this into a spiritual talk.
By the way, because Polup is actually friends with Magix, that's why even though I roasted him, he wasn't that bad. I actually think he understands just trash talking and banter is that you just do it, don't you? He just understood he came up against the master. You know, don't fuck with the Jedi Master, son. That's all I'm saying. Shout out Jade Salapod one time. Neo there doing sweet fuck all. Well, to be fair, it's tech time out. He's
not allowed to do much. I was gonna say,
bro. Yesterday, I'm not even trolling. Yesterday, there was time out, so he wasn't even talking. He was sat there like.
To be fair, I know I'm not the biggest fan of let's get a CS:GO legend or an ex-pro player to just be a tier 1 coach straight away at a big team.
By the way, it's not even a CS thing, is it? Because like that's the same in football. When some mega football player. Lampard, Zidane, you get scared when they become the coach, don't you? Because you're like, what are you going to say, bro? You might have some mad ideas about what people can do, you know?
You need to go through some education for it in football, right? You need to go and get a certificate, go through some lower level teams, stuff like that.
First.
Yeah, prove yourself.
That's mad underrated. Here's what I would have done. Look, they won't do this because they want the gig and they want the money and they think they're OCS, which they do as players. The real problem is, in an ideal world, you would join someone else as an assistant for a year, then you'd go and be the head coach. Because what you do is you'd shadow Blade or Zonic or someone like that who would know like the coaching side, and then you'd learn. Because remember, I'm sorry, coaching isn't just tactics, for fuck's sake. It's things that we said before: managing personalities, managing egos, mediating communication, actually even reading from someone's intonation. He's tilted. He wants to be more active in the game. This person's not hitting his shots. Like, there's a whole fucking psychological component that you don't know just because you frag people really hard. Come on.
Yeah. Also, I think that's one of the I would low-key say this is the more difficult part of it as well, right? Because assistant coaches and analysts do so much of the prep for you, right? Sometimes you might have to call something and provide an alternative opinion. But if you are very good at knowing your players and knowing their strengths and putting them in the right positions, then you don't really need to be the most well-versed. You need to obviously know the game.
Absolutely, yeah.
But this is the most difficult part. Like, this is the one thing that you cannot teach as much. You either have the approach and you know how to be an empathic person and be a leader to some extent, or you don't, right? It's very difficult to teach that if you don't have it at all.
It's why I think actually one of those valuable pieces of content made actually about CS is Ash did like a video about like why coaches take tactical timeouts, because people were saying like, oh, you could come up with a stat where you just look at like rounds converted after tactical timeouts. The reason you can't do that is because sometimes like a team will be winning and they call the timeout just so that the players have a chance to settle or so that they can, like, not all coaches are doing the thing where it's like, I'm giving you a game plan for the next round.
The problem is fans think everyone is Blade based. It's why, by the way, the person who suffered the most from that was Taz, because I can tell Taz was doing an emotional timeout like you're talking about. But everyone like Maui was tracking, like, oh, he doesn't win the rounds. It's like he's not played, mate. He didn't go turn to page 15 and then do like I take it like you that he was saying stuff like, settle down, guys. Let's get in this. Remember, we're losing. I told you, I'll always defend that one where he said we have to win some rounds. That didn't mean we have to win some rounds. That basically meant like CS is about each round. Like, don't let the game get away from us. We have to sort of start winning them now. And that isn't obvious, actually. That's actually an example of a thing where you're sort of like drawing someone out of the game for a second and then refocusing them. Now, it might not work, but I can see what he was going for. And remember, Taz was a captain. I could even see that being someone I thought was in his locker, you know.
Yeah.
That's
That's why it's difficult to judge a coach off of like a 5-second clip of a recording. It's
why,
honestly
believe
very
it or
stupid.
not, the real OP thing, which unfortunately only people like us can do, as a fan, you won't get this, is the real thing that would tell me if someone is a good coach is if I privately was told by the player in the context like of no reason to lie, like they genuinely like what he's doing and think he adds to the team.
Yeah. You know what's the worst part about it though? I found that difficult. Sometimes I'm gonna form an opinion on a coach because of things that I've heard from players, because you know they give me some insights or whatever. Then I can't go on a show or on a broadcast and be like, you know what, this guy is not a good coach. It's like,
yeah,
well,
that's why
how
you have
do you
to
know?
just reframe it though, Ted. That's why you just like. Sometimes I wonder though, what's he doing? And you have to do it like that, or you know, I would speculate, mate. The amount of times I've speculated a move, I just knew it was happening. Just I'm reporting it, so I had to be like, well, I think they should go for this person.
Yeah,
that's why I told
it's also
you,
difficult.
I think that Kassad one was fake as fuck. Where who was it who did the take? Oh, there was some Kassad take recently where it was almost certainly like he just knew some player was being. Oh, I think it might have been something like Mongols won't even be top 20. I think he just knew Mazzini was going. I think he'd heard the rumor like he's going to BC game.
Right.
So he did the take when we all thought Mazzini was still there. Like, well, they're still pretty good, Mongols, and that's why his take was just ridiculous. That's where you can't say it, but you just know the info. And also, remember, it's okay to be wrong. On shows, we're just talking. You have to come up with an idea. You have to say something interesting. So it's fine to be wrong or to have a different opinion.
Yeah, one of the other difficulties when it comes to judging coaches like that is like sometimes players don't know what the best medicine for themselves is. Yeah. But like sometimes players don't like a coach, but that's because the coach is making them do things that will make the team win at the expense of what they want, right? We've seen this a lot. There are some coaches, like Dastan, for example, that can be exceptionally hard on some players, and some of the players hate it. Like they really don't like it. But at the same time, you put them on a different team, they would just be making mistakes that wouldn't get fixed.
I'll even go one further. I actually think one of the reasons Dastan was so rude is he was on some like boot camp drill sergeant thing. Like you guys already are a bit shit. I'm gonna break you. Like if you break your shock, you're out, mate. Like I'm gonna press you guys. Like I'm gonna see if you can handle it. Bit. And I think they couldn't, by the way. Like I think at the end, Nota looked like he just mentally broke. That's why he fucking, you know. See you can
by
go
the way,
fucking
because of what Luz is saying, that's why I think sometimes players cannot be trusted to actually know what's best for them on the team. It's like if you ask them what they need and which coaches do they like and what they like doing or whatever, a lot of the time that's going to be quite the opposite of what they actually need and what is best for them.
Lucky they got that after those 2 hooks he killed.
Which is a
because they're all biased just towards what they like, right? They're going to say, oh yeah, giving me more resources and freedom, that's good, right? But like, is it for the team though? That's what matters.
It's even worse behind the scenes with IGLs.
Yeah.
Some of the best IGLs of all time. There's some player who'll tell you that guy's shit, he doesn't know what he calls. And it's just like, no, he just wouldn't feature you in the offense like you wanted. He had different ideas, and you didn't want to be the guy who watches the flank or something stupid like that.
By the way, are we noticing how Astralis are already 5-0 up and Mouse have no money?
Yeah.
I want to say, because I've been like we've been having a conversation. I'm still trying to follow the rounds. Astralis have done a very good job at not giving Mouse the early fight. See how Hooksy's just punishing. So what we were talking about before the start of it, like Mouse are going to try and give freedom to the aggressive rifles. Astralis, it feels like they've preemptively recognized that, and they're just playing from off of spawn and being a little bit more passive at the start, allowing Mouse to get up front and then punishing them and then just ending the rounds. It looks flawless. It looks very easy.
Yeah, the danger being we also just saw FaZe do the exact same thing against Spirit, but I don't know. I do think this time, yeah, like it's not like these have even been particularly
What I will say is I do believe Mouse is more volatile than Spirit. A lot more volatile.
If only Nat could step it up.
Yeah, you definitely wouldn't count on them as much to mount some unbreakable comeback.
Also, great shirt, Maui.
The younger players look
Love
quite
the shirt,
stressed as well. I
actually.
don't know if that's just me, but you can really sort of see the pressure in
I
Zerlegs.
saw someone made the point. I don't remember who it was, but someone made the point that this was probably like it's good that PR has arrived to Mouse, but it's probably the worst possible moment, both for him personally because he stayed on Gamer Legion for so many years, and then for Mouse as a team. If he had arrived like half a year ago, it would have been perfect. I do agree.
Yeah.
I do think there's some sense to that.
The problem is, though, that is a perfect example of what I call the poison chalice. You can't turn that down if you PR. You will just disappear and be irrelevant in Gamer Legion Pro. You actually have to take this gamble, even though you're not going to get your spots. And this is what's mad. You basically have to overperform in shit spots, then wait for one of the others to get kicked, and then you can have their spot. Well, that's a fucking difficult parlay, mate. That's like going to a top Premier League team. You have to play the bench, though. You know, like you have to work your way in the team, but you got to take the chance when it comes. If you say no, by the way, in a weird sense, you also might not get the chance again. They might think you're a loser.
Oh my goodness.
Stair is a monster, by the
Is he
way. He's on
acing?
for. Is this an ace? Yeah. If he wins this, I think he's
I mean, it's
ace.
the first time he's had a big performance, mate. He was actually quite quiet yesterday, a bit like Frozen. He wasn't carrying like people expected.
Sphinx's rotation.
Oh, he's considering this. Off at this distance.
It's so hard to catch
Oh,
Sphinx
that
on
timing.
Also, this is
type of
mad because what
situation,
Yabby and Stair both up, and then the hooks he even had one.
Let that clock
Fucking
burn,
hell.
and Sphinx walks forward another.
He's gonna get caught. He's gonna get caught.
Here for
Here's the
Stair.
problem.
Indiana Jones.
He's timing a
Oh,
while.
Sphinx went back.
Every time he comes
No
Sphinx
way.
actually
Thinks
could
it's
be
a
in new
fake.
location.
Man, what is
Sphinx
going
around.
on?
Because remember, if you're
Starting to
Sphinx, oh no,
forget about each other, though.
yeah, he is.
Backs
No,
up.
Sphinx thinks he's going here.
Oh,
You know the worst thing? He's going to go here.
Stair's gonna walk
He's
away.
going to go
my
here.
god.
Oh my
the
god, he's
only way
actually
this
just going to
works,
die insta to
Sphinx
Sphinx
could
here, by the way. This is really sad.
Be looking
Because
to
look,
knock
he
down.
thinks
There we
that
go.
rotation
Yeah.
the other way. Oh,
loses
that
his
is
nerve
it's
first.
purely fluke.
Ah.
But that is
What a
so
click it could
unlucky
have
because I
been.
actually like the move,
17
by the way.
HP.
If he
Yeah.
were coming all
Yeah.
the way around the
Yes.
ramp, that would be genius.
Finally,
You'd
Mouse will
catch him,
win a
it'd be the
round,
bomber's
denying
plan, but
the
you'd be on the
6-0
fucking
start.
B side. It'd be a nightmare. Oh, that's so unlucky, innit?
Funny how
And what?
this
Look how much he did in the round.
landed in a totally
God.
Yeah, the
wrong
opening, he
spot
gets a
in the
double.
yard.
Yeah,
But it
crazy.
made it very confusing
And
to
Sphinx
try
has
to
got a
scale
free
it
kill,
down.
mate, for
This is
doing
a spot
nothing,
where
just
you wouldn't
stacking
expect
around
it.
and
trying to
Monkeys are
spot
actually
someone.
shooting back
It
to
makes so much
That is just
sense.
Sphinx as a player,
It
though,
is.
isn't it? Just wait and then win.
Yeah. It makes
By
so
the
much
way-
sense for Sphinx to push middle and come in
His
from behind
style,
there.
this is why I've always thought it's weird people hate Sphinx's style. If you have incredible and consistent mid-range mechanics with the rifle, I would play like that all day long, mate. It's like playing F. Why would I ever take some crazy pick now? I don't know where you are. How about I just take a fight where we both know it's a fight and I just have superior mechanics to win the fight?
I will say, for anyone who knew Shocks back in the day, Sphinx is basically just the regen of Shocks in and out
Yeah,
of the
exactly.
game, and you'll get what I
That's why
mean
say
if
he's
you
the
if you
princess
know what
boy. I
Shocks is
actually say
like.
he's the modern day princess. Yimpa had to
Yeah.
find that out the hard way, mate. Yeah, that's what happens when the
But like
princess
play
wins.
style, like it's actually crazy how 1-to-1 it is.
And the joke is he also couldn't get along with Apex.
Totally.
Yeah,
There
it
you
goes
go.
deeper than I
There
thought.
you go,
Oh,
boys. There you
God.
go. He
Sure.
also couldn't stay on Vitality that long. There you go. Oh, it's all
Yeah,
lining
yeah.
up. It's all
Yeah.
lining up, boys.
Do they both have to pretend to be friends with him at events when they see him?
It does mean the CTs are guessing that Sphinx
Because
knows
by the
he's
way,
getting
I've
phone
got some
move.
bad news. When I do a massive,
Every
like
night on
4-hour long
adventure.
thing like that with Apex, and he still
Yeah,
won't
why
talk
not
about
stay
the
on
Sphinx
this?
thing.
5v3
Bro, he's going to probably wait
advantage.
till he retires for that. Because
Lots
I can
of
tell
map
you right
control for
now,
Sphinx as he also takes
spoiler,
a quick look at mid.
they all just think
That's
Sphinx
an
was
off
massive
approaching
dickhead.
from the ledge.
And Sphinx Loki was sort of
Doesn't
trying to
clear
put
it.
his foot down and be like, I want things this way in the
Sphinx
team or
misses
whatever.
this, but it
And I
worked
think
out
it is
beautifully
implied
for him.
Sphinx didn't
Yeah,
like Messi.
timing working on
Thought it was
Sphinx.
shit or whatever.
Look at this, a freebie on the opper.
There you
Puts
go,
it
though.
down,
That's
and
pretty
that's a
much
gut-wrenching moment
cooked
for
right now.
Charles.
How are you going to go up
26.
now? Surely
You
Toz
just
gets one.
know
And if he gets the
that
bomb, that's
Mouse
the round
know
instantly
you
dead.
are here. And still, they're going to try to get Jabby
There you
into
go.
it, but surrounded.
Yeah.
This is
Sharks
the
in the
comeback.
water,
This is the
circling that
comeback.
Site and Mouse win 2 consecutive, not losing a body here in round 7.
Kind of
This is one of the more
ridiculous how much money
50-50
Australians
sided
still
maps
have.
as well. Like, there's not really one side that's especially dominant.
Also, if
Though
the
I will say-
producer can pull this
yeah.
up, you know what? Let's start pulling some shit up on Google to
Very
make the
few
stream
kills
funnier.
for anyone to
When
kick
I
off this
see
game.
Sphinx and his hair, I just think of
But it's exactly how
Bert
teams found
from
their way back
Sesame
into both
Street.
halves.
Can we pull that up on the
Bert
stream,
from
please?
Sesame
Can I see
Street.
Bert from Sesame Street? That's what I need to see. That is. Well, it'll be there in a second. That is what I think of when I see his hair. So we'll pull it up. It's all good. If you don't know, Bert is the other side of the odd couple of Bert. There you go. All I'm saying,
This'll be
put a
the
mouse
last
jersey on him.
if Mouse
Have him
can
bait a
win
little
this
bit
round.
and be really good with his rifles. Even look at his hands. Look at
Oh,
those mitts. I
God.
bet he's fucking
Bye.
sick with the mouse. Probably like donk, like claw grip. Yeah, hello, Ernie. What do you think? I don't know. I can't even do the accent for that. Whatever. Something like that. And now I don't know that when Spinks talks, half his head opens up like that. Like, I'm sure he just talks like a normal human, but whatever, it's all good.
To be fair, I do have a crazy one. I don't want it to come out as too rude, but
Go on.
Zelix does look like he's been created in a lab to some extent. It's like there is some Frankenstein resemblance on this picture. Yeah, on this specific picture.
Oh,
look at the picture.
UI. Oh, yes, you're right.
Yes.
Here's the problem. I'll tell you why.
Look at the shape of the head. It's not. Yeah.
The forehead's a little bit too big, and the eyebrows are hella bushy. It doesn't even look like real life. I know what you mean. He's got a bit of the old.
Yeah.
Oh, we're talking like Boris Karloff Frankenstein too. Like,
right. Yeah. Exactly.
Universal Pictures monsters. Exactly. Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. He looks a bit animated on that one.
And Spinks
Where's PR? Just looks like that cool dude who dated your older sister when you were in high school. You know, he bikes, plays tennis, you know, he's just a cool guy.
The guy with the denim jacket.
Yeah. You probably get
has
you
a motorcycle.
Exactly.
It's the
you know what? You don't even resent him dating his sister. He's a chill guy.
Yeah,
probably
you're
stay
like
in touch with him after he leaves it, you know. After she fucks the school football team or something, you know, he's still going to contact him. He was a cool guy. He didn't deserve for wrecked.
Get away with 5 players alive so far and a chance to punish even more.
Why are we up in a tree right now? Why am I spying on these motherfuckers? Why
that's actually great.
Why am I George McFly trying to spy on Marty's future mother at the beginning of the fucking movie that never seen it? That's a fire reference, by the way. Then he drops out that. By the way, that's also what's dark about rewatching that movie. He's just a pervert. That's
fully.
He's just actually. He's got binoculars, bro. He's an actual pervert. So watching, although I will say this, mate, I don't know what happened to that actress. She was a fucking heat rock woman. She was fire in that movie. That actually played the mother.
Night's match. Yep.
She was fire, bro.
Be frustrating.
Someone in chat said Spinks with a head like a Canadian with South.
The same angle.
Yeah, because they mean the opening. Like that, right?
Yeah.
I like that though.
Meanwhile,
like the way
Cyclone just looks like a fucking one of. He has that thing where he's just got a boyish face, no matter how old he is. He must be 30 years old, surely Cyclone.
I think he's over 30. Yeah.
He just has a very youthful appearance, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. Oh, he has 30.
Nice
Bang
round
on.
head. Nice round head. Nice round number. Nice round.
Nice round.
They better come alive in this game. I was expecting the batroom on this map.
Yeah. By the way, we've just gone down the rabbit hole. There was a. Do you guys want some random Bulgarian football commentary trivia?
And Mavs are going to need to be at full force.
Listen,
sure.
We just feel like it'd be rude to say no, so go for it.
Yeah, okay. Well, even if you did, I probably would. Yeah, sir. We had that guy that used to. He's like an older generation Bulgarian commentator. He'd just see a football manager or a player, and he would be like, "Oh, this guy looks like he's a small bear going to the shop," or like a guy whose wife left him and he's sad now when his children are gonna stay with the wife or whatever. We're just doing the exact same thing. He was the most hilarious person ever.
Exactly.
And he was being oddly specific with what they look like.
Yeah. In English, we call that playing silly boggers, because you're just being silly, aren't you? And if you don't know the word bogger comes from Bulgarian, because believe it or not, in the English language, the notion was Bulgarians fuck each other up the arse. I didn't make that up. Look it up. That is literally the etymology of that word.
Really?
I did not invent that. That's
the etymology of the word.
From Bulgar. Look it up. Because for some reason, I don't know what was going on in the Middle Ages. They just think Bulgar. You know how we all think, like, you know, Welsh fuck sheep or whatever. The notion is Bulgarians fuck each other up the arse. I don't know. I don't know where that came from.
Wait, I've never heard that before.
Google it, motherfucker. Let that Google it. I tell you that I'm right. Look up etymology word bugger.
I am.
B-U-G-E-R. Look it up. You're gonna see I'm right. It'll say something about Bulgarians,
I wonder
bro.
if it has something to do
I am
with how
right
easily
now.
they caught Torji off guard and were able to take A.
Did it find it?
Medieval origins. The word bugger traces back to Old French bougre, heretic, derived from medieval Latin Bulgarus, Bulgarian. Oh God, you're right.
I think almost lucky there.
All right.
So
You didn't know that, did you? You
I
guys
totally
have been
understand
going
it
around the
now,
world, the
we're doing
international
it
community,
with
not
no
knowing the
utility,
whole
'cause
time.
sometimes, again,
In
like,
the 10th
some of these
century,
stands
the
have their own
Bogomil
one
religious
at every
movement
single
spread
bomb
from the
plant.
First Bulgarian Empire. I know about these guys. The medieval Catholic authorities labeled these Eastern European group as heretics, later imputing various deviant practices to them.
By the way, that part might obviously be nonsense. That's just basically whenever someone's your enemy politically, you're just like, they do all the things you're not allowed to do. They
Yeah.
fuck each other up the arse,
No,
you
but
just do everything, don't you?
I know about the Bogomil religious movement. That's the thing. I've studied about that. So this is like historically, the first part of it is true. This is something that existed.
By the way, Mouse is back in the game. They're back in the game.
Okay.
Back in the game. Like Vince, they're back in the game. For now.
Anyway,
Back in the game.
Like
And it's
Vince.
just
By the way,
playing
you guys
Football
don't
Manager.
realise that isn't even a troll. It actually did really hurt his feelings that we kept joking he retired, by the way. He wasn't getting any gigs. Like, I think it's banter as fuck, personally. You know my style. It's like, whatever. But eventually we had to agree, like, let's go easy on him.
But he's back.
I know.
He's back.
Yeah, in many ways he is back in the game. Now he also, like an actual meme, literally cast with Anders. Like, what is this, a fucking mirror match? You mad fucks.
They're literally casting this, aren't they? Like, not this exact game, but I thought they were at this tournament.
Maybe on B-Stream or something? Is that possible?
Yeah,
I don't
so.
think they are. I think they're doing the Elisa event right now.
Oh, there you go.
Oh,
You're
yeah,
right.
the BC game ones. That's
Yeah.
what I was listening to.
Yeah.
So basically, all the goats at that event, Anders and Simple are off in Finland. Like, I'm still in CS, like, sort of.
Torzy hoping to be the guy that can bring this back.
What I appreciate there is, it's not that
But a
Anders
huge
lifted
ask of
Vince
him
up.
here from
Anders just
Temple,
went down
and
to
they
where
are not
Vince
gonna
was.
let
Like,
him
and
peek
Party
out,
Simple's down there. I
not
don't
allowing
care.
him to skim a player,
All the more the
off
merrier, I
push
guess.
forward,
All the
bomb
more the
point
merrier.
cover,
That's some
all through
cursed
deep
monkey
down
ball
the
stuff,
middle,
though,
also
isn't it?
allowing
Like,
Fuzi
Hey,
to double
Anders and
back
Vince,
and
like,
go
I want to
right
watch
here.
Simple for the next 10 years.
Hey,
Like,
you know what?
Grenades here on
I wish
Thorin,
I
yes.
was casting great players
It's
like
unlikely.
Simple, and I'd
Given
love to
enough
work with
time
Anders.
passes, he'll just
Yep.
There you
get
go.
out of here,
Problem
but
solved,
for
mate.
the
Enjoy
day,
Elisa.
definitely give it
Who's
a look.
Elisa? Oh, you'll
Flash
find
to
out.
try.
Fucking
PR
I
goes
know.
down, which means
To be fair, they are one of the better
That's
tier
what
2
he needed.
TOs.
He
Pretty
needed
good.
Fuzi to step
Yeah,
up
yeah.
and give over the
And if
position.
anything, they sound
Now he can
amazing
start
because you
jumping
got to
his
see
utility
Anders
again.
and
You think
Zeus.
this
So
pinch
actually, compared
inside
to
of
that,
the
the
sights
fucking
always
God
gonna
save
be
it
his
we
death.
talked about.
Right?
They are
Zeus
still
sounded like he'd
giving
had too much
Threads the
cough
full
medicine. He was like,
on.
slow
He'll
it
just take the back door, exit now, and hope to save off this
What
off,
the
but Hooksy
fuck
can
was
still
that?
fight
That
him
was
for
wild,
it.
wasn't it? I don't know.
Now that I don't want to talk about.
Gives Torzy early notice.
Listen, it is what it
So,
is.
yes, a strong
I
Listen,
remember it now.
I wouldn't talk about it,
At
but he
least
literally
Mouse
used an
can
AI
save
to
that
write
sniper
fucking
at the moment
essays
like
on
that
Twitter
with
about why I'm a
Zealous. He
twat.
has
So
actually-
at this point, he can go
Sometimes
fuck
the
himself,
numbers
can't he?
you actually
Oh, I
notice
think
they'll
I saw
take
one of
fight
these.
that's
Him
maybe
and
a
the
little
AI
unusual.
he
I'm not
rode
sure
in
if it
on.
was a comp for him to
Yeah.
try to look for space or something like that.
All I'll
This-
say is one last meme is I'm not even trolling.
was told to.
When they did
Yeah.
that change to like
just
whatever it
gonna
was,
be
ChatGPT,
look a
Claude or
little
whatever, when they made it
too
less
right.
sycophantic and like a human,
Obvious when
he
there's
actually
not
like
waiting for
mourned
you.
it like the death of a
Oh.
friend or something like, bro,
Yeah, I
they're
saw
helping
this.
you lunatic. What are you doing? They're helping you, you mad fuck.
There was a whole like
Fly now,
subreddit
mid.
of people
Fly
that
now.
were like,
More blood.
my AI boyfriend,
He
that were
gets
like
Zealous.
grieving the
He's
death
been
of that
getting
model.
value out of that cubby, but
Here's
smoke
the
in
thing:
front of him, he
if
tries to get
you're
vision
feeling
instead,
a
bullet between the
miss, I've
eyes.
got some old tech that can make up for it, you boys. It's called a magic 8-ball.
Spinks
Seems
and
likely.
Zelex remaining the
Oh,
top
yeah.
scoring
Talking to me
players
again,
for
cool.
Mouse, numerically.
Absolutely.
Oh,
Oh,
boy.
good
Yeah,
work.
tough.
They will
fast
do that, yeah.
Exertion here.
Has the exact same
Outnumbered 1 to
predictive
3,
methods
no
and
support
everything.
nearby,
Nice.
and he gets caught off guard by the timing.
Also, the
Was
reason
he
why I'm
quick
really
to the
worried if you
headshot?
actually get into that shit is you are aware
Since
that
his
most of
patience
those
in this
LLMs
corner
just pull
is
from like Reddit
rewarded to
threads.
keep
You're
the
basically
numbers
falling in love
Yeah.
with an aggregate of
Hoping
Reddit.
that somebody
like,
steps
Yeah,
into
most
yeah.
now
cursed
that he's
form of human.
he really doesn't have a way
I mean,
back.
you think
You're
it's guessing
falling in
from
love
that?
with an aggregate of Reddit. It's wild.
That's my actual nightmare, bro. I know.
Bigger flankers have to respond well to help.
Wait a minute, who's that under your mask there, Stacey? Reddit,
people
it was
who
you all
keep
along,
on.
and I would have got away with it too if they had
Chance
updated
in
Claude
now for
4.0.
Mouse.
I don't know.
Especially as
God.
they get this support system.
Anyway, for now,
start shooting.
Mouse could actually
That's gonna be
use
a
some
second
LLM
player
coaching
known.
right now
Oh,
because it's
Torzy
getting rough,
picks
although
his
they're going to
up.
win this
Now all of a
round.
sudden it's on Jack.
Yeah,
All
that's
right,
winnable.
then.
That's winnable. That's winnable.
They've got to come
It's very winnable.
Oh,
Do they have time? It's gonna
They
be
have
close.
time.
I think he's got it.
I don't think they
no, it
do.
didn't.
No way.
He didn't get it.
Oh my God.
By the way, it just tied in the corner. Actually worked there. That actually worked for Yabby.
A bit of extra
Fair
for
play.
Zealous and Torzy to
Played the
help out
time.
Zelex and PR. Scary
knows
though
he's
when
still
Astralis
out,
start losing bodies
Yeah.
with no impact. impact.
It's like you did that.
Yeah, but they get 8 rounds T side, bare minimum, which is very good. And of course, that was a win condition for them this map.
Yep.
And now they can win it. So
they want to put pressure on every single.
that's good enough. Mauser not looking that good.
A chance there for Malta.
Their CT side is good as well, to be fair. Like,
Ooh.
Astralis are just good all around on this map, I think.
But Astralis now
Hey,
put
rush.
on an overall
Okay.
I know
phenomenal
the
with
other
8
problem that
rounds.
Alex has. You'll see it next time he
A-rush
comes
to
on
end the
camera.
half.
It looks like
Off
his
up close
his
towards
hair
the
is just a
first.
hat. Like he's bald with a massive forehead, and that's just a little hat he's got on. It's like a little brim hat. Watch when he comes on camera. You'll see in a second.
I can relate to that.
The call to action.
Also, where he's from, like Hungary or something, right?
Yeah, he's Hungarian.
Same as Torji, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, true.
Yeah.
Problem is, I just always see Torji from Hobbiton, obviously.
Yeah,
The only way if they do something.
He's
As
just
one
trying to
would.
keep all his winnings with the Sackville backings. I don't.
So I've always thought he looks more like one of those people that's like in a lab somewhere, like coming up with some cocktails. Or, I don't. He looks like a mad scientist.
That's just because he wears glasses.
It's definitely the glasses.
He's the one who programmed Zeus's new girlfriend.
Oh my god.
Round win secured here by Mouse. Hooksy tries to call the all-out
We just turned this entire watch party into bullying the player.
Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? By the way, when it gets good, we'll keep going. I'm watching the game, but you know, whatever.
Yeah,
I know.
That's fair. That's
All right, we're at the Blast Bounty with Astralis.
This is a good fit for Maui, though. Nice fashion.
I was just gonna say, the coat is, yeah.
First things first. I just kind of want to get it out of the way. I
The
feel
top
like
is nice.
You guys bowed out of Cologne.
I don't know how he isn't sweltering in that though. I guess they have AC in wherever he is.
Oh, everywhere.
They're
in
Malta.
Outsaw everywhere has AC, bro. That's why I went to
Okay,
I even brought a coat, man. I don't need it.
How is that going to be avoided in this season?
Like, I think the tension, or whatever you want to call it, is just from...
That's one of the worst things about the heat waves in Western Europe, by the way, when you're not in the southern part of it, because there's no ACs anywhere. But when it gets up to 35, 37 degrees, 40 degrees, you're just dying.
I think it will suit people better. Yeah, hopefully that will fix some stuff.
I mean, I agree. You all said it was end of the season, and like.
Okay, apparently, if you want to see the Magic's interview and you missed it, it's live on my YouTube channel
now. To know how what the solution should be.
It's live on my YouTube channel.
To fix something fast, which was not the best solution. We found out, and now we are kind of starting on a fresh one with a good long break, you know? So the mental refresh, and we're not like too much thinking about the tough turns we had before the break. Now it's like a new season.
What do you think then, Ted? Do you think Astralis just take this cleanly now, or do you reckon they're gonna have a bit of a struggle? Because they've made a mincemeat of some of these like advantages, haven't they, recently?
Yeah, no, I think they should be fine. Honestly, I feel like it's the only concerning part would be if their money just gets screwed very early on in 4 or 5 rounds in a row. They just can't get a foot forward. But they can't put a foot forward. But I do believe that their CT side on Engine is pretty solid. I think they should be able to. They should be able to. Also, it's just a bit weird because Mouse can always turn up if the individuals show up and they can run away with a map, but I don't think that's the one. I don't think they've been convincing whatsoever since the start of this one. It's looked a little bit iffy. So yeah, I think they win the map. I don't know about the series, but I think they win the map.
Yeah, I think I'm with you. The thing with Astralis for me though is every match I've seen them in recently, they just cannot win convincingly. It seems like I don't know why they find a way to get to like map point and then they'll just hemorrhage like 6 rounds in a row. It's guaranteed.
There's always a hiccup, right? That's when you look at the stats on Ancient, for example, because it's one of their best maps, right? We can use it as a sample size. They've played it 8 times since the start of May or something like this, and they've won 5 of them, right? They've got 1 win where the enemy team doesn't get double-digit rounds. That was Gamer Legion, that was in Cologne, a 13-4. Every other win that they get is like a 13-10, a 13-11. It might go overtime. It's rarely one-sided for them to win or lose on a map on Ancient, for example, which is a bit weird.
You'd almost want to say that's a good thing if they were consistently getting results from it, but it's like they're consistently struggling. I mean, didn't they literally struggle to barely overcome Pain? That was like the last series they won, right? And that's the story of the Astralis Org post-COVID, isn't it? Like struggling to overcome
why
Pain.
If I'm Spirit and I'm Mouse, I'm like, where were the guys from yesterday? These guys were dog shit in those matches yesterday. How come they're blowing us out?
Yeah.
What the fuck is this? But also shows how the opponent does affect also how you play in your level and what you try, etc.
I think Pain is the type of team that knows how to make the game look scrappy, even if you are in a better position, because obviously Pain is not in a great state right now. I think all of us can see that, but they're still able to sometimes make you feel the awkwardness almost when you have VMS just walking through smokes and doing mad stuff. Also, Mouse are a little bit more predictable than some of these teams. Oh, what?
Okay, yeah.
PR killed him.
The other angle we didn't discuss, to be fair, is, listen, if there's one edge Astralis does have, Huxley's a better agile than Xerxes.
Yeah.
I can say that quite confidently. People don't get it. I've never hated on Huxley. I only hate on him if he's like arrogant or being a dick. He is a good IGL. It looks like, by the way, he looks like the classic prototypical Danish IGL.
Yeah, I think people go way too heavy on the binaries there. Like,
Hold on.
it's not either he's good or he's terrible.
It's why we're the only two people, Loz. And sorry, we would do it. And every dickhead now would tell us, nah, don't do it. They're the same people who said Carrigan should retire. We would put Snappy on a top team right now. I'm with you. I'd put him on G2 tomorrow, mate.
Yeah, that was probably my most hated tweet.
That's a fire move, mate. That's a hell of a pivot, isn't it?
It doesn't even have to be Snappy specifically. It just needs to be someone tenured. Someone that like will let the other pieces shine a bit more.
Oh, it's is the angle about Hunter just playing star spots and not giving people enough space?
Yeah, I just think it's a shame to have a player like Matisse that's like stuck B anchoring on Mirage. Like it just doesn't really seem.
It's why I think I've genuinely thought this the whole time since they announced the project I'm about to reference. I genuinely don't know why, even if one day you were going to move to these roles, 100 Thieves didn't just start with Glaive IGL, plus Device, plus Rain, plus 2 youngsters. Then if you don't like it, move Glaive to coach. You know what I mean? Like, he hasn't even IGL done anything good in years, bro. I'm sure he'd be a good foundation to begin the team with. Also, then Rain can learn from him. You know what I mean? Like, the problem was the idea that Rain's going to be a brand new IGL and Glaive's going to be a brand new coach at the same time. Like, that's outrageous, mate. That always looked like it was going to end in tears for me. And they've already abandoned it. He didn't even do 2 seasons of fucking IGL. Get the fuck out. Boo! To me, that's like you just wasted a season there. Because, by the way, you can say that's genius from Sean Gez and mess you up, letting him. He didn't. They just quit after 1 season. They did fuck all. They won 1 Parkin championship, which, by the way, have you noticed that? When Simple would bash those teams, they'd all dog shit. When 100 Thieves went, wow, look at that, Device is popping. He is cooking, bro. Like, the same teams, you morons. So that whole project was such a waste of time. At least now they're moving on to a vaguely plausible angle. Like, I don't hate the Gizme pivot. It's all right.
Yeah.
There's a big round of Torji wins it, though.
Yeah, I think Yabby
gets By the way, if they get one more round, they're back in the game.
That's their chance for the map, yeah.
Is their chance to get a Vince CS? Are they back in the game, or are they done for good?
Just to add
you
to
saw
the
the desk
Thieves
slam
thing.
on Yabby's cam, though. Yeah.
Just to add to the 100 Thieves thing, I feel like I do agree with you. In the same time, I'm glad that they just went out there and said, you know what, we're going to recognize that we made a wrong decision, and now we're going to move with someone that could be the IGL for a long term. It's like, I think it would have actually been worse if they had stuck with Rain for a longer time. I do agree that they wasted the season, but at least they can go out and say, you know what, it was a bad call.
You have to understand, the #1 area that pro players are never going to agree with analysts is that, I'm not even trolling, like probably 70% of pros who are legendary pros think they could be the IGL.
Yeah.
They genuinely do. I've always said, you've heard me say this a million times on shows, I've no doubt, Loz. The best example ever is when Valde tried IGLing North, and then I interviewed him on Counterpoints, and he said, I didn't think MSL had a system till he left, and then I realized, like, he was the system. And it's like, when I tried IGL, it's like, fuck, what are we doing now? Like, the problem is, until you've actually done the shit part of IGL, you don't know what that role is, mate. You think it's just making a cool. You think it's like some movie screen, like, guys, we're going to do a flying V formation and hit the. Like, that's a fucking movie. IGLing is the boring, you know, round by round, meat and potatoes, right? Adjust this, a little bit less of that. Oh, he's a bit tilted, get him a frag. Like we were saying earlier, it's everything else aside from what's.
Oh my god.
That was big. That was big. That was big.
I'm sorry, that was just mental.
That was big.
Fucking
5-7. All the people saying nerf the 5-7. Like, this is exactly the evidence you want for that, you know?
Yeah.
Everyone's like, oh, it's just the cameras, okay.
But yeah, as you were saying about the IGO, I think the best reference is kind of like when you have an employee looking at the boss and being like,
sound coming in the mic. The sound has come on. The sound has come on.
Oh.
The sound has come on. It's really loud.
Who needs a second round conversion?
Right, there you go. I still hears it. I can still hear it, bro.
Seismic shifts back and forth here between these.
Wait there a sec. Do we need to reboot?
Okay.
Right, there we go. It should be back now. Should be
yeah.
Right, keep going.
We good?
It actually just said there on the screen that Ancient is Yabby's best map, apparently.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, exactly. Yeah, go on, Ted. What were you saying?
I was saying the point with the IGO, I think the best analogy is kind of like when you're like, there's an employee on a company and they look at the CEO or the owner or the boss or whatever, and they're like, oh, it's so easy for them. They just get to, you know, tell people what to do and they earn all the money and whatever. And you just ignore all the boring stuff that they've done for years to get to that level. It's basically the same when you're a star player and you look at the IGO.
Reason the CEO gets millions, even beyond all the, you know, planning, the real reason the CEO gets millions is he's the guy who jumps out the top floor window when the business crashes, mate. You don't.
Yeah.
You just go and get another job. And you only lose your salary. He loses his stock options, his whole life, his fucking wife leaves it. Mate, he's under a little bit more pressure than you. And we have a thing in English, right, where if you do a difficult job, like a firefighter or fucking oil rig, you get extra money because it's called danger money. You get that money because you might get fucked up. There's an equivalent of that, like mental danger money, mate. That's what the fucking CEOs get at that point.
Yeah, and when you're an IGO, it's pretty similar as well, right? Because if your project fails, you're going to be held responsible a lot of the time, especially if you had all right pieces on paper.
One thing that is quite interesting is if you actually look at the players that like were stars that became IGLs, a lot of them have like a similar pattern as well. Because with Valde and also Twists on Liquid as well, like they were actually in that role because they had an AWP IGL. They were doing like most of the utility, and they were in like a position that doesn't really exist on other teams. So like my role classifier algorithm or whatever, when I was looking through like old 2018 demos and stuff, it had Valde as like the IGL because obviously he wasn't calling, but he was already sort of used to like what utility do you throw, the timings, the patterns that IGLs take. The thing that he obviously missed was calling, being a leader. Like it's all these elements that these players don't think of. They think that just because they can do the thing in the game, that means that they know how to like make the call at the right time and all of these things.
Oh, this should work. This should be easy. There should be a more down. Come on.
Yeah.
Right, I'm going to won the map now. This is it.
Yeah.
I mean, you got one more buy, but it's going to be really hard to get back in this game.
By the way, about Enshin being Yabi's best map, I think it kind of intertwines with a point I kind of forgot to make. But you remember when Config and BlameF were still on Astralis? That was with Yabi as well. It was at a certain point that Astralis team was actually very good on Ancient. And I feel like it's been something that has stuck with them over such a long period of time. It's like this Ancient is good. And it has been for years like a safe territory. And I feel like it's always been one of the maps on which they've been comfortable, even when they were very bad on other maps.
They got him. They get it 2 for 1. What?
In the game,
yeah.
He needs to kill Fuzi.
Because Torzi's going to plant now. If
Fuzi doesn't know he's here.
This is a mega timing. If he actually gets behind, this is the round. This is the round if you get this PR. And you can, mate, now they can't get in at all. Yeah, they're fucked now. How do they get?
Stair.
Stair has to win an instant duel. He's got an 8, to be fair. So let's see. Oh, perfect molly, though. Yeah, this round's cooked. Right, well, they're back in the game. Back in the game.
You're fully right, though, Ted. That's exactly what I was saying. Like, I think Ancient has just been a staple for this team. Even though they've like kind of tried to drift away from it, you can tell their players just kind of want to be here.
Yeah.
By the way, that's also on the IGL discussion. Why I get so bored of people who think you can tell how good an IGL is based on where's your placing, how many T rounds did you win, and shit like that, right? Because notice how every time a tactical IGL falls off, no one in the scene wants to pick him up. No one will gamble on him, even though, by the way, they'll gamble on every pro who shits now at the game, hoping he comes back to being good again. They'll never do it with an IGL, but how many times does the IGL go back to the top? Snappy, Carrigan, Alexi, all of these fuckers. Remember, Alexi B was dead. After the NIP benching, no one was ever going to pick him up, I was told. Snappy wasn't even supposed to be an ENS. He'd already had his career. He was supposed to be a fucking Dunzo player. That's why his is the most brutal. I can't handle how many close games he's lost. Like, mate, you don't need to change. You need to like change one round a game, and he'd like be fucking like 17th in the world or something. It'd be crazy.
And wasn't he doing it with like half the players that G2 just had as well? Like Nert, Sunpius, like the Saw coach.
It's why I selfishly look for Kaspersky. I wish he played on a top 10 team. For Snappy, I'm glad he has Kaspersky. Like, I actually think low-key this down move was a fucking genius. But I told people before I ever played a game, that seems like I could already envision the type of AWP he's going to do. It makes sense. I can even see why you want that. If you're a Danish IGL, I don't want the AWP of that, like, wrinkle. Like, hey, I get boss, I'm going to get a 3K or nothing. It's like, I want the guy who gets the 1 kill on the fucking angle that's set up on the middle of the map while I'm calling something.
Yeah. The guy who's going to be reasonable is all right. We had that conversation on Overcom right at the start when they announced it, and I think it was It was one of the most important things. It's like you just get someone that's going to be providing some more security. You can trust him in his judgment.
Another round coming. Another round coming. They have got kits, but
this is still dangerous.
They at least have the right read. They're all in the right place.
Oh, okay, got the kill.
You're committed now.
I mean, Ryu needs to play next. He needs to go down straight away and get a kill. Oh my god.
He's Swift.
They're doing it.
I mean, this is on though. This is sketchy.
Yabi might do it.
Stop fucking peeking. What are you doing? They might have left it too long though, because they keep expecting this Torji peak, but he's not going to peak now because he's played off his teammates.
The problem is this. Yeah, this donut player just wins the round by default.
But he's going to peak it now though. Oh,
they know where they are.
Better. That's it. You can't go temple. I'm sorry, you cannot. You cannot.
Oh,
by the way,
wait.
He plays the time now. You're just going to play the time.
He does have a kid.
PR is not going to lose this round. See, because all you can do is tap it.
No,
he hasn't
I think he's got it.
There's no way there's time for that.
No, he's got it. He's got it.
Oh my god.
What's the time though?
PR
By
is
the way,
troll.
please, producer, show us the time. It would have been like 0.1 second or something.
Oh, I'm gonna see it on the stream.
They'll show it on the
see it
replay,
on the
but I guarantee it was like really, really close.
Yeah.
That's not the way you want to go.
Did he ace it? He aced it as well, right? Yeah, he aced it.
Really blown that situation. That's unfortunate. But we're gonna have to go to the desk and revisit that map.
All right, I'm looking now. So he aced it, and he got the defuse on... I'll let you know, 1 second.
0.015 apparently.
There you go.
0.015,
Bro,
yeah.
not even 0.1. That's ridiculous. By the way, I hope people understand that means he didn't know he had that. He was eating the beeps like, shit. By the way, if it's 0.05, he'll have even heard that sound that happens before it blows. Like he'll start here. He thought he was ascending to fucking heaven.
Yeah.
Someone on your chat just made a great point, by the way. They just said Jimmy wins that.
He would.
Yep.
He
yep.
would. So, by the way, PR didn't even play it bad. He just unfortunately got shot at the end. Yeah, he generally played the first part pretty well. Maybe threw the nade a bit too early because he actually thought he was getting bomb rushed. I think.
I just don't think he needed to peek at all. He could have just jump spotted from behind.
And I just don't believe in that scenario that they ever stick it and hold it. You know what I mean? I think they just keep tapping until they kill you, and they won't do that until they go for the defuse. Right, let's pull up the poly market because now that Astralis has won that, even though it was their pick. Let's see. Let's see. Just see, because by the way, it looks like the trade is just a plebish, so they'll just go straight to Astralis now or something. It'll be like, is it? There we go. Astralis is now 57%, Mouse 44. Even though, by the way, what I don't get is surely you thought they could each win their own map pick. So, okay, the question now is, like, I would say I would take personally the Mouse side of this because I think they're going to win Mirage. I think that's always been a good Mouse map for fucking ever, bro. Like, that's one of the best maps for Torji. That's always been a great Spinks map. Like, what are you guys on? Do you think, can this be an Astralis 2-0?
I don't really think so. I am fully with you, I think. I'm going to do the same thing I did for the last map and say, look, they won their, like, I guess, pocket pick, if you want to call it that, you know, like the one map that they sort of had a chance. But the other two maps, like, nothing's changed since what we were discussing beforehand. Yeah. I mean, maybe Astralis look a bit hot coming into this, but still, like, Mirage, yeah, I do reckon they'll lose that. They really struggled against Pain last time.
Our initial conversation was, can they win a map? They have. I do want to say it was very convincing. We shouldn't be ignoring that, right? So that's, I guess that's the only avenue worth exploring right now is maybe individually Astralis can put a good shift. And if they can, Mirage is probably the best map to do something like that on. So I will try to, I am hopeful, but in reality, it should be a 2-1 for Mouse still. But maybe there's a world that they just started off very well and they just carry on with the momentum.
The good news if you're Astralis is this. I always just call this, you play with house money. Like, if you really go ballsy on Mirage, if you're Hooksy, call a bunch of crazy shit, mate. Go for some ballsy players, gamble a bit. If it works, that's like the free win right there. But you can still go to the decider too.
I'll say it that way. I believe Astralis have a bigger chance winning 2-0 than they have 2-1. I think if it goes to Dust 2, it's going to be more difficult for them to run away with the win in comparison to Mirage.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think even though Astralis, like everything we said is still true, right? Yabi tends to overperform massively, like on Ancient, and he did exactly that, right? He basically him and Stair like giga carried from what I remember. And I think looking at Mirage, like I don't think you're going to see them hold that kind of form.
Why does this Adnan moron guy just spam everything? But what's even the gag?
Is that on YouTube?
Like, I'm Indian and I spam the internet, so you don't feel like standing out then? Aren't there millions of you doing that, homie? What are you talking about? It's not even funny though, is it? It's just not even vaguely funny, bro. It's a waste of fuck. Baby, whatever.
You started thinking about Jay Bowen again.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at how many LAN finals Astralis has made. They've actually not won a LAN event in such a long time. I mean, they are sometimes making finals. So the last LAN event that Astralis won as an organization was Copenhagen Gaming Week in 2024.
That
And you can
count,
guess.
bro.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
So the last real event that they won on LAN was, oh Jesus, this is Blast Pro Series Global Final 2019. That can't be right. There's no fucking way.
That sounds right.
be
I mean,
right.
they were good during the online era for a bit, but that was all not online.
Yeah, it is. It is right. Yeah, they've made a bunch of finals, but they've not won an event such a long time. So they made
when they had
the PGR
Glaive,
Bucharest final.
all they ever did was make the odd semi. And even in smaller tournaments, I remember they lost like one of those fucking tournaments in like Dubai to like Big or something. In the finals, like what? They've had some sketchy as well. That's one of the reasons why that roster didn't fall apart gracefully. It just became whacker and whacker, didn't it?
So that
they were just so annoying. I remember like they could just never get the right 5 together at the same time because they had pieces. Like there was a time when they had like Blame F and Config, and it's like, okay, but you don't have an AWPer. You have like Lucky or something. And then they did get an AWPer. Like Device came back and it's like, oh, you've lost Config.
Config
like
did the fucking kick to the guy, right?
Yeah.
Device.
Yeah.
And
then they kicked Blame F,
also
obviously.
Where I
like,
can tell you, I guarantee the actual thing people have missed about Astralis is missing those like 5 majors in a row. That will have fucked them on so much sticker money that absolutely that's the money that would have gone into buying the player that made the team mega again, by the way. Because as you say, there was a couple of years where they were one piece away from being really good. And I still think the super team is the dumbest one ever because you did it without the IGL. That wasn't the team for Blame F to be the IGL. And then kicking him, I still think to this day, that's why I'm glad this shit. I think that was one of the dumbest kicks ever. You just take him off IGL Pro. Why would you ever? You never kick that player, mate. That's a player you just keeping your. Like I said, he's like the fucking Danish kisser. Oh, he's just a really strong player that's always good. Seems like he gets along with everyone and just practices his ass off. Problem is, I'll tell you this.
Fifth at the time?
I can tell you though, Blame F isn't very smart though. Like, I'll give you a side tangent reason why. To this day, I can't raid his channel because he doesn't have raiding turned on Twitch. And when I go in the Twitch chat or DM him and go, turn raiding on, he goes, I don't know how you do it, bro. I just frag. It's like, you're the IGL! You can't even figure that out. Google it, you fuck. Ask Zeus to Google it. You ask his girlfriend, whatever.
Oh, I remember. That's actually a funny story. I remember because I watched the podcast that you did, Duncan. About how to enter esports. No, the recent one, how to enter esports, right? It was a good one. And I remember you made that argument that you shouldn't be getting into arguments with people from the industry before you get into the industry. That's actually a funny story. I've been in one argument with someone from the industry before I got into the industry. And it was Blame F. And it was about eating healthy. Something that had to do with gym when I was like 16 or 17 and he was 18 or 19. And I remember back then I was just thinking, because he was on Epsilon back then and I actually like him and we were on good terms, right? And we've spoken about this. It's very funny. We just argued about rice and whether rice is, because I think it was, I don't remember exactly what the argument was, but he made an argument about something like, if you're eating rice, you cannot be on a cut or like a calorie deficit or whatever. Rice is very calorific or whatever. And I was like, I literally straight up was like a 16-year-old, didn't give a fuck. I just called him an idiot or whatever. That was that was a fun thing. And I thought of that situation. So now when you said he's not that smart, I just thought of that. I was like, I did call him an idiot when I was 16. I did end up regretting it after that. It wasn't a nice thing to do,
What
but we
people
talked it
don't
over.
realize is I almost never actually insult pros.
Yeah.
What happens is I critique them, and then if they react badly and they attack me, the gloves are off then, motherfucker, let's go. And I am the only person who, yes, will just say to major winners to their face on a show in real life, you were shit, you lost the game, don't fucking cry to me, you little bitch. Fuck off out my face. Yeah, I'm one of those few people. That's where I channel the fucking... Who knows if it's the good or the bad autism? You decide. That's when I channel it, bro. That's when it's my fucking... I'm like, hey, man, by the power of Tism! And then I just fucking go in on that bitch. Anyway.
It always makes me think of that Vexite one, because I remember once, like, you said something like, oh, he just isn't that great a player or something. It was the most normal comment ever that any other analyst would say. And he responded to you by, like, critiquing your, like, looks or something.
What he did was...
And then obviously
example, because this is a classic one, Luz. No one ever rewinds and finds who shot the first blow. What he did was this. He took the picture of the Steve Carell movie, 40-year-old version, and was like, this is you. So you're implying I'm a virgin and a loser, bro. Well, at that point in time, gloves are off, right? You're an ugly fuck with a spotty face. And you just lost the game. Let's go. Listen, I'll never get this. If I was going against me, all I would do is be professionally polite, and I could never do anything against you, because I actually have a code of honor in that sense. But the second you want the gloves off, motherfucker, let's fight in the mud then. I'm better than you at that.
Yeah, it was kind of like the...
Because you're right, everyone was like, oh my God, he's bullying a child. But he was like an 18-year-old pro player in fucking major as well. But like, no, they made it sound like I drop-kicked a 4-year-old over the fucking swing set. It's mental, wasn't it? I know.
It's like the MPL thing with Pimp and the major.
99.999 recurring percent of times, they always insulted me first and up the ante, and I was just like, all in. That's what happened every time. They re-raised all in. Every fucking time, mate. Don't even... That's why I still think the best one is when I did that to Simple. When it's like, oh, you want to come at me, motherfucker? Listen, bitch. You might be the GOAT, but you can get it too, mate. Like, you can... And by the way, all you need to know is no matter what fans say on that one, Simple himself, I don't know why. I think he told me this one. I think he went and talked to Blade, and Blade was basically saying, like, mate, you just totally misunderstood that interaction. Like, you did it for him first. That's why he's pissed off. And so, it's real. Simple actually was the one who came to me and apologized and did that interview. Like, I didn't tell him to do that. I was fine with him. Just fuck off, because he also was becoming shit at the game, to be fair. So, whatever. Like, worked out for me. It was lining up, I was getting a hit.
Because there's that weird, parasocial relationship that everyone has with players. They'll just see, like, the end result of it. They'll see something that's happened 4 messages along, and they get real pearl clutchy.
And that was the worst
You'll get, like,
one
20
ever,
people.
because, bro, all the messages were like, but how can you say that to the GOAT? Like, because he's good at CS, he has to be right in every area of life. Like, what a mad angle that is. That's mental, bro. That's like if Simple came in and he's just been eating a bucket of shit, and I'm like, what a retard. Like, he's the GOAT. How can you say? Also, again, like that thing earlier about you're not Simple. If he's the GOAT and I can't say that to him, how are you talking to me? You're just a fucking Billy Nobody on Twitter. How are you talking to me? Spoiler.
I think it's the exact same mindset. It's the same mindset of those people that are, like, obsessed with, like, Taylor Swift or whatever, and they literally, like, impart themselves into her relationships or something. Like, I don't know if this person's good for her. It's like, who are you? Go outside, touch grass, please.
My favourite is when they go the other way and they go, something nice happens, they go, I love that for her. It's like, she isn't your friend, mate. That's such a weird angle. Just listen to the music and fucking get on with life, you know what I mean? That's why when people are like, why do you like Ronaldo? I don't know, like watching him score mega worldy goals. Doesn't have to be my... But he's arrogant, mate. He's not my mate. He's not doing it to me, is he? I'm not in the middle of a team negotiation. Like, can I have the ball, Ronaldo? No, I'm going to score. Oh, like, I just get to watch it and go, that's cool. Score another one, mate. Sick in it. There's 2 minutes till this game goes in. 2 minutes. Tell you what, though, like I said, if I'm Astralis, fuck it. Let's go into this one loose, boys. This could be the 2-0 if we do it well.
Yeah. I think especially with the individuals now rocked up, you need to take a chance on Mirage. Just play Brave Counter-Strike. You start CT side. If Stair gets fired up and Yabi gets fired up, you have a legitimate chance. Those are your short and connector players. You could make something happen here. And surprisingly, Ryu's been solid.
When you are, like, the underdog, especially, underdogs don't win by your players being better than their players. Like, that's never the route. you have to be the team that has more ideas. You have to bring things that are creative. You have to have set strats, new utility. Like
That's why
it's pretty
bro,
hard to do that on a map like
major
Mirage.
was my dream. That was like a fantasy. That's like a fever dream I had when I had a cold or something, bro, of what Carrigan would do in the movie of Carrigan the biopic to beat all the best teams in the world. Like that was some literal like fairy tale shit, wasn't it? He was actually just pulling shit out of his ass, like do a flying VK kid. It was working. It was so dope, wasn't it? But then the problem is that's why you notice after the major, I tried my best to temper everyone's expectations. Like, he's not going to do that every tournament, boys. Like, that's just some in the major, you pull out the big... That normal tournaments, they're going to win, they're going to lose. It's going to be normal CS, you know. And also, by the way, you also don't do that when you're like 100 days in. You do that in the first month and a half when it's like you're trying anything to win.
We actually already have the infamous phrase "saving strats for the major," which basically characterizes exactly that. Except in Carrigan's case, it's not even strats. It's like things you've pulled from the ether that shouldn't be possible.
Like, I'm not joking, genuinely. He is one of those people where, like, I would really love to actually hear him do a core stream like this of a live game. And all I want to hear is him watch the late round and do what I tried to do, like predict a flank. Because I bet he would have the most unbelievable reads you've ever seen. Because he looks like one of those guys who just sees into the Matrix, doesn't he? He just knows what's going to happen before it happens, you know.
He actually does make, on his YouTube channel, he does demo reviews for like random people. I think he was doing this back on Malta mostly, but he'll literally watch like some Faceit demos. And he'll sit there and he doesn't actually say that much. He'll just add like a couple of comments. Then there'll be one round where he's like, if you did this, and this, you would have won. It's like, oh, okay, brilliant. But obviously if you actually understand the game and you listen back to it, it's gold every time.
Yeah.
By the way, I'll give you the player version of that. And it's why I'm not surprised he became an IGL. Do you remember that feature they did in Astralis where Device had to review, is this a pro or a noob? And Device was the only player that got all of them right because he was guessing off stuff like, oh, that's like a lineup of a smoke that a pro would never do. Oh, see the way he opted that angle there, like an FPL. Bro, he was the only one that had the crazy reads. Because you know, that's the reason that's usually a fun feature is half the pros get it wrong, don't they? They're like, he is quite good because he got a 3. By the way, Device also was doing mad shit. Like looking at the skin you had on your gun, like, oh, but those gloves though, I actually think only a pro. And it was like, mate, he is fucking, that is actually God tier what he's doing. Because you know, there's that famous one where Twists was the IGL or whatever, and he made a call like, oh, it's this player because he saw the color gloves they have on the model of the enemy he was facing. Like, what read is that? That's
I remember that.
They can be IGLs, bro, because in their own way they are all fucking, you know, locked in. It's just they don't realize that's not IGL, and that's just some cool trivia shit he came up with, you know.
Yeah.
The worst was League of Legends for that. Like, they were doing that with some G2 League of Legends players who were like the best European pros. Mate, they were getting way off on the ranks. They were thinking that, like, average-ass players were, like, top-ranked players and shit because they just liked the clip that you did. They all got tricked by the outplay or whatever, you know.
Yeah, that kind of content is inherently misleading.
That's why you do it, though, innit? Because you want it to be fun, don't you? You want them to get some right, you want to get some really wrong. Especially because then it plays into the fan delusion, like, maybe I am secretly pro.
Also, I think
I am pro.
With CS2, it's a little bit more difficult to tell out of a simple highlight because the game is a bit more noob-friendly.
Yeah,
to
that's
some
why
extent
my
with the
YouTube
movement.
channel is hilarious because we just take all of my best rounds. And I told you, I play the ultimate show match style. So if you already see me hit those no-scopes, you think, fucking hell, he's pretty crack. Mate, I miss the most normal options of all time. What are you talking about? But I just go for like the clutch where I do the 2 no-scopes, you know, 180, you know, like, because when you hit it, it's like, Unk got reflexes. It's like, not really, man. I just delete all the ones that aren't in there, you mad fuck.
Yeah, in CSGO, I think it was a lot easier to spot out the difference. It went just by some small moves, like how someone zooms, how someone peeks. Obviously, now you can still do that if there's an extreme difference, but it's easier to fool people.
Tech pause. It's been a surprising amount of tech issues over this 2 days, actually.
Yeah, we only had 2 today. Well, I say only.
It's like paradise. After 4 days in South American close qualifier, these tech pauses here are paradise.
Also, what would actually shock you for real is back at 1.6, the no-scope didn't have inaccuracy. If you did it properly, it landed every time. Most stoppers didn't even use it. I'm not joking. Everyone tried to scope. That's actually why I can do all those mad ones in CSGO and CS2. Because I actually learned that a long time ago. I played CS from the very beginning, bro. It was a million hours. So I already knew because I used to op all the time. Because I was actually doing it Cadian style. It's like actually op, so you could get the advanced vision and spot people and then make the call off it basically and tell people where the mid round. So I was doing the no scope all the time, bro. Like I should have made a frag movie. That would have been insane too. Should have been like
elephant show match one day.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thorin on the up.
Sort of obviously have to be the Jay-Z Linkin Park collab there for the old 1.6 frag movie.
Yeah.
Like all the 1.6 frag movies and the anime music videos.
Or they're like, oh, motherfucker, you doing it, man? Get down with the sickness. Some of that shit too. All the classics, all the classics. That's why actually, you know, Chad is a true old school gamer. Chad has like a playlist that's called like 1.6 frag music or something.
Yeah.
And it's just all of that shit that was in all the movies. That I think he does it to like warm up because he's like living the dream. He's back in 1.6 at that point. That's why the saddest one of all isn't even just this, boys. It's not that I didn't get invited to the show matches overall. It's that at Starladder Berlin, Chad floated to Starladder where you do a 1.6 show match, and I would have played that. And then they didn't do the show match at the end because on the last day they just decided not to do it. That would have been amazing, bro.
A 1.6 show match is such a cool
especially
idea.
because some players didn't play it that much. I always said, mate, put me in that against like Kenny S from Sauce or something. I'll fucking, I will actually cook him. Put him in the game, bro.
You just go up against Donk in a 1.6 show match. You can probably actually beat him.
Well, especially because, by the way, 1.6 in the engine, it's really clean engine. So it has loads of little tricks you can do as well. By the way, another thing people wouldn't know is if you haven't played 1.6, I'm not trolling, you wouldn't even be able to actually duel versus someone like me because I can do the fucking crouch hop. Like that timing, it takes a long time to time that. If you do it properly, if you don't know, it makes the model jump like that when you run. So it means it's really hard to headshot the guy, actually. But that takes years to get that rhythm down.
Even if you know the wall bangs, right?
Also, you can wall bang everything.
Yeah.
Like, I spent 1 million hours doing the new wall bangs. You can wall bang almost every single spot, mate. You can get everyone in the rafters on all sides. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
But because of how the wall bangs work in 1%, you can wall bang through that massive rock that Twist jumped off in CSGO. CSGO, yeah. The Cologne one.
Yeah.
That's one item, so you can wall bang through it. People don't know that. So there's 1 million, like, dark... This is like some Arteta fucking dark... magic or whatever it's called. What's that thing called? Dark arts or something. There you go, dark arts. Oh.
Ooh.
Good start so far.
That was
Good
close.
Start so far.
That was NT. Yeah, he headshot him. Yeah, that was a very fun one when I started playing CSGO because I never played 1.6 so much, and some of the old Bulgarian players were calling Silo rock. And I was like, what do you mean rock?
We called it,
and then I saw what it was at 1.6. I was like, okay, it makes sense.
Didn't get spotted in the first place. He's standing on top of the smoke inside of connector. It's hard to see.
Yeah, I will admit, unfortunately, I've never played 1.6. Always get
That's
around
why
to
I
that.
actually look down on people so much who want new maps all the time. You are aware the entire charm of CS is that the basic architecture has been here since 1.6, basically, and it's just really good. That's why Moses did nail it literally 10 years ago. Just tweak the maps we have. Change the bomb site, change a boost spot or something. That's what will make the game interesting. But to me, it is some noob shit. It's like saying change a football pitch or a chessboard. Like, then play a different game, mate. Can we just play our game?
I agree.
I think to me, I'm with you. Inferno's got a bit played out. Let's tweak it then. I don't know, widen the banana or make it so there's like change the construction or something like that. That's what you want to do. Change the triple box, something like that. By the way, a small tweak might completely transform that map. Who knows?
Look what it did with Anubis, right?
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, on the actual game, strong start for Mouse, like very strong start.
This is going to be a Yabby headshot, though, watch. Instant headshot with the D.
It looks so perfect.
It's a really good angle for it.
That's not going to help.
Whiffed.
Aye.
That looked like it was hitting.
Yeah.
What's going on with the Deagles? Ref, the Deagle's not working. Ref, I was on him. Deagle didn't work.
Neck shots. It's always neck shots.
No political jokes there. No political joke. We'll leave that.
Oh.
There's really like a round loser loop on the background when they lose. Wow.
Honestly, very few kills here for Astralis.
Which is ironic because actually the Deagle was Robin's son. Well, that's a Deagle.
Nice.
All good. Yeah, that's fire. That's actually heat in the booth. I know. And that could have been the turning point.
Double up in the window.
Oh no.
Nice.
Although this is the full buy now, but this is another chance to get back in the game.
Yeah.
And they're rushing him. It's good old Hooksy, the old Bianca.
Oh, big kill. Ugh.
One for one.
Ugh.
Oh, this is a kill though, surely.
Oh, no.
Come on. Yes. Oh,
He killed him.
Right.
That's crazy spray control.
Right, it's all
He's
about
still whiffed
Ryu's
as crazy and
Ryu
still
can
able
do
to get a
everything
kill.
here, 'cause he just saw the gunfire, by the way. So he's got yes.
Yep.
He's gonna get shot by the guy bench. Oh, the timing! I could just see it coming, boys. Forzy.
Oh god.
Gotta land
It's
this
actually a
shot,
good
get
He has
spot
no
for
way
him.
of dislodging that
He
player.
has no kit and no head armor.
Also, Spinks got shot in the head. He is on 17 HP.
Are they gonna try and
They
walk
haven't
away?
planted. This is wild. Yeah, they're gonna go to the other side. It's gonna work. This
Oh
is a
my
call and a
God.
half, by the way. This is
Oh
fire,
my
actually.
Yeah.
god.
Because think how frustrating it's going to be for Forzy when you hear this bomb is being planted. Like, it's the worst feeling of all time, innit?
Oh, and Exertion can just get inside of Jungle. This is.
By the way,
this-
the obvious thing you should, because he's changed the permission, you should obviously just put, like, ban the word Adnan or something like that. Like, just get that. There's never going to be anyone in history ever says anything interesting with that word, is there? Get that word the fuck out of our chat right now.
How much do you commit to this? I mean, he's got miles to go for a 10-second retake. There's no point in even trying.
You should be saving realistically if you're Fozy, but even then, like, Exertion's very encouraged to hunt. I mean, look at the money on Mouse. They actually have so much bank.
It's the way he has the fucking Team LDLC sticker on the scope.
Yeah.
Why have you got that team on, bro?
It's a good sticker.
I think with the first kill, that hold definitely could have been better.
They just love all this shit the producers, don't they? The absolute bollocks they show on camera's mental, innit? Look at that. Look at the M4's rolling. Yeah. It's rolling like a gunwood in the wind.
Look at it. It's
like,
going left, right, left, right.
You obviously just want to direct movies or something. Just get off the CS game. It's not for you. We just want to see them shoot people in the bomb blow up and stuff.
I don't hate it when the casters have actually said something and they like want some evidence. Yeah. That's fine.
No, that is very helpful when you're casting something and you want to navigate a conversation. Sometimes it is very cool.
Yeah. Like, where was the kit? Was there a kit? And then it shows you the kit. It's like, yeah, cool. But if you're just doing some random, like, going through the hallways or whatever while there are gunfights happening, like, please stop.
Sometimes it could be better, though. I've been in situations where, let's say, there's a massive, like, 4v4 showdown or whatever, and it's so chaotic, and there isn't anyone that gets a big multi-kill, and it's just refrags. It is better to just have like a Hawkeye view to the scene and watch it from above. It's very rare, but sometimes it happens. And even some of the best, like, observers out there, like J-Raz or Chef, they're going to use that every now and again.
It's a hard job, yeah.
Yeah.
I think the thing with that, though, is if you ever do miss, like, a good kill, as long as you show the replay, it's fine. But if you do miss the replay, like that K-Serato nuke one, that will always be infamous, because we just never got to see his POV.
Only 18 for that. That went right at his feet. Also, if you notice, when Ted says Bulgarian, the L is so silent. It sounds like he says Bulgarian.
What?
Bulgarian.
Did
Ghost. That's the race of the ghosts in Pac-Man. They're Bulgarian.
Did I say no? I don't.
No,
think
when
I
you
did.
say Bulgarian, it just sounds like you say Bulgarian because the L's just so quick. It's
Right.
like when I'm actually doing my Russian. The worst thing is when they say basically the letter V, like it's actually written B.
Yeah.
When they do that, they say it like it's like it's so fucking light how it comes up, but it's really hard to hear.
Yeah,
It's really
yeah.
hard to hear in the sentence because it's just like it's not even a whole sound.
Yeah, it's like a.
It's a nightmare. It's a nightmare.
Yeah.
Yeah, this should work. This should work. How are they ever going to rotate back on this? Yeah. Forzy's just going to be. Unfortunately, he went to they swapped him for Huxley because they do that sometimes. They pick the wrong round to do it. This was the one to be on air.
Look at Stair, by the way. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Double ramp. Double ramp.
Down.
They can't plant the bomb.
Oh, Spinks wins these though. Come on, he's still good. Look at this. Look at his mechanics, bruh.
He's low. He's low.
He should lose this, though.
Yeah.
Oh, he gets the bomb
Oh my
down,
God.
though. That's all that matters.
Surely he's gonna run him down.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a
He
minute.
didn't.
Yeah.
Bro, he actually shouldn't have planted there. Look at the money they had. He should have just tried to win it with the shooting him.
Oh God.
He didn't have the time, I think.
Because actually, I don't know that you actually needed the bomb money there. They've got loads of money now, though. They've got fuck tons, boys. Some of them got like 7 and 8K. So that was an ace. Okay. That's crazy, because remember, they had him rotated to like the B apartments. You'd have thought he was locked out.
Yeah.
But they all just peeked into him, unfortunately. Look at this.
They just had nowhere to plant the bomb.
Also, by the way,
Yeah, look, he had 5 seconds. He basically had to
that is a perfect use of the switch to the USB. That's exactly when you do it. You don't do what Thorin does, which is no-scope the guy and then whiff badly, and then he fucking plants the bomb. But I'm not playing Pro CS. Don't know if anyone's aware of that. I'm playing bullshit CS.
I like that from Fuzi, by the way. He aces, and then the next round, he just keeps it going with an
By the
aggressive
way,
play.
he aces, and those are the only 5 kills he's had in the game.
Yeah.
That's pure impact. That's pure impact.
True.
Astralis have 1 round, and he's killed all 5 people in that 1 round.
Yeah, look, kills in 1 round. Shout out that 1 Nero stat or whatever. You know?
Yeah.
Finish off Hooksy. Still can't believe that happened.
Yeah, neither can Pain.
That's also what's hilarious about how much hate Nero gets. Because if you've ever heard him, he's one of the most absurdly middle-class British people ever. Like, his entire style of talking is like, yeah, I guess, like, you know, sort of strong opinion, but I don't know, I guess, maybe, could be.
Is he hated? Does he get a lot of...
Have you ever read fucking HLTV forums, mate? You would think
No,
he
really.
literally wants to murder Zewu in real life and has to do it via stats manipulation. Like,
really?
Then hate his guts, bro. Yeah, people are so mental. They think he is real-time editing round swing to make certain people have a better thing on the scoreboard.
Mental.
Yeah. Lots knows what I'm talking about. I'm not even exaggerating, bro. Like, that's like hyperbole.
No, the problem is, and he admitted this himself, basically there was one time where like HLTV's like algorithm was slightly miscalculating clutches or something, so he just manually removed like a couple of clutches that were actually saves or something. And because people just heard manually edit, round swing, they now think he's just writing the numbers. He's pulling them out of like whatever. Just to make Monacy win MVPs.
The joke is they think it's like that US election meme where at like 4 a.m. it just went like that and went along. Like they think he's doing that at the end of every game. Like, wait a minute, this isn't right. Monacy didn't have a bad game. And you know the worst part, he's not even a Monacy fanboy. He's not even a Monacy fanboy. That's me, you morons. But whatever. Well, it's all good. As usual, fans, sadly, they don't do what I said earlier in the interview. They don't listen to what you're saying. They just project on you what they want you to have said. They don't actually listen to your opinion.
To be fair,
like,
that's what
I'm told all the time. I think Zewu sucks. Like, have I ever said anything even approaching that? For fuck's sake, I think my worst take ever is he's the 2nd best player of all time. I was like, fucking, you know what I mean? Like, if that's here, I don't think you're capable of following the game. Because by the way, notice how the Messi and the fucking Zewu fans don't think that about Simple. They think, oh, it's not even vaguely close. The other guy's shit. It's like they're the ones who say that. So what they do is their logic is if you're the other, if they hate you, you must think like they do that their guy sucks.
Yeah,
it's definitely not the case.
I think it's one of...
Why do people love to say... Yeah, go on.
One of the good and bad things that I'm doing. Sometimes it could be entertaining, but I just don't read forums. I don't have it as a habit, never have.
You shouldn't. There's no upside to it.
Good for your health.
Yeah. I read articles, but not forums, not just random.
Like I do it
random
because
comments.
I actually want to use it as a way to generate takes against that and to know like who to attack and make it entertaining. But put it this way, if I actually had like a different job, like if I only made like cool hype, I would never want to read a forum or comment in my life, mate. There's no upside to it. It actually, unironically, makes you dumber because you just spend your time arguing with the stupidest people in the world.
Yeah.
Like, on some level, you have to get into their head, which, like, geez, that's worse than getting in a serial killer's head. Like, fucking hell, I'm inside this Brockhead's fucking brain.
Also, I feel like there's so many podcasts and so many people giving their opinions on the internet now that if I wanted an alternative view, I would just listen to my colleagues' podcasts and shows.
If you actually want to, I don't do this that often, but if you actually did just want to generate opinions, actually HLTV forum's not very good. You should just listen to Talking Count and see what they think or whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
You'll immediately realize what you don't agree with, what you do, where you think they know what they're talking about.
Yeah, it's like Talking Counter. You've got all the shows that you're doing. You've got so many different, like, even if you want to listen to HOTV Confirmed, there's so many podcasts and so many people giving their opinions. It's like Dustin Hawker publishing videos by themselves, giving opinions. There's so many people that actually pay attention to the game that give opinions if you want to hear an alternative view.
People don't know Hawker has mad strong opinions. He's just really polite about it. It just doesn't come off. You have to realize I am actually from like a port area in the northeast, which is not sophisticated. So I do come off like a fucking ruffian, you know. People like Hawker actually have like an automatic level of sophistication because they just seem classy, don't they?
Yeah, no, Alex has some very strong opinions. I didn't realize that about him until we casted together a couple of times, and then we had some conversations between the maps, and I was like, we can actually have a very nice conversation about the game and debate stuff.
He's just one of those guys that's like impossible to hate because whenever you talk to him, it's like he's smiling, he's joyous. He's just one of those people that like exudes joy and whimsy. Like you can't hate a man like that for his opinions.
And he was on the cast yesterday, so there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Considering they've got PR, Zelix, and Xertion with no cash really left over.
That's a couple of rounds for Astralis.
They're in the game at least. They're in the game for now.
Not enough to convince me of anything yet, but they're still breathing, at least. They're on life support. It's still ticking.
That's a pretty nice shot, like. It's just blind, but whatever. This might be the first team ever where, like, everyone except Ryu's AWPing. Like, what the fuck? How would the 4 people think they can AWP? Because yesterday,
I think the better question is why does Hooksy think he can AWP?
That's one of the mysteries of the world, mate. You probably just saw MSL do it that one time. So if he could do it.
Oh yeah.
Spoiler, he couldn't really do it. Like he barely did it that time, by the way. That's even one of those.
That dream hack event was so beautiful.
Yeah, but if you ever go back, even the numbers are fugazi on that one. They just gave him it because he like carried the final and he beat Device. It was like, if you ever look back, I believe it's like, I think you showed the stat actually the other day, Loz. It should have been easy. His stats were unbelievable, and he wasn't even like the star player.
AZ was dominating that event, yeah.
But MSL wasn't even second, you know. It was like AZ, Valde, and like I think even
people don't know
Kirby.
it was the bad old days. They used to put so much on the final. It was crazy for things like MVPs, mate. That was wild. That's why it was really hard to win as the dominant runner-up. You know, you just couldn't do it because you didn't win the final. Which is also why I hate these discussions. Wow, Siwoo has like 30 plus. He played almost his entire career in the era where you're allowed to win in second place. All the others didn't. Kenny S didn't.
He missed.
You know what I mean? That's big. That's
what?
Big. That should have been a win. That should have been the win.
From Torji as well. Torji's looked so good this series. Or not this series, but this tournament in general.
He was just moving. That was unfortunate.
Because if you don't know,
well, you say that, but
as we said on the show, now Loz can actually go and look in the same way and make the graph some old demos. So we're actually going to do some like CS:GO shit and compare. In fact, obviously in the future, maybe we'll even do the Vitality Astralis one and just do the head-to-head. You know, it would be a fun one.
yeah, there are loads of fun things we can do with that. Like, if you want a teaser about that now, because I've already kind of done a little bit of investigating. But, like, I actually did this thing where I took all the players currently playing, and I took a bunch of players from, like, 2018, 2019, like, my favorite era of CS. And I was basically comparing statistical similarities to see which players now, like, map back to old players from then. And actually, Glaive and Flames are, like, 98% matching on like entry attempts, like how they use flashes, how they get flashed for.
All right.
There are some crazy things like similarities now. Yeah.
Who's the modern? I don't know. Who's the modern? You said about shocks. Who's the modern config?
Modern config.
Yeah.
It's a good question. Like it probably would have to be like a Yakindar or like I don't know, maybe a Kiyosuke or something like that.
Yeah.
I think the Kiyosuke call is even good because didn't I always say I always wanted config to have Carrigan as his IGL because that's exactly what I envisioned. Like he'll just brain pilot you, mate, and then you'll because remember was config ever as good as when he played with MSL? That was kind of the shit, wasn't it, when he was with him? So
yeah,
people like that. What they don't realize is the mechanics are unbelievable, but it's knowing the timing, and that's actually quite cerebral, even though it doesn't seem like it to some people. That's why Fur is just the ultimate man's man. He wasn't being cerebral. He just had the giantest pair of balls in the world and didn't give a fuck. That, by the way, that can map as, wow, he's making a lot of crazy calls on me. How does he read the game? He doesn't, he just doesn't give a fuck. Remember that story where Fallen was like, yeah, on this map they do it. He's like, don't tell me, bro. That will get in my head. I will just run and kill them. Like, what are you talking about?
By the way, Astralis are coming back on the back of that previous.
Happening.
Yeah, that previous round started
your exertion, bro. Where are all the? This is where you closed the half. What are you doing? Where's the calls?
It's like 6-4, no money.
Because a lot of people haven't actually noticed this yet. Mirage right now is the second most CT-sided map in the pool. Like, it's actually barely below Nuke in terms of how CT-sided it is. So Mal's having 60 rounds.
And all the maps only like mildly CT-sided at that though. Like in the modern day.
No, I'm talking like they're like 60% or something.
Yeah, that's what I mean though. 60% is not that great. Like the problem is back in the day, like the old Nuke was like you did like a 10-5 half or something. You know what I mean? Like 12. The problem is there's nothing like that in modern CS. Like you have CT-sided, but
they're all sort of 50-ish.
It'll be like it's 9-6 each half or something. Yeah. Like we don't actually have any super CT-sided map. It doesn't exist. I also think it can't in CS2. C-side's too strong. C-side's strong as fuck.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I definitely agree. I just mean in this context, like the fact that Mals are up six rounds they'll take,
yeah,
you know,
absolutely.
any day.
No, that's totally fine. And again, it's just going to be on the pistol, isn't it? If they get the pistol, it doesn't matter. You're just laughing again.
Yeah.
That's why I always think the hardest thing about watching playing a game, rather, in this, if you're pro, is it's that half where you get to 9 rounds. No, not 9. You get to 7. You get to 7 or 8 rounds on CT side of a map, and you're having to win clutches and do perfect flanks, and then the other guy just wins the pistol immediately and gets one like round against the force. But he's right back in the game. That's like 9-8. Like what the fuck? Oh, it's 8-7 or something. Like holy shit! Like that. It feels like disproportionate how much you had to do. Actually reminds me of football. I always thought football, that is the worst part of the sport. You can have possession, build up, play. If the other guy scores a fluke goal, it's like, what the fuck? He's leading now. What is this sport? What the fuck is this?
Yep.
That's the one area I agree with Americans. That is one area that American football and basketball are superior. Like, there's no shit like that. That would be like if everyone went for Hail Mary all the time in NFL and you just won the game even though you were shit and you won by 1 touchdown. So like, that'd be trash. The whole point is, I think Americans prefer that because it's like a layered, systematic build-up where these advantages do add up. By the way, this should be 6 rounds.
It should be
6 rounds.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They have another buy in the next.
That's the bomb. That's the bomb with 25 seconds left. Just shoot the bomb, by the way. You don't have to pick that. Use your brain. He has to pick the... By the way, there's another coach problem I have in CS. In that scenario, there's 24 seconds on the clock. They must physically move to where that bomb is. You don't have to fight a human. You can just take an off angle on that bomb, and they must touch it, or they can't win the round.
They've actually given him a chance.
But he just wide swung into them.
Oh my god.
If he hits his first... he didn't.
Oh
Luckily, he didn't. Luckily,
That's
he didn't.
terrifying. Hooksy's 1 HP. He was on 7 HP. 1 shot. God.
It was definitely a bit questionable, but I think Stair wasn't quite aware of where the 2 con players were, because if he knew on the minimap, like, there's 1 short and 1 con, like, peeking, that's fine, because your teammates should trade, but, like, they just weren't. They were tucking for some reason.
Yeah, we had the right idea. While he's still on default, while he's still compromised before he can pull out his op, getting on an angle.
Oh, all with the Eagles as well.
Maybe Javi's play was to just
All with
get to the
Eagles.
opposite side of the box and then stop and let Hooksy catch up.
This is actually a pretty good camera angle. That was kind of cool. That was a rare time I enjoyed the third person.
Felt like a scary situation, considering, again, it started with Deagles, so props to Mouse for even getting it close. And here we go, the 12th, with Astralis.
We've got some interesting questions in this.
This is a big
Twitch
round
chat,
for Mouse,
actually.
though. If you win this round, who gives a shit about all that comeback, mate? 17 rounds, we'll take that all day long. It's the game still.
Yeah.
Oh, Ryu. Oh, they got him for free. Oh, by the way,
God.
Andy almost got a fadeaway free kill on the fucking short guy there. I think he's Hooksy.
Yeah.
There's the bomb. Right, if you're Mouse, all that comeback from Astralis doesn't mean much if you get this round. It's all good.
Yeah.
It's all good.
But if you lose it...
What a hard... Oh, they are going round. I was going to say, if you go jungle, you fuck game it. This is going to be really hard. Oh,
That
get ready,
smoke is
because Alex is going to
awful.
swing this. Alex is going to swing this.
Hooksy in the backdrop, is they're gonna pop open the smoke.
Ooh, nice
Oh, I
flash.
was blind as fuck.
Good
He was
flash.
blind as fuck there, guys. Don't blame him. He couldn't see shit.
Do they have a molly? Yeah, they do.
Second one. Oh, he got a second as well.
Oh, he
Yeah,
got
that's
it.
got him.
But they can stick it. It's not planted for him. They want it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, God.
That's a big loss, though.
That was a team flash as well, because none of the T's got a flash.
No, I think it was
CTG.
Torshi.
Did they?
No, it was the Oper. It was the Oper. No? It was
Let's
Fuzi.
Let's look
The
at Mike
flash.
Shores now. Mike Shores, let's
I
say.
don't know. He didn't get a flash assist either way.
Times they're doing that instead of fucking showing the replay.
Yeah.
Well, you know.
It was the CT flash. It was Hooksy that threw it.
Yeah, I think he just threw it into the smoke, thinking his guy
Yeah.
would think
They
it.
didn't get an assist on the HUD, but it was Hooksy. I just saw it on the stream, on the delay. It was Hooksy.
Oh, what's
Yeah, me
is
too.
that actual second kill by Spinks could have won them the round there, man. That was crazy. He just like
Yeah.
instant headshot the guy before he died.
Hunger. You mean their hunger to win? No, I do mean their literal hunger. I've been following.
It's the way they're trying to do skits. Like, here's the thing, I'll give it to ESL. At least they have high production value. This is just some guys like, so what do you think? I'm dying. This is like, is this thing on? Okay, like live at the Apollo. So anyway, Foo's like, I just flew in and boy, are my wings tired. I mean, arms. I mean, oh shit. What have I
They're
done?
playing Kenny highlights from China.
By the way, I'm not even
Maui's
trolling.
calling him.
If you understand that being a pro isn't about actual talent, it's about like drive, can you lock in, etc. I'm not trolling. If you watch the streams of really good CSGO pros who are nowhere near pro now, they are still mega on stream. Fur is unbelievable, mate. Kenny S is literally what you are dreaming of. He is playing noobs in matchmaking and he is destroying them with Kenny S flicks. Like, it is really entertaining. I'm not even trolling. Like, you go watch those Kenny S highlight videos, they're fire. It's just him doing modesty shit for real.
One of the interesting ones is like when you watch some of these Swedish legends like Forrest, like Get Right, a lot of them stream, right? They're actually very decent at the game. They're still like top something hundred, like top 1,000 in Europe on Face It.
Probably they do that to Maui, but whatever.
Yeah, I just interrupted my brain thought. I was like, what was going on?
By the way, if you've never been to Malta, it's actually pretty cool. I mean, the joke is I am predisposed to like it, 'cause it's basically like going to Italy with British people there instead.
Yeah.
Perfect.
It is a little bit hotter than
Italian.
Italy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's basically like going to like Sicily or something like that. It's pretty cool, yeah.
Yeah.
It's like tiny as well, isn't it?
Put it this way, this event is right in the center. By car, it's like 18 minutes to any part of the coast anywhere. So like, you can go wherever you want. You go to the north, St. Paul's Bay, San Julian's is the one people like. There's a cool place called Valletta.
Yeah.
Actually,
Valletta's the capital.
There was even part of Game of Thrones was filmed here. I think it was when they were in like wherever Daenerys Targaryen was or some shit like that. I can't remember where that exactly what that was. I forget the names of all those places. But yeah, that was they even filmed some of Game of Thrones here.
It is good. I've heard the airport is a little bit...
Here's the thing, mate. That's one area that it's crazy people talk shit on the UK. If you ever talk shit on Heathrow, you better be American or Korean or something like that, bro, because mainland Europe airports are fucking...
Oh no, Heathrow is a good airport.
They may as well be, I'm saying it's mega, mate. They may as well be Bangladesh, bro. Like, Italy doesn't have one giant airport. Each city has like 5 shitter small airports where you would think you could be anywhere. You could be in Greece, you could be in Spain, you could be, they're all just like the most low-level airports ever. Like, mate, it's so bad. Heathrow, mate, looks like you're on fucking Mars compared to that. You're in a space colony. It's mega. The downside of Heathrow, believe it or not, it's too big. So famously, if your flight is in Terminal 5 and you have to go through customs, you ain't making your flight, bro. You have to get on a bus. Like, you need an actual bus to take you there. But as long as you're doing a normal flight, it's fucking banging. They've got all the mega restaurants. Yeah, it costs a lot of money. You know, if you can't pay it, fuck off to your country. It's all good. We're in the game. You want still looking to watch the game if you're a pauper for another country.
That pissed
Even
around.
if you're not British.
Unless you don't have a house, then you can't be.
Yeah. If you don't have a house.
Get out of my chat. Get out of my chat. We don't need you. We don't need you.
Oh. All right. This is on.
Yeah, good start.
This is really on.
It's a one round already, basically. Astralis have to throw this. For
that was
5-0/6-1
for Mouse. From a 6-1, that's now
Remember that from Hooksy.
a 7-6 lead.
They were
No, I just didn't want to say didn't want to provoke the Gen Z moronic meme.
I see. Yeah. Hesitant for another reason.
No, yes, exactly.
I don't think people realize. Look, you can do a funny joke with memes. That's not even a joke, though.
It's not a joke. That's why I avoid it.
And in your brain, there's a soundboard where you just repeat what you heard, like an animal, like an actual Pavlovian dog. You just go, ha, 6-7. It's like, that doesn't mean anything.
Exactly.
There's no joke there. You are aware of that. You are just a moron who just said something. That's it.
Yeah.
By the way,
I will say,
you're basically the guy. We had your guy. By the way, Zoomers, you aren't unique. We had you in 2005. You're the guy who just in a bar one time said, ha, that's what she said with really good timing. Someone laughed, and then every joke is that's what she said after that. Like, it's going to be hard to see if they win this. Oh, that's what she said. That doesn't even work. Like, that's what she said. That's Zoomers, mate. That's exactly what they do. You just do that shit forever.
The only funny example of that number I've ever seen actually came from Magic's, because once he was streaming, I don't know if anyone saw
the one on Overpass,
he just runs in front of an AWPer and says 6-7, and it's the perfect timing to like fuck up the AWPer's angle, and he starts screaming at him. He's so mad.
The thing is, whatever he says in that situation, the clip is still going to be mega.
It's like one that triggers Richard is they also try to repurpose our memes and fuck them up. Because remember, no Zoomer's seen the old school Simpsons. So all they do is, when anyone older than them says something, they go, "Ha! Old man yelling at a cloud." That isn't that old man yelling at a cloud is the idea. The old man has dementia and he's yelling at something that doesn't mean anything. That has not. When we just make like a point, like actually the way the circuit set up doesn't make sense. Double elimination. Ha! It's like an old man yelling at a cloud. It isn't. You fucked up the whole joke, you moron. You don't even know the context. You just tried something with like brute forced it with no understanding of the mechanisms. This is why I'm going to be teaching my advanced PhD course, understanding memes and their application in modern society.
The fact Jabby gets so far in means he's hard.
And in doing so, you were actually doing the meme of "It's not me, it's the kids who are wrong." So
exactly. But in that case, that is actually true.
Yeah, you are just right.
Kids that are Twitch and don't understand. Yeah. Not me, never me. That was nice, I gotta say. That's why you used the 5-7, homie.
Yeah, I was hyped about Astralis coming back, and now they've lost the force. So
does anything feel worse?
We need to just start saying 5-7 round as a way to like explain.
Well, here's the thing, guys. You guys have missed the obvious angle. Why doesn't Valve do something really hilarious and rename it to the 6-7? It's not even funny, is it? I know it's just garbage, absolute trash.
No, I've actually had that. I don't want to say who, but I've heard that from a commentator just calling the 5-7 the 6-7.
Fucking hell.
I've heard that.
There's rough times out there. Yeah, I see what you mean, Vince. There's people saying shit like that, mate. You should be the king of this scene if that's the case. That's garbage.
That was tough.
You're God compared to them, mate. We used to think back in the day it was hard to go with Sadiq Hayes. Mate, compared to them, you are a walking God. You're in the land of the blind. The one-eyed man is king, Vince. You would be so good compared to these guys. Hey, everyone. How about if we renamed the 5-7 to the 6-7? But why? Funny, innit? It's a meme. Yeah, what's the joke? Please explain the joke. 6-7. Yeah, but what's the mechanism of the joke? 6-7. I even hate the way they all thought they were postmodern. Like, the joke is it doesn't mean anything. Then it's not funny, is it? Then logically it wouldn't be funny, would it? It didn't mean anything. It's like, haha, we know things that the parents don't. First of all, that's our entire lives. Everything we know, you don't know. So we already get that gag. We're doing that to you all the time, boys.
That's the thing.
There's the thing, just go on.
These jokes are funny only if they actually have a meaning, and then the older generation doesn't know the meaning. So it's like you can have an inner joke. This is there isn't an inner joke here. There's nothing.
No. Remember, it comes from what even they call brain rot content. It's not even real content. It's nothing. It's just fucking dirty brain rot.
The worst thing is it's not even new. Like, we had brain rot content like 10 years ago. Do you remember that time people just found the letter E funny for
I'll
no
give you
reason?
examples. Didn't we have, and can I has cheeseburger? Well, that's the same shit.
Yeah.
That's nothing, is it? Just some spam shit.
Yeah.
And they also don't know. Oh, don't worry, in esports, we had all the ones as well, where anytime something's funny, you all run it into the ground within 2 weeks. So you just say it every single cast, every single, and then by the time 2 weeks have passed, you're like, I'm so fatigued with this joke, I'm out. It's fucking over already, you know. Like, by the way, we even said one earlier. Can I have a Red Bull, or is it for the that was funny the first year. Like 6 years later, they were saying that still. Like, oh God, please, you know, Alu just drink Red Bulls all the time. That was one time ever when he actually wanted a drink, and there was actually a Red Bull there. And he wanted to know if it was for the commercial. He doesn't every time he drinks one. Is this for a commercial? Even though I bought it, I'm not even on the stream. What would the gag be? What would the gag be, you mad fuck?
Yeah. I still remember when I was getting into Counter-Strike, they came up with the "we had" in NA. You know, the one that Super Stitum is still applying to all of his.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. That
was Tarek or something that said that.
Oh, by the way, speaking of which, Super Stitum is exactly the case. The test case of what we're talking about.
Yeah.
He was doing the same shit jokes in the. He just literally did one video that was good, and then he was like, I can almost like spam this template with every popular player. This is how FaZe plays CS. Well, you would get me out, get me the fuck out. You've actually taken really good highlights and ruined them with all that shit you put on top here. Can I just see the highlights? This is whack. By the way, Mouse is winning this game. After all that from Astralis, it doesn't even matter. Doesn't even matter.
I figured they would, though, to be fair. Like,
it's so risky. He knows
the problem is the time, though. Like, Zelex, let's see if Zelex makes the pro move, because if Zelex actually rotates, so sad. And he is. Oh, no, good. He's going to peek mid. Oh, this is good. He's going to spot them. He's going to spot them in time, boys.
It depends on the timing that the Palace guy gets, because Ryu should play before Stair arrives.
Stair's only going to be able to plant the bomb at like 15 seconds, mate. Look at this. He's taking a long time. Look at this.
To catch things.
Exertion's already here. Exertion's already here.
Ooh, not finishing the kill.
Good damage.
Oh, this is over now, mate. This is over. Plant the bomb. He's got three health. He's got 3 health.
Oh my goodness.
I don't know why Ryu wanted to peek that. He should have
No,
just
he shouldn't have. He shouldn't have. He shouldn't have. I think it's the fact that in the exact same time Stair is speaking out of Palace, so he'd rather die than Stair get killed by Zelix. I guess that's the only reason. But he should have probably just hit him.
People don't fake that much in general, but I feel like Astrala for sure use it more consistently throughout all their matches, and it seemed like in this
it's the way some moron actually said. That's the point of the meme, to be a moron, so people will get mad. We already, again, by the way, Loz, we're just nailing on this one. We already had the meme 20 years ago. I'm just pretending to be a retard. That just means you are a retard, bro. Nobody, think about this. Stop for a second. What cool person would go, I think I'm about to waste my time and your time and pretend to be retarded? No one. Nobody cool ever said that ever. Nobody would ever.
But enough about Overdrive.
Overdrive is pretended, mate. Exactly. That's real. Sadly, by the way, sadly, the thing about him is that is all real.
We haven't even seen a bomb.
That's why it's so weird. He hates Richard and Kassad, but he's picked me. I don't know why. He's got some weird thing in his mind that I respect and think he's cool or something. It's like, I don't really. Here's the thing. I just don't. Again, I'm actually quite a polite person to a fault. If you don't antagonize me directly, I won't fuck with you that much, you know. And I do think he's actually another person where you can't make it black or white. He clearly does have some sort of a scouting eye, and he does know a lot of people. He's been around the scene a long time. He does know some things. His problem, obviously, is he's insanely biased to Spirit. He doesn't know as much as he does, and he does pretend he's scouting everyone. You know, as usual.
Hold on.
Live, but the health.
I think they,
Yeah. The health, but they might not get favorable fights, like fair fights.
And no head armor for two of them as well. Look, look at the health.
God.
Look at the health.
Oh my God.
The problem is though, you don't know the health if you're the mouse players. That's the issue. So,
yeah.
And you're not getting a free fight here because of the health play. By the way, the health is actually making Astrala's play it properly. They would already have peaked this by now, I promise you.
Oh, they've won it. They've won it. They've won it.
Stick it while he fights it.
They've won it.
They've actually got it. They've got it.
Yeah.
They've got it. Don't worry, it's loads of time.
Health for them to work with across 3 players.
What's funny is though, the low health actually gave Astralis a chance. I believe genuinely. One of them, probably the truck guy, would have peeked the window. You know, like if they'd have had 80 health each, they'd have lost them out way quicker. That actually gave them a chance.
Oh, it's a miracle. Yeah, we got those kills. Insane couple of Tech 9 shots.
It's interesting that the best looking chance they've had in a while is with just some pistol B-rush.
Yeah.
Although I've always thought that's a thing that actually also shows the value of coaching. Because it's like what Magix was talking about. Think how many times your real strats and your layered tactics aren't working, but when you go, fuck it, let's just do like an up-tempo rush with Tech 9s and max it, it works. And you get on the site and you just think, bro, if you could have done the rush with full AKs, it'd be even more powerful. That would bulldoze the site. Like, I also think when people play with pistols, like Tech 9s, they actually are way more, and Deagles, they're way more selective with their shots. They don't just spam like a moron. Like, so they make the shots count. So suddenly a worse weapon actually can be more efficient. It's absurd. Because I think the Tech 9's mad underrated. You don't just spam the fuck up unless you're really close range. You do that like semi-tapping style. That hits really well at mid-range, mate. And I can tell you, if you're like an AWP, that is a nightmare when someone's making up ground on you doing that to you.
I mean, if you're,
oh, no one knows that Zelix pushed. He's going behind him.
100%, it's safe.
He might get both though if he spots the second guy. This is genius.
Wow.
Oh, he just went
should just follow him up short.
The AWP anyway.
He knows the bomb is behind him. They even killed Fuzi.
And he's got a molly here. There's a molly.
The bomb's been seen in everything.
Molly? Unfortunately, might get killed from below.
That's so weird.
Timing. He's going to get timing.
Oh my God.
He read that, just couldn't find the shot.
37 seconds.
Continuing to walk doesn't mean they don't know where you are.
And the bomb's all the way. Oh, it's another mate, it's going to be hard to get this bomb planted.
Jabby walks out to his
Yeah.
death, and that
Because you just keep 2 on the sites, don't you? 2 on each site.
they recover
Oh,
it,
not a
it is
fucking
down to
A
2
again.
versus 4.
And Huxley's going to actually try and be a hero up connector. You ready? Huxley's going to hoof it all the way. He's not going to fake B, is he, surely?
No,
Oh,
he's
they're
saving.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. You have to save after that. I mean, you do because of the money. It's true, but they're on 12th now, mate. This is brutal.
There have been some close shaves, but it feels like Mouse are very
Horsey, we essentially just gave up a round to give you an AWP. Can you do something?
got basically infinite money to buy.
It's actually so big of a difference between the previous semifinal and this one. It feels like you're watching two different tournaments to some extent. I think this game has been a lot scrappier. Yeah.
There was definitely like a different level of Counter-Strike being played before. At least it was interesting. I don't know. Not that
6 kills. We do be hooks in. See, that's a shit meme too, isn't it? Giga charge and say, go to say a wall, shall we? Fuck it. We'll just be your generation now. Giga charge. Why is he Giga charge? Because he's actually shit, but that's funny to pretend he's not. Well, that's probably going to run out really. No, Giga charge. We do be hooks in. By the way, it's the way that low key. See, HLTV forums almost like Guantanamo Bay broke Richard Lewis with that, didn't they? Like, they just did it too much. It low-key actually did just trigger him so hard every time. We do be hooks in. We do be hooks in. What does that even mean? It's nothing, is it? It's not, is it, at all?
It's like the edit of the Giga Chat with Hooksy's face that a lot of people just put everywhere around their social media. At a certain point, I was seeing that picture everywhere.
I know, I understand it was a joke, but he might be the least Giga Chat person ever. He's a massive whiner who only talks shit when he's up massively in the game or he's already won. When he loses, he's a sourpuss who won't do interviews, won't banter it. He's the opposite of a Giga Chad. A Giga Chad's somebody who doesn't give a fuck. He's a Chad, isn't he? He's just a beast. He just whatever he wants. Magic's is a Giga Chat. Look, in real, obviously not physically. Physically, he's like a fucking lovely librarian from 1960 or something. He's cooking apple pies. But emotionally, he's a Giga Chat. You see what I'm doing there? Sorry.
No, being a Giga Chat is a state of mind. You know, it's behavior.
Now Mao's also kind of getting confused from the departure.
It's not even the funniest example of that. This player is shit, but we pretend he's really good. Because if you just go back to that Dennis player or whatever, I don't know if you remember this, Duncan, but they made a subreddit called The Dennis about him, where they literally just pretended he was like the GOAT or something.
And what's funny
and that was actually a funny bit.
What's funny about that too, even though because it made him famous, he leaned into it. He's the one, if you remember by the numbers, he's literally the fucker that every time he had the third beer was trying to actually like debate me that he's good at CS, and I'd be like, I don't care, mate. One time he even goes, if you're gonna kick me, why don't you tell me what I'm bad at? It's like, I am also not your coach. See that drink you just had? I am not required to coach you in a bar, Dennis. I'm just gonna go ahead and say you are shit, and when Nico leaves your team, I won't have to talk about you anymore. Spoiler, didn't have to talk about him anymore. Because he was on Sprout then, wasn't he? He was on fucking Sprout. Which led to one of the best by the numbers bits of all time. Of course they're called Sprout. If you want something to grow, you have to spread manure upon it. Shit. Dennis and Spiddy. They are shit. They are necessary shit. That was all. I can do them all from memory, bro. Look up best of by the numbers.
Oh, this is
all
excellent.
The best material, all the best materials out there.
That's actually so good.
We're just remixing all the old jokes. It's all good.
That's actually so good.
I'm just
did produce Stare.
Spiddy never did shit to me. He just shut up and did his job here. Like, but because he was with Dennis in like some mad fucking duo, he just got all the strays too, didn't he? He caught all.
They just signed him for the fertilization.
Basically. And by the way, it even worked. Sprout did become a mad like place, a farm team to grow talent. Think how many good players came from there. Wonderful. Stare himself.
Longs, I think.
Longs.
Yeah, Longs was there too.
That was one of the latter ones, yeah. There's even a few more I'm trying to remember. Who else?
There was a couple of guys that used to be very talented that went through that never made it, like Marex, the guy from Luxembourg.
This time they have CT control. They got that ball planted.
Who else was it? C-Shot was on Sprout, but he never broke through.
And Hooksy, again, he's thinking about the rest of this game. He's not just playing for this round win. He's looking to make sure this hurts financially, not just one kill and win the round. Spinks might clear him. Nice shot, Hooksy.
Good upgrade for
Well, I saw something recently as well. Like, Dennis only just retired like a month ago or something. Retired from
what? Mate, those are my favourite ones.
Zyphon went through there.
My favourite ones, by the way, he's the forgotten person from Copenhagen Flames, remember?
Yeah.
We all remember they had Roy,
Tolson went through there, Spook as well.
Hooksy, and actually, Zyphon was a good player, but, you know, I mean, the rumour obviously is people just didn't like him, did they, or whatever. He was just like a dickhead or something, who knows? Sad, because I can't believe he was never on fucking Astralis. I always thought he'd get the call.
Yeah. Tolson went there, to Sprout. He was on the Academy before he went to Gamer Legion.
concept of Sprout Academy being inherently funny, by the way, because is that
I know.
not just what the main
What
team
even
is?
is that? I know.
Between him and Ryu.
That's like you already have a farm and you're like, I'll get a conservatory and a fucking, yeah, I'll just get a little greenhouse. You already have a farm. You are a farm.
Yep.
Doesn't make sense to have a like fucking.
Solving the puzzle, or if they feel like
apparently
introducing Endpoint Academy.
Spirited tries.
By the way, that's why I'll always tell people you are literally wrong about Fnatic. Their idea was very good. It just was one piece away, and then it crumbled, and then they went into this weird angle, which I'm telling you right now, that's just a min-max. The min-max is, if we get like an Eastern European team, aren't they half decent and they're cheaper, they might get to a major. Hasn't happened, but if you don't, they're not even that far off. The guy they picked up, that Rossart, is the guy who scouted all your favourite players. Like all these ones that you now see that are in the top, all those endpoint players, he was there for that. Heavy God, all those fuckers.
Yeah, I think Nerds at one point. Yeah, a bunch of these
guys. He was in the
guys.
team, I believe. I think almost everyone was, mate. It was ridiculous.
Who's got a problem?
Oh, whatever. We can just...
Hey.
That's also, though, why fans are wrong. You know, the whole thing of like, oh, they're just a farm team, right? I know it sounds like, yeah, but you sell the players. You don't sell them for enough, mate. That doesn't actually work. It's not even really a thing in football if people don't know. Like, actually, even in that, you'd still rather have the player play for you. You just sell them because you have to at that point in time, so you just get the max value. It's never actually good to just give all the talent away, is it? Because then what are the odds you find equally talented players? Even if you have the money, that just keeps your costs going for a while.
Because the tech was actually the replacement for the tack. Somewhere in there, there's a toe.
Actually worked out well for Mouse though in the end. Like they were just basically FaZe Academy for the longest time. All they ever did was sell players, but they did actually put together a real roster.
And it made sense they did, because at the point that they sell those players, they're already brick in the back to keep a Rops, a Frozen, etc. So it actually makes sense that those players just go to a one level up. That's why I do think you will never again see the heights of what you had in 2025. That's why the real sad thing, I'll say it right now, here's the hot take none of you want to hear. I know they made a million semis. I know they look like they could have won the big tournaments. The real what if is, what if they could have just kept Shuey for fucking 2025? Maybe even just kick Brawler and bring Spinks as well. You know what I mean? There's the fucking team I want to see. Spinks and Shuey in the same team. Would have been interesting.
Something you'd already held, you go back and hold it, but still very worried about Ramp instead. So
this is the game, by the way.
Yeah.
How the fuck do you get in if you're Astralis now?
Yeah. You need to kill the con guy.
How do you get in?
Out of Ryu.
Whoa. They've let him get out.
Porgy's even baiting you into the window.
Maybe hoping to give
Going A shouldn't be an option here.
It's going to be 40 seconds.
Look at the space that Alex has
Look at this. Yeah, how are you going to get... You can't get in. That's just a free kill.
What a jump.
Now you have to run through connect.
Even if you do,
basically.
If you don't, even if you do get in, look at Alex and Palace.
And you're not doing shit here. Look at this.
Yeah.
Third map it is, boys. Third map it is. We do be Hookson.
We do be Hookson.
To face a strong start from Mouse in each of these halves on Mirage, and then it is just a matter of getting.
They are just like, we're gonna have a really serious top. Well, go outside at least.
Into that second half. But at the end of the day, a 13-9 victory out of Mouse.
Also, why is this is one thing I genuinely don't understand. Bearing in mind now, I still think Shuey was good, but apparently it wasn't Shuey. It wasn't Brawlan, and it is an exertion. Then please go ahead and put Cyclone as like a top 2 or 3 coach in the world for like 3 straight years. Like, that's a miracle. He's not even paying giant salaries. He's having to get all his... By the way, he's having to literally grow players in the academy that none of you think of the shit before he gets them. Then he brings them to the main squad. He's even doing the football thing. If he lends them out first to check they're actually tier 1, then brings them back in. This guy must be cooking. He actually seems like he must be a really good coach. Has to be.
Yeah, he's done a very good job with that. I think in general, the way that they've operated the academy is just a great example of how everyone should be doing it, basically.
There are 3 coaches I have in a conversation where it's like, I actually don't care what results they get because they're just essentially playing a different game, right? And it's Saw, or previously Saw before he was on this G2, Mara, and also Cyclone, right? Because they're all in this position where it's like, somehow they change what we think is always their most important player, and yet they're still relevant, like every time, and they're able to bring new players in that seem to perform almost just as well overall, right, in the team perspective. Because, yeah, like how many pieces has Cyclone had as an IGL now, and how many pieces has Mara had around? They lost Senzu, we thought it would be over, they're still cooking, like...
It even goes back further than you remember. It goes to the beginning of that. He was doing it with Dexter!
Yeah.
He was doing it with JDC. You're right. The A/B testing on him is crazy, bro. It's crazy, isn't it? And again, what are these players when they leave, mate? It's very rare they're actually good.
You almost have to just ignore the trophies entirely and say, look, just look at, like you said, A/B testing. Like, what would they be without this guy in the team?
Like, unironically, the obvious analogy is Cyclone is just some like Unai Emery fucker. It's like you can just do it with anyone, mate. Just give this guy any players, and he'll be competitive. Yeah, he won't win the Premier League. He just have fucking all-star squad where he's signing 89 million players. Is he like he has to actually work with pieces that other people don't want? Right, I'll tell you what, I need to go to the toilet quickly, so talk for a couple of minutes. If you want to take some questions from the chat.
Sure.
Yeah, let's do it. We've had a couple interesting ones.
Luz, do you want to take some questions from the chat?
Sure, yeah.
Let's do it.
Go on then, guys. Give us some new questions. I saw some old ones as well. I'll try and scroll through and find them. But in the meanwhile, just shoot some new ones.
Sure.
We'll try and... I'm looking at the Twitch chat, by the way.
Yeah, same.
I don't know if we're getting anything on Discord. Oh, not Discord. YouTube as well.
Rinko to G2 is making me question Saw, even if I trusted him 100% before. I think it's... We had that conversation on Overcomped when they announced it. I think it's just obvious that he wants a shift in direction, just a different Oper so they can change the style of the team. I am questioning that one as well, but I feel like it would be ignorant to look at Saw, who's made over the course of the last 6 years. He's barely disappointed. I think he's exceeded expectations in most of the teams that he's led. So I want to trust the man that he's made the right call with Rinko. Even though I disagree with that one in particular, I feel like Rinko has outlived the opportunity to be the next best thing and turn into a massive star. He's still pretty young, so maybe Saul's just seen something, right? And another thing that we need to keep in mind, maybe he wanted an aggressive Oper. He wanted someone that's going to be able to take more initiative and someone that's younger. And there was no better options that he could have gotten for the amount of money he got Rinko for, right? We don't know how much he cost. We don't really know if there was other options that they were considering. So these are always things to have in mind. But I believe that tactically he's at least given it a normal amount of consideration before committing to that decision. Like I think Saul is one of the easiest coaches to trust in terms of just basic intelligence for the game, and that he's actually planning things out.
Talent scouting especially has been his expertise for such a long time now. Yeah, I will say, because I won't name them, but obviously I speak to some coaches and analysts, and Wrinkle is one of these players who, like, I personally don't rate. I know a lot of talent don't rate. I know a lot of fans don't rate. For whatever reason, players actually hold him in, like, a really high regard. Yeah. There are a lot of players and people in, like, teams, like team analysts and people like this, that actually think, like, Wrinkle is going to be him one day. It's just a matter of sort of unlocking him, if you know what I mean. Because apparently, I think it was Thorin that mentioned this, actually, but Wrinkle is one of those players that has that mindset where he wants to be simple, right? He grew up idolizing simple, and he really wants to be this like super dominant, super aggressive Orpa, which I think is something he's got in him, but like, I don't know. I don't see him in Prax. He's one of these players like Jacob, I guess, where like what he's doing in Prax, if it one day leaks out into his officials, he could be a monster just like dormant, lying in waiting. But
also there's
I don't know. I don't believe it.
If you are so, you're thinking Rinko before he joined NIP, when he was on bait, he was actually great, right? He was a very high level talent, and individually he was mental, and you know that he's got the right mindset. So if you're so, it's very easy to look at a 21-year-old Ukrainian Oper that had his first international team on NIP and say they just didn't know how to use him properly. I know how to use him properly. I know how to fix him, right? I think the one thing that So has always been very good at is recognizing the strengths of his players and making them comfortable. It's like if we're making that argument about Sampaias and making him comfortable and helping some other players redefine their careers and utilizing them to their best, we need to give him the benefit of the doubt and say maybe he's going to know how to use Rinko properly. But yeah, I am skeptical. Like, don't get me wrong. I am skeptical of Rinko. I just think I am interested to see what Saul has in mind for the long run, basically.
Yeah, not to keep on Wrinkle for too long. we
had a question. We had a question.
Yeah.
Any tier 2 talents that you bought for keeping your eyes on? So you can give someone if you want.
Yeah, no, I was just going to wrap up the wrinkle thing first and say,
sure.
as like a closing point, like if you look at the AWPers that Hunter has played with, especially, like he's had Monacy, which has been like the main AWPer he's been with, right? And you kind of can't use a player like Wrinkle the way you'd want to use a player like Monacy. Because Monacy, by the way, if you ever like speak to him, if you ever get to know like how he thinks about the game, he's such a ridiculously high agency player that like he essentially doesn't need to be IGL'd. Like he will literally come up with, he'll be like in the refrag like servers doing his own like smoke lineups, and he's just like this, you know. Some people are just configured that way. And yeah, I don't know if Hunter really knows how to work with an AWPer that isn't like that. Maybe Saw does, but Hunter would definitely have some growing to do. But yeah, what was the question again? Tier 2 talents. Yes, I do have a couple actually. One is actually a guy called Banjo on Focus. He's a Finnish guy that's like this anchor lurker type. I'm actually pretty big on him. He and also Jorko were actually both on this Focus team together. And I was actually advocating for those two to go as a sort of a pack somewhere together. But even individually, they both look really good. So I don't know. Have you seen much of him, Ted?
You're talking about Banjo, right?
Banjo, yeah.
I think Banjo. Well, he was on Fnatic Rising years ago. He was on the Fnatic Academy with Regali. That was a long time ago, and he played with Fireflux after that. Banjo's good. I think in general he's just a very non-demanding player, but it's that type of a borderline like lurker that doesn't have all the experience in the world. So if you teach him not to bait his team, then he's phenomenal. Mechanically, he's very good, but it's that type of a conversation we had about baiting earlier on, where sometimes you're just going to misread the situation, so it's going to look silly. But in terms of lurkers and like pure anchor support players that don't require a lot but need a little bit of space, he's definitely one of the best on this level right now. He's been the best player of Focus, I think, this year, all in all. So yeah, I like Banjo. I think in a couple of years he's probably going to get a shot going up. It's just one of these guys that needs space to operate, right?
Yeah.
You can't demand much of them. Tell them, okay, now you make a move. It's like you want to give him the freedom to lurk and do whatever the hell we want to do on the other side of the map. He's that type of a lurker, I think. But mechanically, he's insane.
Isn't it
I do have another
by the
one.
way, that basically you've never actually seen a serious fucking Magic's interview till I just did one like fucking 2 hours ago or something. It's ridiculous, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's why also never let shitters on Reddit. Remember, if you understand this detail, you'll understand everything. Like, Twitter's different because there's a billion people there. Reddit is unironically the same 100 dickheads who haven't learned a thing about CS in 10 years hating on everyone they don't like. It's not thousands and thousands of people like you think it is. It isn't at all. Most people, you have to realize, don't comment on content. They just enjoy it. That's why you get a video that has 20k views. There's 20 people arguing in the comments. That's it. In fact, they're the people who think you're an idiot. The ones that enjoy it just enjoy it and move on. So they just don't, you just don't get good content like that, bro. You just don't. And so what you don't know is mate, loads of pros, if they actually do. Here's the thing with me. The reason you don't see everyone do content with me is the ones who know that they wouldn't fit my style don't say yes, or they don't like me. The ones who do, they know what they're in for, so they're actually going to be serious and approach it properly. That's why it's going to be fire. I can't even tell you, sadly, some of the ones where the ones you wouldn't expect said yes, but then they were like in the play break, and then that's when they ghosted me. It's like, but again, I don't ever reveal. There's some fire. There's a couple like I have to collect. There's a couple of the rare original 151 Pokemon that I haven't got still, where I keep getting promised every off season they're going to do it. So we'll see if they do it. We'll see in the future. Oh.
Someone says I'm not sold on Banjo because I wrecked him on Faceit once. Man, I've beaten Monacy on Faceit, but I think he's doing quite well.
Yeah, we've all had a couple examples like that. Like I remember playing as Bro or whatever, the guy that went to
phenomenal with Richard Lewis. If you read on the internet, if you JK, and then you go to an event, people are mobbing him, bro. Everyone's loving him. Most of the pros like him. It's ridiculous. Yeah. I told you, even the people who talk shit to in the industry come up and they're like, hey, Richard, no hard feelings. And then, look, he has to decide then whether he wants to go Thorin or Richard Lewis. Sometimes he's chill with it. Sometimes he does the odd one like me. I just tell people they shouldn't the arsehole drop on the fucking head, but tends to sort it out real quick, I've noticed.
There's a really...
To be fair, he's a very kind person, Richard, I found out. Because I got to meet him last year. He is an incredibly kind person in real life. A lot of people have a misperception, I think. Or they just act like
that's exactly
and
it.
then they get a reaction, which is the most normal thing ever. It's like I think it's just because when you have a normal character as a person, if someone disrespects you, you're not gonna respect them back, right? You're gonna disrespect them maybe sometimes. If you act normally towards people, generally most people are just normal and humane and you know, they're not hostile if you just treat them with respect.
I think the exact problem is that, like, when people are talking and thinking about, especially like us, like sort of mini celebs or whatever, maybe this applies more to Thorin and RL than me, obviously, because I'm a lot smaller, but like people don't actually interact with us ever. They just interact with like us on a video for like an hour or something. So they essentially build this like projection. And then they hear other people talking about that projection. They formulate all these other like things about us that are just completely fabricated. Like something I've got recently, and I know Harry gets this all the time as well, is people say like, oh, because they're like numbers guys, they don't watch the game. As if that like follows, like because A then must be B, kind of like it's guaranteed or something. It's like, if you actually know what I do on a daily basis, all I do is watch demos in the game. Like you have to do my kind of job, right? But because there's like this idea that there's like HLTV scoreboard watchers or whatever that don't actually watch the game and just look at like the scoreboard. Based on that, they like project onto everyone that cares about stats that they must also be this way, which is crazy if you think about it.
I get the baddest one ever. No matter what music I post or play on stream, every time, wow, you like that type of music? As though, by the way, I listen to like the CS theme tune only, you know, like...
Yeah.
What would I like then by that logic, you mad fuck? What would be my type of music by that look? And also, the reason why that's whack is I'm a 43-year-old man who has worked on the internet since I was like 19 years old, full time. I have had unlimited free time and done loads of prolific work. Like, that's why I've watched every fucking movie and listened to every band and every obscure... It's the other way around. You think, because I did all the CS, I must not have ever read... Wow, you like anime? And mate, it's not like I like anime. I've watched all of the original Legend of the Galactic Hero. You've never even watched that one episode of it. So it's the other way around. You have to prove to me that you're into that shit. That's why the number one trigger I have is if I comment on football, what would you know about that? Stick to CS. I've been watching football since 1990.
Yeah.
Now you go ahead, kid. Go an 18-year-old kid who doesn't know CS or music or movies or life or football. Tell me, because you watch one team like Coventry, tell me what my opinions about football would be, you fucking dunce. It's mad, isn't it? It's mad.
Yeah,
and
it
if
is.
you haven't
Most of
noticed,
these
I do everything the same way. I'm like this about movies, like I'm about CS, like I'm about music. Everything I do, I just go all in, bro. I go all in.
Yeah, but it's part of, I think it's part of human nature. It's like you believe that you are a complex human being and you have so much more going on for you than just the one thing that you do. And you're not just one thing. But when you see some personality on the internet doing something, they must be just that. There's no way they're as complex as I am, right? It's just how a lot of people operate. And they're like, yeah, this guy does his CS podcasts. That means that this is his entire life. This is everything he's interested in. He doesn't have any other intelligence. And my opinion on what one day in his life goes through, is completely correct. But me, I'm a very complex human being with various interests.
In theory, it's going to go
The
live.
reason you know
keep
it's-
going.
yeah.
Sorry, we haven't started yet. Quick on.
Yeah, the reason you know that's true as well is because like I'm someone that actually likes to talk with people, even if people are saying really negative things about me. Like I will engage just to wonder like, why do you have these beliefs? Because I don't really care, right? I'm just more curious. And I've mentioned, like, sometimes I've spoken to people in Maui's Discord, for example, that are saying all these things, like, oh, he doesn't watch the games, he knows nothing about CS or whatever. And I'll just ask them nicely, like, why do you think that? Every single time they say, oh, well, it's not like my belief, it's just like a joke or whatever, or it's these other people that think it, or like, they start like massively rolling it back, if you know what I mean. As soon as they realize that you're actually like a person, and they interact with you in some meaningful way, whether it's online or in person, like they drop all of that nonsense, and they're just like, oh, nice to meet you.
What you're nailing is most people don't have their own opinions. They hear other opinions and they go, I'm going to take that one. So they think you're doing that. Like what they mean is,
yes.
Oh, I heard people say like Rich Lewis is like choking people out. Well, I don't know if he does, but that's what I heard. It's like, well, that's not your opinion, is it? That's someone else's opinion. You're just wearing as a mask for some mad reason, mate. The difference is we're actually coming up with our own authentic original opinions. That's why I've made Hot Take Point Man. That's the same concept, but you just make it as spicy as possible. That's why it's entertaining.
Yeah.
Right, we're live now.
Yep.
Tell you what, if you're a Strauss and you're Neo, prove it to me now, motherfucker. Prove it now.
I'm not sure he's going to prove it to you.
Prove it to me now. Show me it.
You think we are good? Let's prove it now. It's that taco quote.
If we think we're good, let's do it. Wasn't that Fallen? I think it was.
Did you
Fallen.
win? No, 30 no.
No, but that was
Oh,
Fallen. That was
brilliant.
Fallen. It was Taco that was saying about it, but it was Fallen that said the words.
Oh, okay.
I think the story was like, we're down 6-12. That's like, if
Yeah.
we think we're good, that's like, did you win? No, 13-6 or something.
Yeah,
Or 15,
yeah.
Yes.
something like that. Like the Gaggers, they just lost immediately, didn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sadly, that
was
also
like-
was run into the ground completely. Like that became a shit. Anytime someone comes to copy pasta, it's garbage as well. Because notice they never do a good copy pasta. They just change a word like Mad Libs, don't they? Like they don't like rework it to be funny. Like I thought it was hilarious when Madja killed me with kindness with that super shitty thing about all his family. As oh, by the way, I'm again a degenerate hermit who doesn't have a family, never fucked anyone, sat on a piece. He's the dickhead, by the way, played Turkish and French CS his entire life in tier 1.5. But no, I'm the loser for being, world famous celeb. So when he did that, I waited till they got eliminated from that major. I took his copy pasta and I actually twisted it so it was good. So I used the same angles on him about, sorry, you can't succeed in the game. Oh, it was beautiful, bro. I fucking wrecked this fucking song. But the best thing is, like our earlier conversation, every Turkish fan thought I made that up and that was an authentic thing I wrote. They didn't know it was copy pasta. So they're all saying, I kill you, chop your head off. It's like, luckily you don't, mate. I don't live in Germany like you.
Oh God.
Luckily, we don't have you in the UK, but I'm in the UK anyway. That's why we have the pita bread with our kebabs, you fool. We don't have that Turkish bread. We have the pita bread. And they're not Turkish. Ours are like Syrian, Iraqi. Bizarrely, people we've been to war with, then they come and make kebabs for us. I didn't make that up. That's a real thing. I don't know why that's a thing. Is that the outreach program? Do you know how chili sauce works? Yeah, right. There's your visa. Come on in. But you have to make it with a pita bread, even though you're not Greek. All right, okay. And if you're really bad, don't even heat the pita bread up. Just give it cold. I've never understood that, by the way. Heat it up, you mad fucker. Pita bread's delicious when it's in an oven. Speaking of which, even though they have catering down there, because this is map 3, I'm going to intentionally not have food here because I'm going to go after this. And by the way, Malta's also banging for like kebabs and stuff. They've got all those like ones that have every type of kebab, every fucking type of pizza. I can tell people must come here for like stag do's, by the way. It's exactly the sort of place you come to. You're drinking fucking daiquiris and smoothies and getting pissed drunk, and you can go out at 2 in the morning and get a kebab. It's mega.
It's a good place for that as well, because I don't think
There's
there's
loads of Irish people. That's why I was saying that story. There's loads of Irish people, drunk people here, mate. There was loads of them. I could hear them when I was walking past them all, drinking. Yeah. The joke is the women are drinking massive pints of lager, like ridiculous.
Yeah. I mean,
they drink now.
Yeah, exactly. Get on that level, Falcons. Do they drink now? No, haram, isn't it?
God.
But for you, that's your haram beer, isn't it? If she drinks, exactly. But they do drive.
Haram beer.
Whatever. That's an example.
Oh, no.
That was good. That was actually good. Exactly. That was fire in the booth. Exactly. Also, speaking of which, that's when I knew Overwatch would be shit. Because one of the first Overwatch events was on E-League, believe it or not. It was called the Overwatch Open. And when they did it, they told all the casters, if anyone calls Winston Harambe, you're fired on the spot. And it's like, wait a minute, you don't know about just leaning into internet jokes. That's why I wasn't surprised when the Overwatch League banned doing the OK sign, Pepe the Frog. I was like, you guys are and they put it on Disney Plus. I was like, oh, this is cooked, bro. Like, it doesn't matter how good this game is, you can never succeed. You don't know your audience. You don't know your audience, bro.
No. I mean, that's the one thing that Counter-Strike has been able to save itself from.
We are 4chan people. That is like CS's audience. It's why I always tell people, this is the giveaway that the internet, nerds aren't really all incel losers. Bro, think about Nat-T. This is the most welcoming esport for women probably ever. Ever, bro. Like, you can come in as... No, think about it. Who the fuck ever disrespects Shocks or something like that on Twitter? Never. Not even the dickheads on Twitter do that, bro. Tech girls being well received. Everyone has, mate. All the women have.
I think in general, the Counter-Strike community is all right when it comes down to that. And in terms of the humor, it's like everyone understands. It is normal to have, like, you can't just get butthurt at every single thing that you hear. It's like there's some outrageous stuff in other games as well. It's like the Valorant penalties and punishments for someone saying Come
Something
on,
like-
or let's
something
go.
like 2 months ago, a player in League of Legends said fuck in an interview and was fined €2,000.
For saying fuck.
For saying like, we're going to fuck them or something.
Wow. That's what we were hoping for in interviews.
And then the joke
yes.
was, Apex came up good to like a whole crowd of people, and then everyone's like, ah!
Yeah.
It was like in every video and everything. It was ridiculous, wasn't it?
It's one of the most epic moments, though, in Counter-Strike. Such a cool thing.
Oh, bruh, this is going to be a
Whoa.
bloodbath. This is. I told you they just do this to the
Yeah.
insurance policy, boys.
Yep.
It's going to be a bloodbath, this one.
Buy round as well for Astralis. This isn't some like force.
No.
Okay, there's one. There's one. They've got time, though. They've got plenty of time. These are just duels, by the way. You don't even have to take this fight view. You can go back in a minute. Oh, that angle, though. That angle was really good from Yabby.
What?
Oh,
No way.
Bomb. You've left
Man,
the bomb,
why
though.
is Spinks alive? How
Left
is
the
he
bomb,
alive?
Brett.
That would have been a smoke. Wouldn't have wanted
Right.
that to be landing on
I just thought of the Fanta light, bruv. You know that clip?
No.
I don't either, unfortunately.
That is some brain rot.
Timing.
Oh my god. Oh, he's got
That's the-
That was
Ooh.
actually
1
winnable at the
HP.
end there. I can't believe he gave him the shot, by the way. Why are you doing that?
Yeah.
You
1
wouldn't have been
HP.
crazy trades out of Torzy.
Sadly, now I can't.
It's just-
I can't see anything on Zelix except that massive forehead popping out.
Yeah,
It's like,
yeah.
He's Klingon-esque at this point in time. It's outrageous, isn't it?
I told you. It's tough. It's tough.
Oh, it's through the wall.
There's a lot
Nice.
of heavy lifting.
Nice.
The stairs gonna have to do
Goatsy.
here.
What? I am supposed to be a Giga Chad, yet I am frustrated that my calls are shit. And I am not fragging. Was ist das? By the way, there's an example why you all suck in this generation. You've made Oni Pixel your king. Bro, he's all right, I guess. He's all right, but like, that's your god. Your gods, by the way, are Oni Pixel and I Show Speed. You lose. You should be your generation F. Forget Z. Your grade is F. You have failed. You are a failed generation. You know what? When I see your generation, I think maybe we do need a third world land war. You know what? Saw the wheat from the chaff. That's all I'm saying. You know.
It's such a slippery slope. It's such a slippery slope.
In Minecraft, let's get a meat grinder going. You know. Let's get a grinder going. Let's get and not the grinder y'all be using. Not that one. Not that one. Believe it or not.
Ah.
But this will
right.
be man-on-man action. I'll give you that much. And some people will get their arm direct. No Elton John.
For the sake of everything, we need the Counter-Strike to start being interesting.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Of course. We need some
We
hit shots.
need CS.
Exactly. Exactly. Nothing but headshots.
Yeah. Nothing quite like catching him from behind.
No, exactly.
Yeah, they have to come at this.
Oh.
Bro, Zelix is playing pretty well this game. Timing's... you were never going to get anything
Nice.
like that. By the way,
No.
you genuinely have to ask, is this going to be like a 10-2 half or something? This is going to be something outrageous.
I feel like it will be. Yeah, it's very weird, but I think with Astralis, they're very reliant on Fuzi just having a great performance on Dust. You all remember that Spirit game where they annihilated Spirit earlier this year on Dust, right? That was Fuzi just having the best game of his life probably in a scenario like this. It's not been a consistent map for them, unfortunately.
It's also what I love as well, because whenever I do all that shit where I'm into like English heritage and stuff, they're like, wow, that's a bit dangerous the way you're politically sort of like leaning into Crusader. I'm not leaning into it. That is it. Like, I'm literally saying, yes, that's my shit. Yes, exactly. That's my jam. I'm not even trying to toe the line. I'm just going, yes. By the way, that's why I'm in Malta now. You know what? They were doing a pretty good fucking job here, weren't they too? Siege of Malta, look it up. Looking forward to that limited series by Mel Gibson. That sounds based as fuck. Let's get it going, boys. Let's get some fucking real history going. I'm here for that. I'm here for that, son.
To be fair, these are interesting conversations. If it's just, you know, a historic discussion, these are.
I mean, the sad thing is, your region, that was tragic, Ted, because in your region,
No, I
unfortunately,
know.
the Balkans were getting wrecked by the Ottomans so bad it's not even worth talking about.
Oh, yeah.
That was some sad shit. That was some sad shit.
I know, but it's still interesting history, and I feel like, for me, for example, because the Bulgarian kingdom was a big kingdom before the Ottoman Empire, right? There's a lot of castles and ruins left from before that, because believe it or not, Bulgaria used to be a massive country. But then the Ottomans came around and that ended. But it's an interesting piece of history.
I can't believe no one else got the joke or even did it. Bro, before the last major, the team Aurora, who are all Turkish, thought they could just roll up to Draculan in Romania and dominate, and they got fucked.
Yeah.
Bruh, is this a simulation or something? I'm not the only one seeing this. Like,
Vlad the Impaler came back.
History has a funny way of repeating itself, doesn't it? Bruh. Are you kidding me?
You know why it's fun? Because one of the times the Draculan trophy was actually the spike of Vlad the Impaler.
Okay, there you go.
So you get even the next step in that reference.
There you go. And also, that's probably one of the most misunderstood things in history. Like, oh, he was evil. Look what he was doing. No. I always need to know when someone does an action, who were they fighting and what action were you combating? That whole topic's based as fuck, mate.
I mean, a lot of people were doing that in the Middle Ages.
They only hate him because of Dracula, which isn't real, by the way. Like, if you don't know, it's just cause like Order of the Dracul or whatever. It was like what they gave him. That was the title, meant like dragon or some shit, didn't it? Like, it wasn't even about being a vampire. That part's obviously fictional, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people did that. It was the Middle Ages. So it's like judging a leader because he did something. You would be surprised how many of them did the same mess.
The joke is, are you ready for the most base take ever?
Yeah.
History works the same way as those racial grievances videos online. The question you should always ask is, what happened 5 seconds before they hit record or edited it? If you don't know that and you only look at what happened, you go, that's outrageous, out of context. And it's like, no, who were what was happening before? What was the context? When you know that, like you say, everyone was in that game. It's like, that's why I'll never let people tell me shit about British colonialism. Everyone was doing colonialism and doing battles. What you're saying is, my ancestors won them all. I think that's pretty based, actually. That sounds fucking dope. I'd rather be, don't know about you, I'd rather be on the side winning than the one losing. And by the way, who knows what the ones that lost would have done? We'll never fucking know. Kanye West winning that award one time. We'll never know. Like, that's why Poland's so salty. It's like, yo, I wonder what would happen if we ever won a battle in the last 500 years. I guess we'll never know. Anyway, now that actually Astralis is one around, we can talk some serious.
Yeah.
We're back in the game.
But they did get an early opening straight away with BR.
Oh, okay, son. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, bruh.
Yeah, one big problem for Australis on this map is that if you actually look at all their ratings the past this year, like, I think it's only Stair that's even remotely positive.
Also, if you actually are interested in the story of Dracula, that Francis Ford Coppola 90s Dracula is a peach. Like, that is based as fuck. Where it has him like at the original, has like Vlad fucking battling them all. He's got some sick armor. Then he just curses God. He becomes Dracula. It's dope. Gary Oldman's mega in it. That's a fire movie. Check it out, kids. There's your base recommendation. He whiffed, unfortunately.
Had to hit.
Nah, I didn't get it.
Stair's always good for one, but he's always getting refragged.
Oh, he's gonna get killed.
Yeah.
Nothing worse. Look at this. He's absolutely fucked right now.
You just turn him around like this, man. Oh god, he's just styling on him. That was so unnecessary.
Shout out to the Maximus 33. Good timing. That sounds like even a fake person I'm calling out. That's actually a real person who just subscribed.
The Maximus 33. Yeah. That's Tanir's cousin.
That's off a spawn move. You really optimize that, even just Stair playing with Fuzi in a position where they can trade their way.
Yeah, I don't know. I've really lost hope for Astralis here.
Yeah.
Like, I'm trying to think of any angle.
It's hilarious because obviously they could have just won the series on the last map, but they fucked it, didn't they? So now you get the classic. This is also, by the way, why best of 3 is awesome. Because if you best of 3, you get exposed, mates. You can't really put it up for 3 whole maps. They didn't yesterday. They didn't now. Like, They've run out of gas. Huxley looks fucking mad tilted, by the way. Again, beyond, not even vaguely a Giga Chad. He's a fucking Giga Gary, mate. He's some nerd like, oh, sorry. He's like that fucking, sorry, honey. Like, that's he's trying to see, oh, Brooksy, what happened to, like, making the final? Sorry, honey, can I still have my job? Tyloo are noobs. Shame you can't play Tyloo every day. Oh, wait, you lost to them. My bad.
From there, the round slips out of Astralis' hands. So they will get back to what started to work as Mirage went.
Well, he's got something. He's happy about something. One thing I would love to do, by the way, TOs will probably never give this, but I'd love to just have like the length of time that players are like speaking during these rounds, because you could definitely come up with some like plot or whatever for like how often they're speaking, and you can see who's most vocal and
what
when.
What you're really saying is you want to be able to feed their voice comms into your AI and have it calculate who the real IGL is, and we'll find out. Was Exertion, is Techno really the IGL and Blitz just calls his own players? You know what, the more I watch it, mate, it's starting to look like that, Loz. It starts to look like Techno actually is the base IGL, and then Blitz just basically goes, I'm doing this play, lads, go mid now, or something like that, you know. There's a few teams like that, isn't there?
Yeah, I mean, I had a joke like a while ago that I'd love to have that, and then also like sentiment analysis on how positive or negative their comms are, so you can just see who's like constantly whinging.
That is actually a real thing as well. I believe it was Regin, the guy who used to be the mouse coach.
Yeah.
Who, he made a tool like that where it used AI to listen to your voice comms, and what you're saying is true. Listen, you could program different settings depending on what country you were from, but the idea was it would check things like in tough moments, do you comm less? Do you say more negative keywords? I believe he was working on something like that years ago, something like, because it was on those ones like they all do, where they all think, and once I've made it, I'll license it to all the teams, and if 50 teams pay $1,000 a month, we're like millionaires. Like, get one team first, dickhead. But, you know, it was a good idea, like they all are. It was a good idea. But you know what? Ideas are worth nothing. You have to execute them, boys.
There's no way they lose this round, right? Oh my goodness, there's no way.
They get the plant off.
Speaking of execution,
there's no way. If they lose this round, this is the game.
Right, it's all on Huxley now. One of those dreaded statements you don't have to say out loud. Man, by the way, imagine being Huxley's teammate and any of these 2VX is like, oh, bloody hell. In you go, pal. In you go. Oh! Just when I said that, the Giga Chad is back. They won the round. They actually won the round.
They won it.
It was the flash from Fuzi, though.
They actually won the round.
Yeah.
That was very good.
To at least get a second CT round win.
It's a very nice read. That Mouse would go into that B split. It's their full commitment into B site instead of.
What even is that sponsor of Astralis? Like Bazcam or something? That sounds like some fucking live stream for some twat who supports Tottenham or something. It's the Bazcam. Here we are, lads. Proper governor. It's all that shit. Like, fucking hell. That's probably more West Ham, to be fair, but whatever. It's all the same shit. Oh, yeah, that's how you know. That's how you know Hawker is a weird guy. Hawker is from London. Are you ready? Supports Aston Villa. Bro, I told him you come from the city with the most real tier 1 teams in the whole world of football, and you managed not to support a team from London, mate. Like, that's about it. The joke is, if people don't know, Chelsea's stadium is in Fulham. Like, there's 1 million stadiums in London. It's actually mental. Like, half the Premier League's in London, if you know what I mean. It's mental.
Yep.
How does he end up supporting Aston Villa?
I believe it's like his dad supported him or something like that.
Right.
And his dad's actually Welsh. His dad doesn't have the same connection, I guess. And isn't even into, apparently he's not even into football, but who knows as well? Because if you don't know, that's actually how it works in England. Because in the modern day, obviously not everyone lives in their ancestral hometown. You just support whoever your dad supported, assuming you had a dad that wasn't a deadbeat piece of shit. Because obviously you just watch the games with them, don't you? And you get into it.
Yeah.
That's why I have the unenviable position of always having loved Liverpool Football Club, because I like cavalier play and having to use aggressive, and then I despise Scousers.
Yeah,
it's a brilliant position to be in, I know. So by the way, I can't even go to the games. I hate their fans.
That's been one of the best Zelix D sides on Dust 2 in a while. He's looking comfortable here on the entries.
PR, every time they send him out,
I guess that's why you want to see him go in first sometimes. It's like it's so clean.
Shot right into Hooksy, killed him 2 or 3 times already this half.
This game feels just like a formality, though, right now.
Yeah,
like, come on,
it does.
Charlie.
Yeah,
Why is
it
every
does.
round so hard?
It's like a group stage. It really is like a group stage
really
game
could
that
be
you
10-2,
don't care
mate.
about.
This is like going to be game over after one half. It's outrageous. And also, in general, in the series, this is why, actually, it's the other way around. We actually were too quick to crown Forzy. He only had like 2 months or something like that. He was that good. Like, it just hasn't been there. He's a really hit-and-miss player.
Yeah, it's tough.
It's like we said in the pre-show about this. Like, Astralis are one of the only teams where somehow we looked at them and said, look, 3 of these players are good, maybe 1 has time to grow, and actually 3 of them just got worse. Like, just unequivocally worse.
Right, there's one for you. Here's a banger angle no one's thought of. I don't know if they've got the money. I'll tell you who should consider your old son Pius. Why not Astralis? Secondary
good angle,
voice
actually.
and a fucking good offer and a veteran player. That sounds like a good move, mate.
Maybe hasn't gelled into this
Yeah, I feel like I'm kind of forbidden to talk on that because I'm like big Son Pius defender, right?
Yeah, I've never hit him. I always think he's a good player.
Yeah. I think Foot was a great place for him, to be fair, with all these good young rifles. He's going to provide some stability. I think he's going to stabilize Astralis a little bit. I don't think that change fixes them. If you want to do it.
Like we've said earlier, same with Orpa. Orpa and IGL, you can only either be elite. Well, everyone can see that, mate. So then he costs $1 billion.
Yeah.
Or you're not good right now. Well, he's obviously shit, so kick it. Well, then you'll never... By the way, if you know in sports, they figured this out ages ago in football, bro. The second a player who used to be good becomes shit, if you're a slightly worse team, of course I'll take a try. Like, I don't care. By the way, the amount of Man United players I would take instantly to other teams is mental. Like, you know when they all take, they all failed. No, they failed to be on Manchester United, bro. Like, that is a very different equation. There's like all of them, mate. Paul Pogba, Garnacho. They're all good players, you morons.
Yeah.
You could obviously, they just didn't fit the team or the vibe, probably, more importantly. And the by the way, half the management was shit too, what we're even talking about. That's like having a bad idea and a bad coach. What can I do with that?
Yeah.
Because, by the way, that's the real thing people have missed about NIP and fucking Liquid. It's not that your time there doesn't count. Your time under shit IGLs doesn't count. That's the problem. When you have a bad IGL, he'll make you look bag average. Oh, why does Nerds look good? He doesn't have fucking snappy or kicks out anymore. Crazy idea. That was sort of helping, believe it or not, I think. Oh, was Shuhei and Hunter? Does he suck?
Oh, my
I
goodness.
think maybe
Oh, my.
Feels real.
This is just a
If
capitulation.
you're Mouse, you feel like you can win literally every round, but this is ridiculous.
They're winning a 2v5. Boys, what are we doing?
And remember, it's Hooksy in the 2v. By the way, why is Hooksy always alive in every clutch?
I mean,
he is fucking ass cheeks.
Bless him, he's an A player and they're going B.
On both sides, he's always alive. I don't know how he does it. He's always alive.
It's because, do you remember we spoke about like the different IGLs and how some are like throwing the utility and others are like running in first, whatever. Hooksy really is in that mold of like, because I know I can't win gunfights, I will just avoid them as much as possible through the utility and hopefully I won't have to be involved. And then when he does end up like last alive, it looks terrible, doesn't it?
They lost a 2v5.
That's 3v5
Yeah.
start, and then they get
I'm kind of trying to ignore that deliberately because I do not like what I'm seeing. See, the good news about this is that I've been on that like hashtag save stare train for the past like 3 years.
Sure.
And this is just more evidence.
Yeah.
At this point in time, if they're not going to actually do a better start, I'd rather just win another team, man.
Yeah. Agreed.
Like, again, here's an obvious one for you. Why can't he be in phase instead of like Jacob or something? You know what I mean? So that's a great move for both parties. It wouldn't even be the same phase. You'd immediately be good because that's the problem. Phase is still one piece from actually being interesting. You know what I mean? They have some of my attention, but I always know if you give them a chance, they'll fuck it up. So I need a little bit more.
Imagine having Stare with Twist and Frozen on the same team, and J Bowen if he's playing
I'm also
well.
pretty sure they'd love him, because if you notice, it looks like Twists also is one of those people, makes sense if you think his personality, he doesn't want people to argue with him. He wants people who are super chill. That's why I think actually Jacob and Ultimate and Brokey get away with it, mate, because they're just they're guys who are supposedly funny and chill, and they don't argue, and they just do what you tell them to do. The problem is, at the end of the day, Twist, don't you want to win the major? You don't win the major with those guys typically, you know.
Yeah, and Stare is the most selfless star player, actually. I've talked to him multiple times on interviews and talked to him about his policy when going through all the different iterations of Astralis with a lot of the players, because he was playing under BlameF. He was part of the team when guys like Stown and Yabi arrived.
This is it. Torsi's going to get more Forzy, and this is the round.
Yeah.
That's too easy. By the way, why are we walking out right in the center of long air like that with an AWP? What are we doing, bro?
On his own terms.
So yeah, basically,
your point as well, too.
There is always free to let people have space. Like just now in his career, because of Hooksy, he told me, was he started actually taking more responsibility because Hooksy's pushing him to be a little bit more selfish. But he's the most selfless guy that you can put in star positions ever. He's never gonna go and argue with people about needing more space or whatever. If it's better for the team for him to let go of something.
Just to like put the cherry on top of that as well. If anyone remembers when they were losing all these like major qualifiers and stuff when he was in that BlameF team, it was never like a BlameF that would go and do the exit losers interview. It was always Stare.
Yeah,
that just shows you like the type of guy he is.
Yeah.
Whenever
I've
it's
never
like,
been
no one
refused
is
an
brave enough,
interview out of Stare. Even if they've lost a very bad game, I've never been to an event and requested an interview out of Stare and him said no. Never.
Stare is literally that like that quote everyone used to say about Jimi Hendrix, like your favorite player's favorite player, if you know what I mean.
Sure.
A bit like what Rain used to be.
I agree. I think it's a very good example with Rain because I can see Stare if he goes to a team like that, or even on Astralis if he wants to stay. I think it's very difficult to find a reason to kick this guy. For many years, I can see him just staying on the same team just because it's difficult to identify a problem with him.
On this CT side.
Funny, because actually the other thing about that Magic's interview is, you think about how long these skits are and these game shows they do on broadcast. You do know if you just give me a timer, you got 5 minutes, I could just do that interview on broadcast. It's actually the weirdest thing about broadcasts. People never got this. You know, I am the most prolific interviewer in the history of esports. Almost no TO, except I think E-League ever even asked me to do an interview. They are so compartmentalized that a host is one thing, a stage host is another, an interview, sideline interview is one thing, and an analyst is something, and they never ever asked me to do the other thing. It's mad.
Not something you really
except for James Banks, who is everything always. We don't question
that's called networking.
Yeah.
First of all, he is good at what he does, but he's also just really good at networking. He just knows everyone. He's on everyone's good side. He's talked to them all. That's the power. In every sector, networking is actually better even than raw talent, because talent is attenuated by, can you get along with people? Can you get the gig? Can you negotiate? Do they know you, etc. And Banks himself can do some of those interviews. He just mainly does them on podcasts, doesn't he? Like, they don't tend to actually do them on stream as much.
Off of the timeout.
He does them on stage, like a lot of big events like that Budapest Major.
They are playing for scraps on this first half.
Because I think some people already have missed it. Magix wasn't shitting on Banks. He just meant that's the vibe. Like, on stream, you want a funny quotable or something, or you want a meme or something, don't you?
I mean, they're in very good terms, right? They are literally very friendly to each other. So he's just, kidding to some extent.
Trajectory is a great distraction, but it's Stare who was so close.
What's hilarious is they're going to go back B, but Astralis really thinks it's going to be in the air. They think it's going to get sent through short now. And it isn't going to be. It's going to be the fucking. It's not even going to be the split. It's just going to be the hard B with the fucking lurker.
Nice first shot, but he
okay, Hooksy got the first kill. That's big. The problem is now you just send it. It's an empty site.
Yep.
Thing is no smoke though. That's the issue. No smoke.
It just shows how out of this game Astralis are. Like, they are just off the ball every time.
Oh, and Yabi isn't even doing the actual flank at the moment, boys. He's going really slow because he's so scared about a lurker. Oh, he's going mid as well. They're just sending it through doors. I think this is going to fail really badly.
They don't have a single flash.
Oh, no, you traded it. You traded it.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God.
Wins this. Spinks wins this. He gets out. Look. By the way, he's got a nade. This nade's going to do damage. Watch. Oh, he's going to nade him now. Watch. He's going to nade him on the bomb. This is perfect. Oh,
he's not buying it. He's not buying it. He's not buying it.
Yeah.
Smart, bruh.
He's not buying it again. Oh my God.
He did a bit. By the way, that's what you get if you
Oh my God.
Unbelievable read on when timings are, when people will attack.
1v3 to give Mouse a 10-2 lead.
See what I said? How hard work is winning one round for fucking Astralis right now. It's like Sisyphus pushing the fucking boulder up in it.
And now it has to be a clutch. The bomb, can it get planted?
Yeah, Snacks is going to try to go for the spray, but it's off the mark. Now Flames, he's on for it. 1v2.
2-10-1/2, exactly as you predicted.
And surely it's all but over now, boys.
Yeah.
What is this? With that said,
from G2 coming out long.
you know what? Of all the teams that were left, it is Mouse that I wanted to see play against Spirit. Maybe they can do something. We'll see.
Yeah.
Yeah, great flashbang. Hooksy with a triple kill.
I mean, they can definitely give Spirit a harder fight than Astralis, that's for sure.
I mean, put it this way, you can already tell what the series is going to be. Surely it's going to be Mirage, Dust 2. What would the other one even be?
It's a BO5, isn't it?
Maybe Cash even. Maybe Cash as well.
It's a BO5, so it's literally going to be...
It's just going to be Inferno and
all of
Anubis
them minus.
Right?
Yeah. Inferno and Anubis minus and everything else, which is going to be cool.
Yeah.
I've got to say, if I'm Mouse, we're starting on Mirage, mate. That's my first map. Let's get that one straight out the way. Cash will get that fairly third. Maybe they have that third or something. We get that up in the rotation as well, just for the Randy element, you know. Because obviously that not only have you got one demo to watch, but they looked a bit sus on that actually.
How has he done that? Hunter, that is something special out of the AK. That is just unreal. Feasting on
Also, let's be real. The real reason everyone doesn't dare say maybe Hunter's not an IGL is they just like him as a person. He just seems like a cool guy.
No, he's... Yeah, he
Although
is.
I'll tell you, that's not 100% like spoiler.
Yeah.
I think it's implied he's the one who wanted JKS kicked. I think it's implied there's certain people he didn't want in this G2 who maybe he select. So all I'll say is that's just an example of being socially aware though. You just keep stuff like that private. You're not a moron. You don't just you're not some fucking smooth. I'm just typing the tweet, send tweet. You just keep that private. Or you do it through the coach. That never needs to be you. In fact, I would even speculate, spoiler, his GM is literally the guy who used to be his GM in that fucking team that he was in called Crazy at the Berlin Major. That is his Petzer was the fucking GM of that team. I think he just is smart and goes to the GM and gets the move done through the org, and it never backlashes on him.
In FaZe's most important round. Already feels like FaZe.
Because basically it's implied when they thought Nico was gone, because all he had to do was write his fucking signature on the John Hancock on that piece of paper, then it was Hunter's time, and that's where he was like, right, get JKS the fuck out of it, and then he was going to do his own thing, you know.
It is interesting. I wonder, like, how much say Malbs, Hunter had in bringing Malbs in, for example. I do always wonder where that scouting happened.
I mean, the joke
there was
is,
sort of like no connection.
Literally, like a month or 3 weeks before, they just lost to M80 and that, like, might have even been Pro League or something, and then they just immediately signed him. It's hilarious.
That is true. Yeah, they're doing that old school, like, just sign the guy that beat us.
Like, hey,
yeah.
I sure wouldn't want to be Astralis. Unfortunately, this one's a tough spot.
And the worst call of all time was all the Malbs defenders. Let's be real. It's just NA because they were desperate. When they were all like, yeah, but that's when he's being forced to be an entry. Just wait until he gets Nico spots. How did that work out?
They just fucked him up with all that pressure that they put on him.
Is, he was so fucked. Yeah. He's trying to do the reverse Uno card, like, only my time on liquid counts. Like, are you fucking kidding me?
Oh,
what are you doing, bruh? They can't Uno reverse that.
He knows how clean that is, and he knows how little.
By the way, fair play to NKJ for that banter, though. That was hilarious.
Yeah.
He pulled out those Uno cards. That was actually banter.
Yeah. That was good.
Even though a little detail a lot of people won't know about Uno is, Uno, like the game Monopoly, is a game we all play, and it's only good because none of us follow the rules in the guidebook. Did you know in Uno you can't do like all those stacks of pluses all on top of each other? That's the whole fun of the game. It's the same as, I'll tell you a detail, a lot of people do not know this. Do most people know that when you play Monopoly, the game's supposed to end 10 times quicker? Because are you ready? No one knows this. In the rules of Monopoly, you know if you land on a property, you can buy it. If you don't buy it, it becomes auctioned to all of the players.
Yes.
So the game's supposed to end within a few rounds, by the way. Because the point of the game Monopoly is to show why monopolies are bad. And that if you allow people to accrue power and wealth, they just get it all quickly. But instead, we all play that version where you can only buy it if you land on it, and then you can sell it, and that makes the game fun. And we all play for like 4 hours, don't we? So it's an example of a game where actually it's way better because we don't use the real rules. The real rules are garbage, bro. Like the whole point of Uno is to stack like plus 12 to some fucker who doesn't have one in it and be like, what the hell? That's banter, isn't it? That's pure banter.
When I was in university, I actually did some like ML project on trying to solve like the optimal method for the game Monopoly, and it is exactly like you said. You literally just buy everything immediately. That's the whole game.
Premise is
Like that's the optimal
no matter what it
strategy.
is, you just buy it exactly. You even buy the bad ones because you know everyone goes, "I'm not going to buy You buy them all, you moron!" Because that way you have all the property, and then they have to pay all the hotels to you. Exactly, yeah.
Is in the name, isn't it? Monopoly. It's kind of the whole idea.
And then they're just like, "Yeah, but we want it to last a long time." But you really thought that's not really much of a monopoly capitalism method, is it, you moron? This game's all but over. What is this? What is this? Neo just looking forlorn.
They don't even have to crank it down with teamwork.
To be fair, we were quite. I'm disappointed to say it because I wanted today to have some surprises, but we were very bang on with what we expected out of this. Maybe Australis win engine and then they get their asses handled to them on the second and the third map. Maybe Mirage could be a little bit closer, but if it goes to 3, they just get smoked. It's literally what's happening.
With a scout and Galil.
It's like Duncan said on Twitter or whatever, though. As soon as it's back to land CS, it's like all of a sudden things make sense again. You know, the teams that should win do win.
Wait, this is, by the way, what's mad. Some of this content never came out, so you never saw this. But there was people doing hot takes off 2 online blast games. Like, kick the player! Like, mate, if anyone did that, I think that fight GM should be fired the next day. Like, that would be the most irresponsible. I've signed this guy for money. Oh, I lost these games. Like, fire him then. Like,
that happens at the start of every season, though. Why are people acting like it's the first time we've seen that? Eyeballers literally beat FaZe Blast at the start of the year after FaZe were the major finalists.
The reason why I don't like online CS and BO1s is the people who watch CS are incapable of remembering their online or BO1s. They must see the winner, their brain goes, he is the winner, therefore better, and they overreact every time, every fucking time.
Yeah, it's something that happens like twice a year. Every single time it's the online event at the start of the year, it happens. It's the most normal thing. You know what's the crazy thing, by the way? Because correct me if I'm wrong, Duncan, but because people are trying to make it look like it's a new thing, because now the first event of the year is online. I remember back from 2016, 2017, the first event of almost every season that I've seen in professional Counter-Strike had results like these. And people back then seemed to realize in CSGO it wasn't a big deal. They didn't give a fuck because it was the first event of the season, so no one cared.
By the way,
now suddenly we care.
One earlier, but no one remembers the context. You know, before we said when North won DreamHack Masters Stockholm, that was the first event, and it was the event before the Face at London Major that Astralis dominated. But after that event, people were going, Astralis era. They'll pretend they never did now. Now it was obvious they were going to have an era. They were always the best. No, everyone said it's after the player break. They just got lost. Device got out by MSL. It's over. Oh, they did just win a couple of lands in the summer. That's the worst thing about CS. The other thing that NPCs do is they download the firmware when it gets updated. And when the firmware downloads, what the hell? COVID, there never was any. Bro, you're making it up. No one was banned from anything. Like, what were we all doing for 3 years, you lunatic? We were there. I was there. I remember it. I very much remember that happening, believe it or not.
It's just a lazy
I've already told
take.
people the story. I literally didn't get to work what would have been my last major because of that. And then you're going to go, it was just a few weeks of, like, people saying, wear a mask. Like, I literally couldn't work a fucking world championship with CS because of that shit. So similarly, by the way, literally every era team was counted out the second they lost the tournament in the era, by the way. Like, Fnatic had it, fucking even the Vitality recently. Remember all those people where they were just like, as soon as they lost after the beginning of the fucking second season, they were like, oh, that's the end of that then. It's like, what? Yeah. They were still in the semis every time. It was outrageous, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it's just a little bit lazy to be making these pieces. Like, sample size is very important for that. You cannot, especially with Counter-Strike, people are treating it like it's the one boxing match that they're participating in every 3 years, right? So if you're shit, if you lose, then you're very bad. These guys are playing so many officials every year. Sometimes you're going to lose something. Sometimes you're going to have an off event.
At least in CS, you have sample size. If you want to live in hell, follow Professional League of Legends, bro.
Yeah.
You have so few playoffs. By the way, if you don't make it to, like, the international tournaments, you play 3 playoffs in a year.
Yeah, you play MSI, right?
No, if that's another international tournament. There's 3 international tournaments, but you have to finish top 2 or top 3 to make it to them. So say you're the 4th best team in Europe, you just play 3 splits that have 3 playoffs. That's it.
Yeah.
You might play for real in the whole year, like
LEC.
playoff series or something. It's nothing, mate. Imagine if you could only have 8 playoff series in CS for the whole year. We're going to judge your whole career off that.
Yeah.
It would be mental. It would be absolutely mental.
It's sort of like what people do in football whenever there's these international tournaments or whatever. It's
worst
like people
ever, innit?
literally look at whatever the last World Cup or Euros is and say, oh, so this guy's the GOAT.
It's why the worst
There is a
of
whole...
all time. It literally, I was there, bro. Messi fans, when he retired from international play in like 2016 or 2014 or whatever it was, said, well, obviously international play is irrelevant. We count the GOAT based on club play. And are you ready for the real gag? Because it was 2014.
When they won the World Cup.
The Champions League is the best tournament. Every Messi fan said that. Guess what? They don't really feel the Champions League nowadays. They're not really feeling that tournament anymore. You know what? It's not really that big a deal. It's more about winning the World Cup now, isn't it? Fuck you. That was never what anyone said. What people don't get is the people the World Cup counts for is like Pele and Maradona, where they didn't play as much of their career in like Europe. Like they just like Maradona played a little bit in Italy, and then Pele basically was playing like friendlies and was just playing the World Cup. That's because there's nothing else to judge those guys off. At no point ever in history was this a thing, by the way, that to be the best player you had to like win the international tournament. It's never been true. That was literally made up for Messi, as far as I can tell. I mean, the joke is it wasn't even him they started with. Technically, they started with that Modric one, which just made the final of the Euros or whatever.
Yeah.
You got the Ballon d'Or off that. And that's why the maddest one, I'm sorry, I don't care how much you like him. You don't understand football or star players if you actually think Dembele is the Ballon d'Or winner.
I agree on Dembele.
He plays in it like mouse where there's no star player, you mad fuck. The whole point of their team was they don't need Mbappe. They're doing some like by committee, beautiful, like almost like the French version, well, Jock's the Spanish coach, isn't he? The French version of Spanish football, isn't it? Like it's mega.
Yeah.
That's why why did they all suck for Portugal, the midfielders? Because they're not in PSG anymore, you lunatic. Their coach is a bit good, isn't he? If you don't know the Enrique guy's like Blade, mate, he's mega.
Trying to hold this back as they do emerge out through that tunnel push.
Should be another round.
Yeah, they are struggling to close it. They are struggling.
You've got them back now, that's why you have to save the hope. You have to save the hope. Because by the way, the Ballon d'Or, ever since that Modric one, has been fucking... literally, I have to rinse my eyes out with bleach, boys. This is outrageous. First of all, they've given fucking Messi 2 absolutely fugazi ones. Then they also... It's only Messi...
Rodri, was it?
That was also bollocks. By the way, never in a million years was he ever the best player in the world. I mean, the joke, I think, personally, is that was just because of that stat we had the record, right? You do realise the record's because he didn't play all the games, because he's injury prone. The best player on Manchester City was either Haaland for goals or Kevin De Bruyne, wasn't it? Like, Kevin De Bruyne was basically like the modern Zidane or something, mate. He was unbelievable. But yeah, again, and your joke is, nowadays, you have to win all the things and do it national to get it, unless you're Messi, and then the joke is you get it anyway. They just gave him it anyway, man. He had the one that should have gone to Lewandowski. He was on like fucking PSG at that time or whatever, doing Nout. The worst one, obviously, was the World Cup one where they gave him when he was already in MLS. That was outrageous, wasn't it? That was the one we had the 6 goals in a season.
It's tough. He didn't have, many other good options.
And they had a chance to not ruin that ton. I'm not joking. I actually think, because here's the problem, I also don't agree with like everyone that Messi and Ronaldo won. I actually think sometimes they won on the year the other one should have won, like, But I actually think realistically, they both should have ended on either 5 or 6. I think if they both had 5 or 6, that's actually quite representative of their careers.
Yeah.
No one gets 8 or 9. You're just being silly at that point. Now if you give Messi this year, a third of his fucking Ballon d'Ors are rigged, and he's one of the greatest players ever. How did he manage that? You've devalued the whole fucking tournament, mate. So it's just sad. And then, yes, obviously, the worst thing is everyone has a god tier year. Lewandowski, you're all dropped. You don't get it. Fuck you. You don't win it, no matter what your stats are. Nothing for you, mate. Nothing for you. And by the way, the worst one ever was that French one. Like, since people forget, the Ballon d'Or isn't given by FIFA or God. It's given by France Football Magazine.
Yeah.
So because the dog shit Farmers League 1 was cancelled, cancel the Ballon d'Or. Get rid of that trophy. That's why I said, just decide your own people can use it. Yeah, I know I do it. I do it with Ziwu. I go, actually, Ziwu's only been the #1 player twice. He was #1 in 2019 and 2023. There you go. Simple had it 4 times. Donk's had it twice for me. I'm allowed to do that. I've watched all the CS. I don't need to be Serbian to know whether that's right or not. I don't need Dino to edit an algorithm and tell me if he's right or not. I saw it. That's why, if you don't know, the most based episode I ever did of a podcast is when I went on HLTV Come Here, and I just explained to fans of HLTV why actually it's totally coherent in HLTV system that Zimu's the player of the year, even though I make clear I don't think he's the player of the year. But I'm just pointing out, if you use all their system, he has to be. He has all the MVPs. He has all the fucking EVPs. He has the KPR. With it. He has all the stats they like. He has all of them.
That's halfway.
Yeah, it's the same thing I bang on about all the time with modeling, right? Where like there are just different models to judge things, and they come to different conclusions, and you can literally follow like these inputs, these outputs. But the thing you've got to ask is like, okay, but why should we use this model over another?
I'll give you a good
like,
one.
why do we care
There
about
was
judging
a stat
things
I
this
saw
way?
today, which shows how people just choose the stat based on the player they like. Yeah, by the way, as the chat says, based on any other metric ever in the history of football, Harry Kane would be the hands-down winner of the Ballon d'Or this year. Hands down. He even has all the tournaments. He made the semi-finals again. Like, he would be the instant winner with that number he made. That would instantly, right? But here's what's mad. Is when you pick the stat. I'll give you an example. You know, if you were doing Messi versus Ronaldo, you'd pick a stat like, look how many dribbles Messi got though. Right? They did a stat, dribbles in the last 10 years in the Premier League. Salah has like 400, and someone like fucking... somewhat mental like Thorin or something is like number 1 with 700. Oh, is he better than Mohamed Salah now? Oh, we have to use the metric, guys. You created that metric. He must be way better. Because, by the way, if you don't know also, dribbles might be the worst one ever. By that logic, Dorku's probably like a top 5 player in the Premier League. Talking about, all he does is just dribble around someone like at your park and go back and do it again, doesn't he? Like, he doesn't get a shot off. He's just like, hey, I'm good. I'm not making him. It's like, yeah, I'm doing nothing, mate. He's doing that with it, though. He's just skinning people. By the way, this game's going to be over in a second. That's why we're just talking about football now. Who gives a shit? The day's over after this point. It's cooked after this.
Yeah,
it looks close. To be fair, they're going to. Sadly, they might even lose this round. If they win this round, we'll lock in because that might be possible to come back.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do think this is a bit of like a dead cat bounce or whatever. Just a little sort of fake sign of life right at the end.
Oh God!
Very nice approach from Astralis.
Well, they still seem like
this is still even numbers as long as Ryu stays back a lurk.
That is a slippery
way to but they can always go back B, right? They can throw a bunch of nades and go down into a mid to B, and PR is alone.
Yeah, but they're using loads of util here. Let's see. Oh, they're going to go back, right?
Yeah, they still have a smoke for mid to B.
Let's see what he can do.
If he gets the first guy, it's doable. That's easy. That's easy money. Like, Ryu can go and kill him through the door, though, by the way. Oh! Problem is,
they need to save. Yeah.
That's kind of the
There's no point giving it up now.
CT smoke. It's not a mid B smoke, so they're still threatening. They're still.
He got the AWP. Yeah, Josh's got the AWP. That's not too bad. Right, we're locked in now. We're locked in now.
You know, I don't want PR to be thrown under the bus. He's alone in that spot. I was actually wondering if he would just suddenly come up huge in any one of these rounds, because that's. I think he knows coming into this map that there are going to be.
The thing is, though, because the scoreline.
Saw how well he played on T side, but
I'll never get used to that in CS2. The way it has that AWP fucking rail, like a rail gun from Quake, come out behind. Who added that? Whose idea was that in CS2?
Yeah, today it's been him getting his.
But it's not the multi kills. He's got 2 multi kills this entire game so far.
Yeah, it's not multis, and it's also.
Don't die to this exertion. It's going to be so sad if he spams you, mate.
Put that on Spinks as well. Like, I'm never actually.
Oh! It was because of the explosion!
Oh, no! That is so dumb.
The bomb killed him!
That's so dumb.
Yep.
Man, the inaccuracy
That's so dumb.
the bomb introduces is wild.
Oh, God.
I don't understand the point of that. What does that do for the game?
Who the fuck knows, mate? I told you, I genuinely think the Valve devs, it's not even about they're just noobs in spirit, you know what I mean? They just add cool shit. God save us from cool shit. Can we just have a good game, please? Please stay the fuck away from the game. But then what happens is, here's why no one ever goes that hard at Valve devs. Because whenever your favorite caster and player meets a Valve dev at a major, the Valve dev is like, hey, we really love what you're doing. Oh, wow, do you have any feedback? Well, I mean, I guess the game's pretty good. Thanks for all the millions of dollars from the sticker money. Anyway, see you at the next one. And then they all go home. And I've always said, don't tell me about fucking Valve dev. You pussy, you met them. But this way, I met them. I have a legendary story from like 2014. But afterwards, I just told them to go fuck themselves. And I told the tournament organizers, don't ever put those guys in room with me again. I can't handle them. That was the one when they banned Kaylee and they were telling me mad shit like, oh, everyone in Titan must have known he was hacking. In fact, they were trying to use a hacker to get to the major. And I said, you're actually pissing me off now, bro, because you don't know anything about the scene, yet you're making outrageous conclusions about like legendary in-game leaders like existence. And you also don't even know how hacking works. Like, you also seem to think he just had like the girders coming out of him in a wall hack. Like, he was using like the fucking one with a dot on the screen for 2 weeks. Well, I think he used it for months, but allegedly for.
But he's not dead. Spinks departs that B bomb site to try to help out on.
I'm trying to look into what's going on here.
Oh, this is the round.
They
right
might
here.
close it. That might be the round.
Like they should be able to get Thorin here. So if we get him here, let's see.
But they have 2 players on B.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah, Torji has 1 job here to get 1 kill.
If he gets behind this box, this is the best spot to be in, mate.
That's very good.
All day long.
He's 21 and 8, by the way. He's been farming.
And we do be hooks him, so let's see.
He needs 1 kill.
Oh, they drew it off him.
Oh no, don't repeat. Don't repeat. Oh, he's fucked it a bit.
He's waiting for the call, by the way. Oh, hooks in! He's hooks in!
No!
Oh. No way.
Don't you ever count out Hooksy.
Oh, we talked
Take a
about
shot.
nervousness.
He really is Hooksin.
Take a shot.
Sort of what it looks like
Cool.
actually right now for Mouse. Look at Thorin's
I
score.
can't believe this is still going, man. This is mental.
He suffers another death. That was a great
And also now,
for him
you've
to
done
get
the
kills.
thing where, because you've been so many rounds out of it, for your mouse thinking you're just going to trip over the finish line, you've actually low-key sort of run out of gas now, mate. You have to actually yourself lock the fuck back in. Like, by the way, where's the timeout now? This is a timeout if I've ever seen one, mate.
That lucky kill from PR.
The Spirits are licking their lips right now, by the way. Whoever they're playing tomorrow. Ooh.
Until these exit kills for Zelex.
That's good.
Yeah, nice sequence. Just do it while the round is live.
Zelex gonna make it costly, but that's fine.
I mean, to be fair, it wasn't on him, you know. This, like, you
Oh,
have 3 people on B.
Well, getting worse for Zelex. He's not only got the forehead, he's got that device neck. That, you know, like when you take the Photoshop and put the head, he just has that normally, mate. He has the telescopic neck. Fucking hell. Sean Gez would love this motherfucker. Old school reference.
Oh my god.
Sean neck. Old school reference. Do you want to know something really sad? We've even told Sean Gez that joke. He thinks it's funny. I'm like, that's a reasonable joke, Sean. You should be offended by that, mate. But he was always loving us, like, oh, yeah, it's pure banter, though, is it, lads? Like, I mean, it is, but it's about you someone sucking your dick too well, mate. Like, I don't know what you. I would take offense to that personally. If you said the only reason I'm on a show with Rich Lewis is that, I'd be like, fuck you. I would be like, haha, great banter. Hilarious.
More ideas.
He really did just embed that principle of all just mates or whatever. He took that to heart.
It's because also Sean Gez is one of those people where he has 2 modes. That's why I wonder how he'll do as a GM. He's either like locked in and he's the IGL and he'll go hard, or he's just super chill if he's like out of the game. So most of the time now he's just out of the game. He's a family man. He has kids. In fact, they've all even become Christian, etc. Recently, he's just a fucking based guy, really. That's why, unfortunately, he gave up on that proving. By the way, I can tell you, allegedly it was true that there was all match fixing and cheating in Valorant. He initially was going to do that, and then because he realised, shit, I need a job in this industry, you have to just drop it. That was like, you have to realise in the movie where the journalist is still pushing it, and then someone tries to blow their car up. In real life, you just go, well, shit, I don't want to die to a bomb, and just stop doing investigating. Like, you have to be a nutter to be like me and Richard Lewis and just have a crusade and go to the end. Like, most people aren't going to do
It's like that movie Heat, isn't it? Like, not everyone's built like
it's
that.
why we always say, what are the 2 things me and Richard Lewis always say? 1, we always make time for Wayne Grow. The message of the movie is don't make time for Wayne Grow, by the way. We do. We make time every time. And then 2, I ain't going back. That's the other message. That's why you all watch the movie and go, oh, I love Vincent Hanna. You idiot. That movie's about fucking Neil McCauley. That's who it's about. Neil McCauley's character, homie.
They are looking to go test this round.
That's why the real one that tears at your heart is the Val Kilmer, the Chris one, where he does get away with it, but he loses everything that mattered to him. Did he even get away with it, really? And by the way, it's implied if you don't follow the story. His wife's going to prison for that, by the way. She's going to take the fall for it. Because remember what they say, if you don't help us, like, you'll be on the hook for this. Like, that's a fucking dark ending, bro. But again, yeah, that's how you do it. That's why you have to be an otter. You have to be a bit of an otter.
It is going to be Spinks and PR not on the site.
This is it. This is the round finally, Spinks.
That's the one. That's the one.
Yeah, it's got to be. There it is.
Be hooks in. Let's see if we get a mouse played out. In theory, they're going to get me someone for an interview, so we'll see. Let's have a look. Did they sell me anything yet? Oh, shout out Spider Pig Hero. Subscriber Prime. Shout out Saute Simba. Subscriber Prime also. 11 months to Bezos Books.
Both teams have now kept up their ends of the bargain. We will get what we expected. Spirit versus Mouse.
Do
to be desired, but they've geared up for a grand finals where we're
obviously going to be waiting a little bit of time for the interview if we get it. And also, we don't need to know who they pick for the final. No, it's just a real fucking game, innit? Right. Thoughts on the final? Since Ted will be here, but what do you think? think, Lars? What's the final going to be like for you?
Cards very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, I do think Spirit should just walk away with it, to be honest. I mean, I know they had their struggles against FaZe, but like at least with FaZe, it's like they're kind of new enough and unpredictable enough, and they had that pocket pick map. Like they had these things going for them that made it interesting against Spirit. Whereas I do think against Mouse, like Spirit have played against Mouse enough to know that they can just like bowl them over any given Tuesday. You know what I mean? Like they're not even afraid of this team, I don't think, going into the finals. It should just be like a 3-0, honestly.
Yeah, I'd say it's probably best case scenario they win a map, but it's definitely going to be more interesting than a lot of the other ones could have been, right? It's still going to be a little bit of a tough game for them. I'm just looking at the maps right now. On LAN in 2026, Spirit have not lost a map to Mouse, and they've beaten them 13-2 on Nuke, 13-3 on Dustsuit, 13-8 on Mirage, 13-5 Dustsuit, 13-3 Mirage, 13-8 Dustsuit. So they've not lost more than 8 rounds to Mouse since the start of the year.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a bit rough. Oh no. Yeah, I don't think it's happening.
I think the man on the screen right now, Torgy, is literally the only answer Mouse have if they want to do anything, right? Because he is in red hot form, I will give him that. Like he did literally just drop like 25 kills or something to close out that.
He is the highest rated player of the event heading into the grand final. Yeah, he overtook Donk.
And Donk is definitely coming down.
He's
right,
going to farm the final, so don't worry about that. He's going to farm the fuck out the final.
Look, I think so too, but if I'm trying to cope for Mouse's sake, it's like...
Okay, fair enough. That's fair enough.
This is like the one angle, I think, that they have a through road. If Torzy just farms Donk, basically.
All the time, and I think on Ancient, it was a little bit of my bad in the beginning that they won many rounds. I got caught like the first 3 runs, gun runs, I think. They boosted on A and things like this, and I a little bit through.
Yeah, I don't really know what else. Have you had any like particular thoughts about the two? Well, I say two new, like Zelex and PR. Have they sort of changed in any way throughout this event that's interested you, Ted?
I'm glad you mentioned this.
I think with Zelex, you can see that on some maps where they let him shockingly play a more similar role to what he was doing on Mouse NXT. He's doing better, but in general, I do believe that he was a player that Mouse NXT was revolving around a lot, and he was getting set up, and he was being given a lot of freedom and a lot of resources. So I never thought he was going to come into Mouse's main team with all the role changes and be phenomenal. Maybe he can ease into it and be like, I don't know, like a Snow when he went into Pain, where he was a star player before. He went in, became an anchor, and he was very bad at the start, but then slowly he started being a little bit better with time. Like he was decent here on Dust, but in general, I don't think they're both at the best position to be very, very good instantly. PR's changing spots and is coming off of the back of a couple of very bad months with Gamer Legion. And the team is not in a great state, and I don't think his self-confidence is at a great state. And then for Zelex is everything that I just listed. So yeah, I don't think I'm not expecting them to go huge in that final. If they do, it's fine. But I feel like for Mouses, you win a map, you win more than one map, it's a phenomenal result for you against Spirit.
Oh, bruh, this is one thing I don't like about T-Ords. We're doing the Bonanza thing instead of the post-game desk. Like, you got it the wrong way around, mate.
Yeah.
Do that shit afterwards, you know. It's also because, I don't know, they're probably just giving him time to set it up or something. I don't get it, because back in my day, you had to go at the end of the maps. You were already ready. Like, bro, we haven't even had
It just feels better that way.
Just doing a silly game show, like, haha, you win skins. Like, fucking hell, you mental. Are you mental, bro? Look, you've won a €20 gift card. And then the best thing is, unlike Huxley, all the rest of them say, oh, cheers, I'll take that skin. You're a millionaire! Give that to the fan, you... Huxley got it right yesterday. Just give that to the fan, you lunatic.
Would you kindly introduce yourself and let me know who's your favorite team?
I'm from Israel. My name is Lior. We came all the way to see Spin.
I thought they were bringing us someone for a second. There was someone came in for an interview, but it's not for us, unfortunately. They might bring us someone else in a minute, we'll see. Or maybe we get the same person after they do, we'll see. I don't know, we'll wait and see. I was told they got someone.
Okay.
Is there anything specific you want? The skins as well?
Let's see. Problem is, I don't know until they bring me someone.
I wish.
You want the Bonanza, that's what you want. That's what... The Bonanza, yeah.
Because it's just the blast people who bring the interviewer, so it's whatever.
Yeah.
Is the poly market up for the final yet? Tell me that. If so, show it. Is it done yet? Because obviously, if it has, it'll hardly have any trades on it. But we can have a look at it and then speculate what it might be. Because remember, the BO5 part makes it heavily favoured towards the favourite, obviously. All right, we've got someone, right? We'll bring someone on. It's actually Steph from Astralis. So get ready with the interview. We're going to do it in a second.
Oh, okay. Yeah, speaking of, actually.
Right, try talking a second.
Hello, do you hear me?
Can you hear us?
Yeah.
Yeah, sounds good.
Right, it's all good, right? We can do it then.
Okay.
Right, don't worry about that. I assume we're all on camera now.
Okay.
Right, obviously, tough loss. Right, first question I have is, you could have won in 2.
I mean, could have. I think Mirage struggled sometimes on the city side. They had got a very strong start, but then I think when we actually had the money and won the 1 round to actually like break their confidence, I think it was very, very easy to see that we actually knew how to play against them. But it was just too slow start on CT, which I think cost us in the end. I mean, we could have also played a better T side, but that slow CT start does cost.
It seems like at this tournament, your team's actually just played to the level of the opponent. Like, I thought the game yesterday was mad rough against Pain. You were struggling. Today, you were actually in the game with them. You're going neck and neck. You have a much better game, right?
What is it, sir?
Do you think your team is like playing to the level of the opponent a bit?
Both yes and no. I mean, I think it's more about how we play on the day, because I think if you saw our highlights against Pain in Inferno, then I think we were playing very well against them. But then again, the lowlights are just too low, you know. Then they just own us. Like I said in the interview yesterday as well, when we had like 3 5v4s on Inferno T-side where we went in a 3-man B stack, and they just went around like 5v4 on Inferno to be pretty T-favored, you know. And it's very hard for them to win, but we just couldn't like put it together, and they just stacked right and they killed us. And we played the rounds bad. So again, I kind of agree with you, but it's more about our own level than the opponents, I would say as well.
In your team, a lot of people are putting all the spotlight for the wins or losses on Huxley. He's obviously a big figure. He was on big teams before. He's an IGL. He's won. It isn't just Huxley. I assume who else are like the voices in your team? Is he doing most of the calls? What's like the divisional labor? Does someone else secondary call? What's it like?
I mean, on T-side, he for sure says the most, and he wants a lot of charge and say a lot, of course. Everyone tries to chime in. I also try a lot, but I'm mostly like the CT caller, so to say. I say what we do most CT sides. So in that term, it's also my win or loss, so I would say, if we have bad CT sides on most maps. So you can't never just like blame him for not calling good or whatever. It's not like he has the only job. Even on the T side, even though he wants like to have a lot of, be in charge a lot, it's still like we still need to give him some info or like make him feel the full picture and actually see what happens on the map so that he can make the final call, right? So you can never just blame him for a loss or win. That's not how it works, I would say.
And also, one thing I've always actually appreciated about his game is, as an IGL, it looks like he has quite a good sense of what he is capable of doing too, and he uses himself in the round in a way that makes sense, right? He's not someone who's like taking all the guns or putting himself. It seems like he like reads the game. That's why he's in a lot of the X on X, right? He reads the game a little bit and plugs the holes.
Yeah, I would say so. Like especially as I said with the guns, especially like I think on city sides very often he loves like just be on Mirage. He just drops the gun to me or Jabby or Lova Fusi, right? Because he knows that the mid players probably needs the guns more. And he's not selfish 1% in that part. He just gives it every single time without asking a question. And that also, like, I appreciate that a lot because I think it also makes a lot of sense. But most normal players would lose so much confidence from doing that. But he knows he does the best for the team, and that we have probably bigger chance of winning like that if we do a mid round. And that's why he just like justifies in no head that it's fine that he get bad stats to drop the guns. And I think that's amazing. Like he's so unselfish, which is amazing.
Listen, normally I was on broadcast, I'd ask it play. I'll just ask you straight up. What were all those rumors that he was going to get kicked? Was that real? Was that fake? Was there even a grain of truth to it?
I mean, not to pick down Australia or something, but I have no clue.
Oh, right. You guys make the
even the coach decision, I had no clue until they told me, and I didn't know who would get until we got him. So, and this is no joke and no PR shit. I had no clue. We had no clue, and we saw the rumors as well. And I wrote at least our CEO Jonas, and he said blah blah blah. Coach is out. We'll see what we find. Huxley is not true, and that's all I got told. So I can't tell you. You gotta ask some higher up. But
I mean, I would say first of all, that guy obviously when he was in NIP, to be fair, he made a lot of decisions there too. It was like an organization and the people. It's not necessarily so. Actually, it's in theory, you guys are just like football players. You don't have a say in who joins. It's not one of these teams where the players decide and you vote on who joins or whatever.
Not now. I mean, I think the old Australis was kind of we talked as a team like, what do we think? What's wrong? What's good? While this time around, it was at least no player decision. That was straight up the organization that they wanted the change for the coach and. Yeah, again, we can't say anything to that. Like they would just want that, and then we said, yeah, okay, let's do that. Something that was maybe like a little rough to release Ruger because he was like, I've known him for a long time. Jabby has known him for a long time. I think he's also been pretty decent, but again, they filled it, and then of course we have to trust them on that part.
Is it the case that when you had Neo, I want to know, because obviously when you were outside the team, in a team like FaZe, the real problem is if you have Carrigan, no one knows what any coach does. Are they good? Do they do anything? We don't know because everyone gives Carrigan all the credit and all the blame, don't they? As an outsider, what were your thoughts when Neo joined? Like, what were you expecting from him as a coach? Has it been different from what you expected? What's he like as a coach?
I mean, if it's different, I think it's too early to say. Because again, we had a boot camp on 7 days, and we went into, or I think it was 8 days, but then we went into the blast bounty thing and the star letter. So it's not like we had a lot of practice where I could like put his mark on our game. But I would say in terms of like when you take timeouts now and stuff, he's very good at instantly coming up with a plan and a suggestion to what we can do. And then he still gives us the space to like make the final plan, and I like that a lot. Like he actually says, like he has the overview. He sees, let's say something on B is weak. Let's like try to something with this, and you can try play 2 here, and then we make the final plan. And I love that a lot. So we like does the small tweaks in every timeout. Where sometimes, as coach, is also more like a talk. They say like, "What do you think you would do, guys?" While he actually puts something on the table, and we can finish it. And I love that a lot. And I don't know if I didn't expect that, but it comes like instantly, and I like that a lot. So that's a good quality to have as a coach, I would say.
By the way, that's really interesting because they've actually done him dirty on broadcast. Because sometimes on timeout, they don't instantly go to the coach. It always looks like he's saying nothing, but I assume it's because he's already said his part. He's letting Huxley and the others talk about what you're going to do from the plan.
I mean, I think so at least, because when we did timeout, at least 2 times this game, he says instantly, like, for example, does like, you should play 2B, take long early in 1 round. And then just after that, it takes like 7 seconds, I think. Then we make the plan. And like what we want to do. So I would say he did enough at least for today. It's not like he was just sitting still. And also he's very good at breaking the momentum. I think both maps. I mean, coach also should do that, but he does it consistently. We take a timeout when we're behind 0-5 on Dust and Mirage. Instant timeout from him, and he's like, let's do this, and we see what happens, right? So I like that a lot.
I've got a mad question. It's an off-topic one, but you'll see where I'm going. Do you know in football, when a legendary player joins as a coach, sometimes you see a clip, and in like practice, they're like hitting volleys and like free kick. Does he ever like stand in for a scrim, or do you ever play with him or anything?
I haven't. I also, even when he played as MVP, I never really watched. Of course, I did when I was a kid, but I don't remember how he played, right? And he hasn't stayed in yet. Again, we didn't have any practice almost, and everyone has been well. Luckily, so no one has been sick, so he didn't play. So I don't know how well he plays. We only dry run against him, and he's actually pretty good at dry running. But that's also easy when you hear the flashes and stuff. So I can't tell about his level yet, but yeah.
What about your position? Because a lot of people would say if you model how a team is built with the roles, you're set up to be the star now. Like, it's actually funny because when you came in, it feels like a million years ago, into that Astralis super team, you got the usual treatment of they're all famous, so you just get whatever's left. Yeah. The joke is they were even doing the interviews. They made me do everything. It feels like as everyone's left doing the big name, you've bumped up the hierarchy. You're kind of getting your spots, how you want to play CS.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I think... as I said, I like want to call and do most of the city sites we have. Of course, everyone chimes in and everyone says stuff and everyone can say stuff. I'll never reject anything, but it's more like on Mirage, I mostly say what we're doing mid and stuff like this. On Ancient, I call them mid fights, whatever, if we shouldn't fight mid. And I really like doing that because I feel like when you play in the source, I call it, in the middle of the map and you get into the fights, you kind of know how the enemy feels, because I play mid and Ancient both sides, and I know if I just got owned in mid from something, I kind of want to shy away from maybe doing like the exact same thing and do something else, and the same goes opposite, right? And then you just have so much overview that I feel very confident playing in those positions.
I want to ask, like, first of all, it's weird to me that Astralis is a Danish team. You've got a Swedish AWPer. That's like, all right, okay. Well, okay, we're locked in, right? It seems like when he first joined the team, he was killing it. He was having some really awesome tournaments. I think a lot of people were putting his name back up there. What's the vibe with Forzy in the team? Like, what sort of a player is he? What sort of is he an AWPer that asks for the player? Does he call his own number? Does he play in the team? What's he like as an AWPer?
I mean, I think there's like two Fuzi, so to say. I think when he plays his best, he like puts his mark on the game and actually says what he wants and does what he wants, kinda, in terms of like, he says, I want to play here, I want to do this peak, I want to do this. And then he just, all the space he wants, I will never say no to that. I think AWP has first priority, no matter what. And that's why he plays the best. But the second he becomes a kind of a passenger, when it's like good games, the same with everyone, then you might be a little passive, be like, I don't know what to do. Then he maybe just listens to what I call on the city side maybe sometimes, and then like he doesn't get activated as much. And I think the moment he gets activated and plays well, then that's why he like keeps snowballing it. But he just needs the good start, the good round, and then he's like in the game. And I think he needs to do that himself mostly, because he knows what he wants and what he likes to do. And as I said, when he does that, he's just on fire and unstoppable. But again, it needs to be consistent, of course.
People might forget you obviously played at Sprout, so you have played in speaking English internationally. Obviously, you all speak English. Is it different though to not call in Danish and not to speak in Danish teammate vibe? Is it different in English?
I mean, depends who you ask. I think it's not that different. The only difference is the very small details. Like the very fast small details you can make in your native language. I don't know how to explain it exactly, but it's like you just do the plans like 30% faster, I would say, 50% faster, and also the small micro details, which does a lot.
Yeah.
So in that term, it is harder, but it's not like in a normal game that I feel like, oh, now it's hard to actually formulate myself and say what and have trouble saying what I want to say, right? So I don't think it's like hard, but of course it takes maybe, let's say, 3% of your gameplay. Like speaking Danish would help a little bit.
No, I can tell you, Yanko, because he obviously worked with Nico and FaZe, he actually told me the problem with English is everyone can speak English, but he said the right call can become the wrong call 1 second late. You know what I mean? Like, if you'd have said that in your native language, they'd instantly get it and they know what you mean.
Exactly.
Anyway. It's like you only need half of
the instant understanding and stuff. Yeah, exactly. Makes sense.
In the first season, you were in a bunch of playoffs. People saw you right. I mean, you were a top 10 team. You were actually breaking into that area. People thought, right, Astralis is back. At the moment, it's like you're climbing back again. This is a good result overall. Could have been better to make the final. What are your expectations for the second season? Where do you set them? Because I'm sure you can't be unrealistic at the same time. You don't want to be down on any stuff. What's a realistic expectation? What should we expect from Astralis?
I mean, it's a little hard to say, but what we talked about is just like getting back to, as you say, the level we were kind of at. And with that, I mean, actually being consistent, like in the playoffs, actually doing good runs. Like we had a short period where like we went playoffs in Pro League, we beat a good teams, we beat Spirit. We should have, I would say, beat Aurora in the semifinal. Then we beat Foot in a third place decider. Like beating those like top 10 teams kind of consistently, you know, like why it's 50-50 matches and not like we're the underdogs. So I think just being like, again, the consistent good team that can do good runs, but of course, I can't lie. I can't say we should just enter win tournaments because the competition is very strong right now. I hope we can do it, but again, we need some more practice before I can say if that's like the goal for the end of the season now.
Right, I think it's pretty famous. I say what I think and I don't bullshit. So I would never say this just because you're here. I don't think that was Astralis at the major. I think that was, in fact, that's even below any worst case. Like you kind of said it in the interview with Maui, right? You kind of ran out of steam at the end of the season or something. Everything just went to hell.
I mean, we talked about in the call interviews, like we tried changing something before the major in our, I think we had also 7-day bootcamp because our results, as you said, in the start of the season were this, and then just slowly went downhill. And then we tried coming with a quick solution with just playing a lot of rounds, almost everything. And we could easily see at the major we didn't thrive at all in that. Like we like turn the brain off and just play the game like we were robots. And if you don't know how to do that, like if you're not used to that, like just following the role and like can't think freely, then like life is just hell. I don't know how to explain it. Like I want to play out from what I see and then do like what I feel is right in the moment. I don't want to read a paper and be like, I do this. And that's what we tried at the major mostly, and everyone agreed after that. We are never doing that again.
I mean, along those lines, one player I haven't asked you about is an appropriate time. I feel like that wouldn't suit someone like Yabi. He's also someone he feels, you know, he clearly has to read the game. He's a semi-lurk, right? You want that guy to have agency and to feel the round, right?
It's the exact same. Like he's so good vocal, also especially Dead Talk, but that's not like the same thing. But he's so good vocally and making the mid-round plans that it was also very tough for him to play the exact same thing. Like again, that's also why I say like everyone instantly agreed like we don't do this again after the break. We actually play like we want, and we did in the start of the season, and then maybe because it's less set, there'll be more mistakes, but we still get to think freely actually and actually do stuff, which is important. Like, and then you do one mistake, but then the next round you fucking do a call that wins the round, you know, which is as important. So we do that now and play a little more loose and actually have more freedom. I think that's how it suits every one of us.
You know, people complain there's not that many good AWPers in the world. You might have the only team 4 people AWPing. Just in this event, you were AWPing, Huxley does it, Yabi does secondary stuff, everyone.
I mean, both yes and no. I haven't bought it, I will say.
Okay,
but
okay.
yeah, but Jabby he played it. I think Huxley might have bought it once. But yeah, we can all pick up and have some fun with it. Okay. Also, Rio, you just haven't seen it, you know.
Oh, right,
but we can't all buy it, you know.
Right, sure.
But maybe one day we'll pull out the 5 ops and see what happens. Just hold your ankle and hope it works. But yeah, I mean, we can all play up to some extent, and I think we all think it's strong. Also, we played Pain yesterday, who plays double up and Inferno, and also Nuke sometimes. I don't know if they did against us. I don't remember.
Oh, the PRG guy uses it. Right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so like, I think it's very hard to play against if you don't expect it. Like especially going Rainbow Nuke, you run into AWP, you're not expecting it. The same Inferno B, I died to an AWP on corner because you expect rifles when the AWP shoots A, stuff like this. So on timing, I think it's very good to have a double AWP, and I think we also try to abuse that sometimes.
I'll be honest, I didn't know that much about the Ryu guy because I'm an elitist. I don't watch Tier 2, so I didn't see him in Monty. I only saw Monty where they got good now at the major. Yep. Who was Ryu? Who is this guy in your team? Because he's also had times early that were good. He's had times that were maybe harder at the end. Who is Ryu?
I mean, I will say also, by the way, before he joined, I also didn't know much about it because I didn't watch Monty play, and they did a lot of changes. He came from the academy, that's all I knew. and then of course watch some demos of him and stuff. But when he joined, he's a pretty like chill guy and very, how to say it, like he's of course our anchor, so he stays still and he's very good at just playing his own positions and playing to his capabilities. And he doesn't need that much resources, I would say, on his anchoring positions, which makes him very strong to just like leave him on the side and maybe play somewhere else, stuff like this. So he's a pretty calm guy who knows how he wants to play, and I think that's very important as an anchor, that you're not like wobbly, so to say. Like if you're caught as a lone anchor on the side, you lose the side, the round is almost over, no matter what. But like you lose with, I don't know, Mirage A when he's alone A, Dust B, all this, right? So just a calm, controlled anchor, I would say.
Do you need to go? Right, one last question.
Go ahead.
What do you think of Mouse then? Like, do they have a chance in the final?
I mean, if they play well, I would say so. I think Dunk had an off day today, and Spirit still won, which says a lot. I know it's against a new FaZe, but FaZe played very well as well. And Dunk, I didn't see stats, but he didn't have a good game at least, compared to his 150 standards.
True.
So if Dunk has a good game tomorrow, I don't really believe it, but if he has a bad game, they can for sure win.
Okay.
I think it's mostly up to Dunk. I think I don't think Mouse is the team to be able to stop him if he has a good game. But again, we'll have to see.
Okay. Right, well, thanks for the interview, Mangata.
Mangata, exactly.
Yeah,
have a nice one. Have a nice one.
Cheers. Okay, there we go, boys. Good stuff. Is everyone back? Yeah, all good.
Yeah.
Right, pop that on the old YouTubes. By the way, actually, we'll just put that one out today. Fuck it, I guess we'll just capitalize that. I was going to say we could save it to tomorrow, but fuck it, we'll probably get an interview tomorrow too. Who cares? All good. It's all good. Yeah, let's do it. Any thoughts? Thoughts, gentlemen?
I mean, to be fair, it's like I always like listening to Stair because he's very honest and he's very reasonable. I'm gonna kind of repeat the taking responsibility, but I like the fact that he's very blunt for who's taking responsibility of what, and obviously the little detail about him primarily calling on the CT sides because again he's got a lot of the star spots and he needs to help Hooksy, and how he's defending his IGL. I think, in comparison to other players, when they do try and defend some of their teammates that might get criticized, he's actually providing some logical backing to it. He's not just saying, well, people don't know what he's doing. No, he's telling you what he's doing, and he's telling you why you shouldn't be as critical of Hooksy, for example, if the team plays bad, because there's 4 other people that might have not given him the right tools, might have not given him the right calls and whatnot. So yeah, I feel like he provided a lot of cool insights into what type of player he is, and the fact that he himself has a character that wants to be demanding and wants to, control the game and have a say in the type of Counter-Strike that they play, which I think is good for Stair.
By the way, my mic was scuffed in the interview.
No, it was all right.
Why are people such dickheads on the internet? Hey, it wasn't perfect, so it was like broken, but you're broken. You are a broken child. You expect fucking... Like, I wanted Peter Pan for Christmas. Shut the fuck up. You get N64, that's all. By the way, I just had the thing there. I'll tell you what's a nightmare. Don't ever go to the gym, kids. Just be lazy, because here's the problem. When you work at the gym, your muscles get bigger and stronger. So if they cramp up, it really fucking hurts. Like, I just literally had that thing there where the whole hamstring just went... Whoa! So I had to stand, do that thing where you stand like, let it fucking tense up, Thorin. Let it go. It's all good. Anyway, whatever. By the way, I actually thought he gave loads of info there as well. It's mad, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like, actually, what he said also, here, notice how the things there, this is what you can't model, unfortunately. No wonder they were shit at the end of the season. Because it was going badly, they basically went to some, like, fucking early CSGO, like, call strats from Spawn. And like I said there, mate, not only is Hooksy just not doing anything in the mid-round then, Stair himself gets no point. And someone like Jabby's going to have no leverage on the map. Like, you want these players to be making the decisions. You're not You're not just running in there and shooting people. That makes a lot of sense, actually. And by the way, if you look at their game, what type of rounds did they have? They either lost the round completely or they controlled it and they won the close rounds. Like, that makes a lot of sense how their team works. Also, I didn't get a chance to ask him because he had to go, but I actually got the vibe. That's also why they like Ryu. I think the logic there is he just doesn't talk and there's already enough voices in there figuring else out. He just sits in his anchor spot and shoots people when they come on the site, or doesn't, whatever. Didn't say that to him, but whatever. Listen, we've got to keep some things to ourselves, boys. Can't be flaming everyone.
Yeah.
Also, how mad is that? Yeah, I think... Read between the lines. That implies maybe Hooksy could have been kicked in the off-season, by the way, but they don't have any say in it. Fair enough.
I think one of the things I do really like listening to Stair is that he does clearly have like a winner's mentality, and like you could hear him there. Obviously, when you were sort of saying, obviously you weren't like saying it yourself, but you were alluding to the fact that Hooksy's under some criticism, right? And notice that he didn't say like Hooksy's perfect or whatever. Instead, his immediate thought was, well, I'm actually secondary calling on the CT side. You know, I'm in these rotator spots now. It's me that's responsible for a lot of these decisions. It's like that's not a cop-out, right?
No.
He definitely has this mindset of like there's always things he can do to improve. And I think you can just see that in the way he's developed as a player, but also you can hear it in things like this, where he's very candid about that kind of thing.
No, you think as well, right? We've got to stop doing this as a thing. Nico calls CT sides. In the modern day, people aren't doing IGL calls both sides. They're clearly taking certain stars. It's implied it was exertion in mouse. Certain stars from their position, unless they're going to be Hunter and they just give up their position to the star, they're going to call. Like they obviously are in the better position to make the call, to make the play. Like remember, it's not a strat. That's more like a rotation. That's more like how they come in here. Like that's interesting because I actually get the vibe in the same way as the two things I wish I knew is forget IGLs. I want to know the secondary caller on every T side. That's a really interesting piece of info we don't know. You notice. And it's basically implied stares. And then on the CT side, who is also the main point of action on CT side? That's an interesting angle to go with, isn't it? Because oftentimes, especially if, think about it, right? If you're playing Mirage and your fucking IGL is the Bianca, how's he going to call the CT side? The joke is he's just watching the kill feed like, oh, they're all dead in it. Right, okay, that's the end of that then. He's not seeing anything mid. He's not seeing anything in the fucking ramp. Like, you're going to need someone, again, in a rotator position. I think in the modern day, we need like an actual, it shouldn't be called IGL. There should be something like CT rotator caller or something. That needs to be like a role, bro. Because at this point, another reason why it'd be useful is then you'd see the teams that don't have one and you'd suddenly understand a lot about how they play CS.
Yeah. I think I'll need to jump off in like 5 or 10 minutes or so.
Score now, mate. Let's go now.
Yeah, is that all right? Because I have a cast starting in 15 minutes.
Listen, you go and cast K27 against fucking 100 and have a great time, mate.
I'll let you know. It's South America, so it's even better.
Not even that good. Okay, right. You go and cast Henny versus Phelps in the battle of the fucking
basically
crackheads or whatever. Who gives a fuck, right? See you. Have a good time, Ted. Oh, mate, we'll turn the stream off now. By the way, tomorrow I'll be back for the final. I'll start again at 11:30 with the pre-show. Ted will be here, and it'll be Yumi joining us for the final for that one. It's a BO5, could be 3-4 maps. Who knows? Maybe it's a miracle and it's all 5. It's Spirit against Mouse. We'll see you then. Shout out to Polymarket.